Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. Just a small heads up, there are a few ads during the first 10 minutes. After that, the experience is completely ad-free. These stories are created with care, and I hope you'll give them a chance. There's something special here that's hard to find elsewhere. If you enjoy the atmosphere, a like or a subscribe means more than you know, but only if you genuinely want to. Before we begin, tell us where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's always comforting to see how connected we all are across the world. Now settle in, and let's begin our night together. About 4 years ago, I went through something that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. I'm sharing it the way I remember it, because even though I can't prove what it was, I know what it felt like. It felt real. It felt personal. And it felt like something followed me home. I had traveled to another country for a visit. I don't want to name the country or the religion out of respect, because I'm not trying to insult anyone's beliefs or traditions. But I will say this, it was a place where, in some areas, people strongly believe in spirits and darker beings. Some people pray and leave offerings, not because they love those beings, but because they're afraid of being troubled by them. It's the kind of belief system where people don't always talk about good and bad the way we do. It's more like they accept that certain things exist, and they try to keep them calm or satisfied so they won't bring problems. I didn't go there for anything spiritual. I went because I was interested in history. I wanted to see ancient sites. I wanted to walk through places that were older than anything I'd ever seen. I wanted to feel that sense of time, that heavy feeling you get when you stand somewhere that has existed for centuries. I knew there were temples, shrines, and a lot of spiritual places around those sites. I also noticed there were hotels and little goose houses that leaned into those beliefs, almost like worshipping hotels, where people would stay close to certain temples or make offerings nearby. Some of them were right next to the places tourists visit. I'll be honest, I was curious. I didn't go there to worship anything, but I did approach a lot of those places. I watched. I looked. I stood near the entrances. Sometimes I stepped inside areas where tourists were allowed. I told myself I was just observing the culture and history. But sometimes my curiosity made me linger longer than I probably should have. I remember having moments where I felt like the air was different around certain places. Not always, but enough times that it stood out. It wasn't like a wind or a smell. It was more like a pressure, like the atmosphere had weight. There were also moments when my body reacted in a strange way. A few times, my ears felt like they were blocking, like when you're on a plane and your ears suddenly won't pop. I'd be walking or standing somewhere, and it would feel like my hearing dulled for a few seconds. Almost like cotton had been shoved into my ears. I would swallow, try to clear them, and it would slowly fade. I told myself it was probably the heat, or my sinuses, or something normal. But it happened more than once, and it always happened in places where I already felt uneasy. At the time, I brushed it off. I didn't want to be dramatic. I didn't want to be the person who sees a temple and then convinces themselves something supernatural is happening. I kept telling myself that my mind was playing tricks because I had been reading too many stories online. I had already been interested in ghost and spirit topics for a long time, and sometimes that interest can make you interpret normal things as strange. But after that trip, something in me changed. It wasn't immediate, like a movie where you step off a plane and suddenly everything is haunted. It was more like I returned home and I didn't feel fully settled back into myself. I felt off, like I was slightly out of place in my own life. I had thoughts that didn't feel like me. Dark thoughts. Weird thoughts. Not the normal everyday stress thoughts that people get. These were the kind of thoughts that startled me because they felt unfamiliar. It was like my mind was suddenly taking turns I didn't choose. I started noticing little things around the house too. Shadows out of the corner of my eyes. You know that quick flicker you see when you turn your head and you think someone walked by, but when you look directly, there's nothing there. At first, it happened once in a while. Then it happened more often. I would be washing dishes, and I'd think I saw a shape move in the hallway. I'd be folding laundry, and I'd think I saw something pass behind a doorway. Every time I looked, nothing. And still, my body would react like something was there. A quick rush in my chest. A tightening in my stomach. That feeling of being watched. The strangest part was catching myself talking to it. Not like full conversations, not like I was sitting there calmly speaking to an invisible person. It was more like reactions. Like I would mutter, "Stop it," or "What was that?" or "Leave me alone," without even thinking. I'd realize I had spoken out loud, and it would shock me. It wasn't normal for me. It made me feel embarrassed, even though no one had heard. It also made me angry, because I didn't like feeling like I was losing control of my own reactions. Around that time, I was still doing what a lot of people do when they're scared and curious at the same time. I was on the internet constantly searching for answers. Ghost stories. Spirit stories. Sleep paralysis. Shadow people. Demonic attachment stories. Religious explanations. Spiritual explanations. Psychological explanations. I was reading everything, trying to find something that fit what I was feeling. The more I searched, the more my mind stayed focused on it. And the more my mind stayed focused, the more sensitive I felt. It became this loop I couldn't break. One night, my daughter woke up crying around 1 a.m. She came to me upset and shaky, like she had been terrified in her sleep. She told me she had a bad dream. Children have nightmares all the time, so at first I thought it was nothing. But then she described what she saw, and it made my blood go cold. She said she saw me being sucked up by a black tornado. Not just a scary storm, not just wind, but something dark and twisting that pulled me away. She was crying hard, like the dream had felt real to her. The image she described hit me in a very deep way, because it matched the heavy, negative feeling I had been carrying since I came back from my trip. I tried to keep my face calm for her. I hugged her, told her it was only a dream, told her I was safe, told her she was safe. I got her back to bed. But inside, I didn't feel calm at all. I remember that night clearly because after she went back to sleep, I stayed awake. I was already on my phone earlier, reading about spirits and hauntings, and I kept scrolling like I couldn't stop. The house was quiet. My husband was asleep. My daughter was asleep. And I sat there in the dark with my mind racing, feeling like I was waiting for something to happen, even though I didn't know what. Eventually, I went to sleep. And that's when the first big night happened. I woke up suddenly from a nightmare. When I say suddenly, I mean it was like being thrown out of sleep. My eyes snapped open. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was trying to break through my ribs. I have never felt my heart beat like that in my life. Not even from exercise, not even from fear in waking life. It was like my whole chest was vibrating. I lay there for a second, trying to catch my breath, trying to understand where I was. The room looked normal. The darkness looked normal. But my body felt like it had just survived something. I remember thinking, what is happening to me? Then, suddenly, the TV turned on by itself. The light from it filled the room in that harsh way TVs do at night. The sound came on too. I froze. I felt my stomach drop. I didn't move right away, because part of me couldn't believe it. The TV had been off. We hadn't left it on. I had been asleep. And now it was on, like someone had turned it on deliberately. I woke my husband. I told him, in that shaky voice you get when you're trying not to panic. The TV just turned on by itself. At first he was confused, half asleep, but then he saw it too, and the look on his face changed. He was in disbelief. We both were. We checked the remote. We checked if a timer was set. We checked for anything that made sense. But in that moment, nothing made sense. It didn't feel like a simple accident. It felt like something had announced itself. We eventually went back to sleep, because what else do you do at that hour? You can't stay awake forever. You can't sit staring at the TV all night. You tell yourself you'll deal with it in the morning. You tell yourself maybe it was a glitch. You try to force logic onto something that didn't feel logical. The next night, it happened again. This is the part that made it stop feeling like a coincidence. That second night, I had another nightmare. Again, I woke up suddenly. Again, my heart was pounding like crazy. And when I opened my eyes and looked at the clock, it was exactly 3 a.m. Not 2:58. Not 3:07. Exactly 3 o'clock. And then the TV turned on again. This time, what was on the screen made my breath catch. It was showing images of temples. Not random cartoons or late-night commercials. It was showing the kind of worshipping temples that reminded me of the places I had visited in that other country. The same style, the same feeling. The same type of visuals that had been in my memory since the trip. I sat up, staring, feeling like someone had reached into my mind and pulled those images back out on purpose. Later, I realized something that made it even creepier. The day before, I had been watching a channel that sometimes shows spiritual programs. So yes, it could have simply returned to that channel. That's what logic would say. But at the same time, the timing was too perfect, and the content was too specific to what I had been thinking about. It felt like a message, like a reminder, like something saying, "I know what you saw. I know where you went. I'm here." My husband was shaken too. He's not the type to panic easily, but this disturbed him. This time, instead of just going back to sleep, he stood in front of the TV and prayed. He prayed with seriousness, not casually. He prayed like he meant it, like he was drawing a line. Then we went back to bed, both of us quiet, both of us tense, both of us trying to pretend we were fine. On the third night, it happened again. Nightmare. Sudden waking. Heart pounding so hard I thought something was wrong with me physically. And the clock, those glowing numbers, showed 3 a.m. again. At that moment, something in me snapped, but not in a weak way. In a different way. I didn't feel fear first. I felt anger. A real, burning anger. I was tired of being afraid in my own home. I was tired of waking up like I was being hunted. I was tired of feeling like something was playing with me, timing itself, waiting until the same hour as if it wanted to prove it could control the pattern. And I remember thinking, no, enough. I woke my husband up, but not like the first time, where I was shaking and whispering. This time I was mad. I sat up and said something like, "That's enough." My voice surprised even me. It was firm, loud, not scared. My husband looked at me, startled, because he could tell I wasn't in the same emotional place anymore. I told him something that I still remember clearly. "I brought it here. I'm the one who has to kick it out." That thought came into my mind with such certainty it felt like truth. Whether it was true or not, I don't know. But in that moment, I believed it. I believed that my curiosity, my attention, my presence around those places, and all my reading afterward had opened a door that didn't need to be open. I believed that if something had attached itself to me, then hiding under blankets or whispering prayers wasn't going to be enough. I believed I had to stand up and make it clear that it did not belong here. Something strange happened inside me then. I can't explain it any other way. It was like sudden strength filled my body. Like adrenaline, but not the same. My whole body started trembling, but my voice didn't tremble. It was like my body was shaking from the power of emotion, but my mind was clear. I started praying loudly. Not quietly, not timidly, not in a "please don't hurt me" way. I prayed like I was declaring something. I prayed like I was claiming my home back. I remember saying clearly that my family belonged to God. I remember saying that whatever this was, it had no right to be here. I remember saying that it had to leave my life. And I remember saying, out loud, that I was not afraid of it. I don't know why, but I strongly felt it was a him. I didn't see a shape. I didn't see a face. I didn't hear a voice. But the feeling in my mind was that this presence was male. It felt like an intruder. Like something that wanted to push, intimidate, pressure, dominate. And something in me rose up against it like a protective instinct I didn't know I had. While I was praying, the TV began turning on and off. It flipped like someone was playing with a switch. On. Off. On. Off. The light from it flashed across the room, and every time it turned on, my heart tried to jump again, but I didn't stop praying. I didn't stop. I kept going louder, firmer, like I was challenging it, like I was refusing to be bullied. The trembling in my body got stronger. I had full goosebumps. My hair felt like it was standing up on my arms. But my voice stayed steady. I don't know how long it lasted. In the moment it felt like forever. But at some point, the TV stopped flicking. It turned off. And it stayed off. The air in the room felt different immediately, like a pressure released. My body still shook for a little while, like the after effect of a storm. My husband stared at me like he couldn't believe what he had just seen, or what he had just heard coming out of me. And I sat there breathing hard, but not in panic this time. It was more like the exhaustion after standing in front of something scary and refusing to move. After that night it stopped. No more 3 a.m. wake-ups. No more TV turning itself on. No more repeated nightmares in the same pattern. The shadow feelings faded. The heavy mental fog lifted over time. The bad thoughts, the ones that didn't feel like mine, eased. And the house began to feel like my house again. That's why I can't dismiss it as just a series of coincidences. Because if it was random, why would it stop so sharply right after the one night I stood up and prayed with that kind of force? Why would it end right when I stopped being afraid and started being firm? I don't say that to sound dramatic. I'm saying it because that is exactly how it felt, like something was testing me, pressing me, and when I finally pushed back, it backed off.
But even though it ended, one question stayed stuck in my mind. Why 3 a.m.? Not 1 o'clock. Not midnight. Not 2 o'clock. Not 4 o'clock. Always 3 o'clock. That weekend, I told my pastor what happened. I didn't want to sound crazy, so I explained it simply. The nightmares, waking at the same time, the TV turning on, the strange content, the way it stopped when I prayed strongly. My pastor listened seriously. He didn't laugh. He didn't dismiss me. And then he told me about what people often call the evil hour or witching hour around 3 a.m. He explained that in many traditions, people believe certain spiritual attacks or disturbances happen at that time, either as a way of mocking what is holy, or because it's the time when most people are deeply asleep and vulnerable. When he said that, I felt shocked and strangely relieved at the same time. Shocked because I hadn't known about it before, and it matched too well. Relieved because it meant I wasn't alone. It meant I wasn't imagining the pattern. It meant other people had experienced strange things around that hour too. Even if their stories looked different than mine. I still don't go around telling everyone this story, because I know how it sounds. I know some people will say it was stress, or fear feeding fear, or bad sleep, or the TV glitching on a timer. Maybe some parts can be explained. I won't argue with anyone about that. But deep down, I know how it felt. I know the way my body reacted. I know the way my home felt during those nights. I know the moment I stopped being afraid and something shifted. And even now, when I wake up in the night and glance at the clock, if I ever see numbers close to 3 a.m., I still feel a tiny jolt in my chest. Not because I think it will happen again, but because my body remembers. It remembers those 3 nights. It remembers that pounding heart. It remembers that sudden light from the TV in the darkness. It remembers the feeling that something was trying to pull me into fear. And it also remembers the moment I stood up, trembling, and prayed like I had never prayed before, like a mother protecting her home. I can't say what it was with certainty. I can only say what it felt like. Something followed me, fed off my attention and fear, and tried to claim space in my life. And the only thing that stopped it was when I stopped acting like prey and started acting like I belonged in my own home.
In 1976, my grandparents and 2 of their daughters bought a house in Nova Scotia, not long after they moved there from Newfoundland. At the time, the house was still fairly new, maybe 20 to 25 years old. It's actually still standing today. I don't know much about who lived there before my grandparents, or what the house was like before they moved in. All I know is that, from the moment it became our family home, it felt like it belonged to us. In July of 1991, My grandmother passed away after a short battle with lung cancer. Her illness moved fast, and it felt like everything happened too quickly. I was very close to her. Before she died, I spent every day with her. I was always around her, sitting with her, talking with her, just being near her. Even though I was young, I understood her in a way I can't really explain. She wasn't just my grandmother to me. She was comfort, safety, and love. Losing her felt like losing something solid in the world. A few years after she passed, my parents and I moved into the same house. My grandfather wanted to spend more time with me, so he turned the downstairs into a small apartment. My parents and I lived upstairs. It was strange at first, living in the same place where my grandmother used to be, but it was also comforting. It felt like I was still connected to her in some way. My grandfather seemed happier having us around, and I liked knowing he wasn't alone. Not long after we moved in, things started happening that we couldn't explain. I was still a kid, somewhere between 7 and 9 years old. At that age, you don't always know what's normal and what isn't, but you still notice when something feels off. It wasn't like the house felt evil or frightening every day. It wasn't like we were constantly terrified. It was more like small things happened, spaced out, but strange enough that they stuck in your mind. One thing that happened a few times was the television changing channels by itself. Nobody would be holding the remote, nobody would be sitting there pressing buttons, but the channel would shift anyway. It wasn't just once. It happened more than once, enough that it felt like a pattern. When you're a kid, your brain tries to come up with answers. Maybe the remote is broken. Maybe it's a glitch. But when it keeps happening, you start to wonder if the house is responding to you. There was also one Thanksgiving that stands out. My dad's friend was with us that day, just spending time, visiting. At one point, there was a wine glass sitting on the table in front of him. It wasn't on the edge. It wasn't being touched. And yet it slid across the table, like something had pushed it, but no one had. That moment stuck with me because it wasn't something you could easily explain away. A wine glass doesn't just glide like that for no reason. When something like that happens in front of another person, it also changes the atmosphere in the room. It's one thing to feel like you're imagining things. It's another thing when someone else is there to witness it too. My mother also had her own experiences, and hers were different from mine. She would sometimes see a white shadow moving in the hallway, but only out of the corner of her eye. At first, it would move quickly, like a flash. But if she noticed it, or if she reacted to it, it would slow down. That detail always stayed with me because it made it feel almost aware. Like it was testing whether she could see it, or like it was trying not to scare her. My mom didn't describe it as a full figure with a face. It was more like a pale shape, a presence, something passing through. The clearest and most unsettling time I remember happened in November of 1997. That week, something heavy was happening in our family. My grandfather on my dad's side became very ill and ended up in the hospital. The situation didn't look good, and my parents spent most of that week at the hospital with him. I was 10 years old then, too young to stay home by myself, especially with everything going on. So my mom's friend stayed with me. I'll call her Donna. Donna was the type of adult who could make you feel safe. She wasn't family, but she felt familiar and steady. She stayed with me, kept the routine going, and tried to keep things calm even though the house felt tense with worry. One night, Donna and I came home after running errands. When we got inside, Donna put the keys on the counter next to the door. We knew we would be going back out again soon, so it made sense to leave them there where we could grab them easily. For a while, we were just doing normal things around the house. Nothing strange, nothing dramatic. Then, when it was time to leave again, we went to get the keys and they were gone. At first, it felt like a normal mistake. Maybe they slipped behind something. Maybe Donna put them somewhere else and forgot. So we looked around the counter, the table, the nearby surfaces. We checked the floor. We checked pockets. But the keys were nowhere. Then we found them in my room. That made no sense. I hadn't picked them up. I hadn't moved them. I also wasn't the type of child who would take keys and hide them, or move them without saying anything. The whole thing felt wrong. It wasn't just, we misplaced something. It felt like something had intentionally moved them. The strangest part was that it wasn't a random object like a pen or a hair clip. It was the keys. Something important. Something you need to leave the house. It felt like whatever moved them wanted to get our attention. A night or two later, something happened that Donna never forgot. After everyone had gone to sleep, Donna woke up because she heard a noise down the hall. In her half-asleep state, she assumed it was me getting up, maybe to get a drink or go to the bathroom. She called out to me, but there was no answer. That silence made her pause, but she tried to be logical. She told herself she might have been dreaming, or maybe she misheard something, and she tried to relax and go back to sleep. But then she felt it. That feeling of being watched. That heavy awareness that you're not alone, even when everything is quiet. Donna had experienced paranormal things before, so she knew that feeling. She knew when something was just fear and when something felt like a presence. She told herself not to open her eyes, not to react, not to panic. But she forced herself anyway, because sometimes not knowing is worse than knowing. And when she opened her eyes, she saw something that terrified her. A spirit was standing over her, close enough to be looking directly into her face. And it was smiling. Donna said that smile chilled her more than anything else. Not because it looked evil, but because it looked personal, like it knew she was awake. Like it was aware of her. Donna closed her eyes instantly, almost like a reflex, and when she looked again, the spirit was gone. The next morning, my grandfather passed away in his sleep. That timing shook Donna deeply. She later told my mother about what she had seen, still trying to make sense of it. Donna wasn't sure how my mother would react, or whether she would believe her. But my mother didn't dismiss her. She told Donna that she had experienced strange things in that house too. And she said she believed it was my grandmother. Not to scare us. Not to harm us. But to check on me. My mother believed that my grandmother still loved me, still watched me, and still kept an eye on what was happening in our lives. The idea was that my grandmother knew something big was happening in the family, something painful and serious, and she came close because she couldn't help herself. She came because she cared. She came because I was her favorite granddaughter, the one who had spent every day with her before she died. With time, we eventually moved away from that house. Life changed, as it always does. But even after leaving, the feeling didn't completely disappear. My mother and I have talked about it since then, and we both agree on something. We don't think whatever we experienced stayed trapped in that house. We think my grandmother found her way back to us. My mom still sometimes sees movement out of the corner of her eye, even when nothing is there. Quick flashes, small shifts, like someone passing by. And I've had moments when I've been alone and I've felt a presence in the room with me. Not a scary presence, not something threatening. More like the feeling of someone standing nearby quietly. Watching. Not in a creepy way, but in a familiar way. Like a relative who doesn't want to interrupt, but also doesn't want you to be alone. I can't prove any of it. I know skeptics would have explanations for each event. A remote glitch, a table not level, stress, grief, sleep, confusion. But when you put all the moments together, especially across years, it feels like more than coincidence. It feels like connection. It feels like someone familiar still checking in. And honestly, if it really was my grandmother, then I don't feel afraid of it. If anything, it makes me feel like we were reunited in some small way. Not the way I would choose, not the way I wish could happen, but enough to remind me that love doesn't always end where life ends. It happened about 5 years ago. I was 9 years old at the time, and even now I can still remember it so clearly. I had moved around a lot, changed homes, changed schools, and I was used to being the new kid. But that particular school felt different from the start, in a way I couldn't explain properly. It wasn't just nerves, and it wasn't only because everything was unfamiliar. The place itself felt strange. Before I even started there, I heard rumors from other people that the school had been built on a cemetery and that it was haunted. The moment I heard that, I got chills down my spine. I tried to act normal, but inside I felt uneasy. I told my parents what I'd heard, hoping they would take it seriously, but they just brushed it off. They told me it was nonsense, that people always make up stories, and that I had no reason to be scared. I wanted to believe them, so I pushed it to the back of my mind and tried to forget it. The next day, I went to the school for the first time. At first, everything seemed fine. The students didn't look scary, the teachers seemed normal, and nothing happened right away. The school was smaller than other schools I'd been to, and because there wasn't enough room inside, some of the classrooms were outside. They were set up in rows in front of the main building. Being in one of those outdoor classrooms made me feel safer, like I had space and air around me. But whenever I had to go inside the main school building, something inside me would tense up. It was hard to explain, but it felt like the air changed the moment I stepped through the door. For music class, the bathroom, or anything else inside, I always had this uncomfortable feeling that something wasn't right in there. I didn't like walking into that building. I tried to avoid it as much as I could. If I had to go inside, I would only do it with classmates or teachers. I never wanted to be alone in there. One day, I was in class working, and I needed to go to the bathroom. I held it in for a long time because I didn't want to go inside the building by myself, but after a while I couldn't wait anymore. I finally raised my hand and asked the teacher if I could go. She said yes, and I got up quickly. I ran toward the front door of the school building. The outdoor classrooms were lined up in front, so I had to pass them and then go in. As soon as I pulled the door open and stepped inside, that feeling came back immediately, the feeling of being watched. It was so strong that I didn't even want to turn around. I kept walking fast, trying to focus on the bathroom and nothing else. My heart was beating hard and my body felt tense, like I was expecting something. When I reached the bathroom door and opened it, the feeling became even worse. The air inside was freezing, like it didn't belong to the same day or the same building. It felt cold in a way that wasn't normal. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just my imagination, just nerves, just a stupid rumor that got into my head. I went into a stall quickly, like if I moved fast enough nothing could happen. While I was in the stall, I heard the bathroom door open again. My first thought was that another student had come in. That made me feel a little better, because at least I wouldn't be alone. Then I heard footsteps. But the footsteps didn't sound normal. They didn't sound like the way people usually walk in a school bathroom. The steps sounded strange and off, and I can't even describe it properly. My hands started shaking. The feeling of being watched got stronger and stronger, like someone was standing close and staring, even though I couldn't see anyone from where I was. Then I heard someone pulling tissue paper from a dispenser. That sound was clear, like it was right there. I kept trying to force myself to believe it was just another student, someone using the bathroom, someone washing their hands, someone doing normal things. But the fear in my body didn't go away. It grew heavier, like the bathroom itself was pressing down on me. When I finished and was about to come out of the stall, I could still hear movement, like footsteps shifting around. I took a breath and opened the stall door, trying to act calm. The moment I stepped out, everything went silent. No footsteps. No tissue sound. No movement at all. The bathroom was suddenly too quiet, like the whole place had stopped breathing. That scared me more than the noises did. It felt like whatever had been there disappeared instantly, like it had been waiting for me to notice. I panicked. I rushed out and yanked the bathroom door open so hard it slammed against the wall. I was ready to run back to class, but the second I stepped out, my body froze. Something flashed past me. It happened so fast that I didn't fully understand what I saw. It was like a white blur mixed with colors, like light breaking into different shades, and it moved right by me so quickly that I couldn't even follow it with my eyes. It wasn't slow enough for me to recognize as a person. It was just a sudden streak, bright and sharp, and it sent chills through my whole body. I felt like my blood turned to ice. For a moment I couldn't move at all. I was stuck there, frozen in fear. Then I snapped out of it and ran. I ran straight to the front door, pushed it open, and sprinted back toward the outdoor classroom. I honestly think that was the fastest I had ever run in my life. My chest hurt, and it felt like I couldn't breathe properly, but I didn't stop. When I got back to class, I tried to act like nothing happened. I sat down and stared ahead, but I was shaking and struggling to catch my breath. Everyone looked at me like they could tell something was wrong, like they didn't understand why I came back looking so terrified. I didn't say anything. I just sat there, pretending it was normal. After that day, things kept happening while I was still at that school. I avoided going inside as much as possible, but sometimes I didn't have a choice. One time, I had to go to the library to find a book for a book report. I went inside with my classmates, but the library was bigger and quieter, and we were split up looking in different areas. I remember standing between two bookshelves alone, searching the spines and trying to focus on the titles. That was when I saw someone on the other side of the shelf. At first I assumed it was another student. The figure looked like a girl, and she had shoulder-length brown hair. She looked older than me, like a teenager. I only saw her for a moment, and something about it made my stomach drop. Even before I moved, I felt fear rise up in me like a warning. Still, I stepped around to the other side of the bookshelf. And she was gone. There was nowhere she could have walked to that quickly without me seeing her. The space was open enough that I would have noticed movement, but there was nothing. No girl. No footsteps. Nothing. After that, I started noticing smaller things more often, strange noises, footsteps that didn't match anyone nearby, little sounds that felt out of place. Nothing was as intense as the bathroom moment, but it was enough to make me feel like the building carried something heavy inside it. Eventually, I moved away from that place, and I felt relief immediately. I remember honestly thanking God, because I didn't want to spend another day in that school. After I left, a friend told me something that made my blood run cold, that someone had killed a girl in the same bathroom I used. Hearing that made everything feel even darker. It made me feel like maybe what I sensed wasn't just imagination, and maybe those rumors weren't completely fake. I kept thinking about the fear I felt in that bathroom, the cold air, the strange footsteps, the sudden silence, and the bright flash that went past me like something escaping. I don't know what happened to that school after I left. I don't know what is true and what is only stories. But I do know what I felt, and I know what I experienced. I also know that if I had told people back then, they probably would have called me crazy. So I stayed quiet. I carried it alone. Even now, I still don't want to go back there. The thought of that place makes me tense. If there were troubled spirits there, it felt like nobody wanted to talk about them, even if everyone secretly knew. And I still feel grateful that I didn't have to spend another minute inside those walls. This happened in my last apartment. I just moved into a new one yesterday, and honestly I'm hoping with everything in me that this place is not haunted. I feel like every home I've lived in has had something strange attached to it, and it makes me feel unlucky, like I can never just live somewhere and feel normal. The things I'm about to share aren't only my experiences. Some of them happened to my mom too, and that's part of why it stayed with me so strongly. When it's just you experiencing something, people can say it's imagination or a dream. But when someone else is involved, it feels harder to ignore. The very first time I walked into that apartment, something felt wrong. I didn't even need time to settle in or adjust. It was immediate. The air felt awkward, heavy in a way that made my body tense, like I wasn't safe there. I remember telling my dad right away, straight to his face, "I don't feel good here. I don't want to live here." I really meant it. I wasn't being dramatic. I was trying to warn him, because the feeling in my gut was so strong that it was almost like fear. But he didn't listen. Adults sometimes think kids and teenagers just complain or exaggerate, so he brushed it off like I was being difficult. What's strange is that with the apartment I moved into yesterday, I didn't protest at all. I didn't even feel the need to. The first time I stepped into this new place, it felt calm. It felt safe. It's honestly the first time I've felt this safe in a long time, and it made me realize how much I had been carrying in my body without even noticing. That's why the difference stands out so much. But this story is about the old apartment, the one that never felt right from day one. My mom felt the same thing I did. She didn't say it immediately, but later, when we talked about it, she admitted she had felt uncomfortable too. At first, the weird things that happened were small, the kind of things people can explain away. A sound here, a feeling there, something that could be just the building. But as time went on, the experiences got bigger, and the atmosphere in that home felt more intense. One night, my mom told me she fell asleep and then woke up somewhere between 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock in the morning. She said she sat up because she felt like something had pulled her out of sleep, and when she looked around, she saw a woman. My mom described her as having black hair and very pale skin. It wasn't someone she recognized. It wasn't a neighbor. It wasn't anyone who should have been in our home. My mom said the fear hit her instantly, not in a slow, maybe I'm imagining it way, but in a sharp, clear way where you know something is wrong before you can even think. She told me she started praying right away. My mom is the kind of person who prays when she's scared, not because she's trying to be dramatic, but because it's what makes her feel protected. She said as she prayed, the woman vanished, and it wasn't just like someone fading away. My mom said she vanished into flames, like she burned away. That detail stuck with me because it sounds so extreme, but my mom was serious when she said it. And I believed her. My mom doesn't lie about things like that. She's not someone who makes up stories for attention, and she doesn't have mental health issues that would make her see things that aren't there. If anything, she avoids scary topics. She's not the type to create fear in the house. The reason she didn't tell me right away is because she didn't want to scare me. She kept it to herself for a while. I only found out later, after I told her about a dream I had, and that opened the door for her to finally talk about what she'd been experiencing too. When I told her my dream, it was like she decided it was time to be honest because she realized I was dealing with things as well. In my dream, I saw the room beside me filled with spirits. There were lots of them, and they weren't all the same. They were different colors, which is hard to describe because it didn't feel like normal people colors. It was more like energy colors, like the way you might imagine a crowd of shapes if you couldn't fully see them as human. In the dream, it wasn't a calm feeling either. It felt like they were wandering, moving around, existing in the space like it belonged to them. I didn't know what to do with that dream. I wasn't sure if it was just my mind being imaginative, but something about it didn't feel like a normal dream. When I told my mom, that's when she told me about the woman she'd seen. And then she told me more. She said that on 2 nights in a row, she woke up around 3 o'clock in the morning and felt something heavy on her back. Not like a blanket, not like normal body weight, but like something pressing down on her, pulling her into the mattress. She said it felt like being pinned, like she couldn't move. She was awake, but her body wouldn't respond. She'd struggle, and then after a few minutes she would fall asleep again. The way she described it made me think of sleep paralysis. But what scared me is that it happened 2 nights in a row and at almost the same time. And at the same time I was having problems at night as well. It didn't feel like a coincidence in our house. It felt like the nights in that apartment had a pattern. Around that same period, I started having dreams that felt too real, like the boundary between dreaming and waking wasn't solid anymore. I dreamed about a little boy who lived in the apartment. In the dream, I could see his face clearly. I can still picture him, but I can't remember his name. He didn't feel threatening at first. He felt playful and curious, like he wanted attention. In the dream he wanted to show me something, like he had something important to point out. He kept tugging at me, trying to pull me along, like, come on, come on. And the weird part is that it didn't feel like dream tugging. It felt physical. Like my body could actually feel the pulling. At one point, I remember opening my eyes for a second, like I had slipped into being half awake, and I saw something floating. I didn't stare at it. I didn't try to study it. The moment I realized I was seeing something, I closed my eyes again immediately. It's hard to describe, but I felt like I was still asleep and not asleep at the same time. Like my eyes were open, but my brain was still in the dream world. And the floating thing made my stomach drop because it felt like proof that something was there in the room with me, something not explained by a regular dream. I don't really have perfect words for that feeling, because it wasn't just fear. It was confusion too. It was like my mind couldn't decide what reality I was in, and that made it worse. When you can't tell if you're dreaming or awake, you don't know what rules apply, and you don't know if you can protect yourself. There was another experience that I still think about because it sounds so strange, and I know people might roll their eyes, but it felt real to me. I was asleep, and I had this dream where I was going down a slide. The slide was curved in a way where, when you slid down, you would flip upside down. In the dream it was like a weird playground slide that turned you over. As I was dreaming it, I felt my body flip upside down for a moment, like my whole perspective rotated, and then I felt myself put back into place. The sensation was so physical that it startled me even inside the dream. And at the same time, I felt like I was being choked. When I felt myself turned upside down, I felt my neck bend in a way that made it hard to breathe. It wasn't just a dream where you imagine choking. It felt like my airway was actually blocked, like I couldn't pull air in properly. That part terrified me, because it felt like something was happening to my body, not just to my imagination. What confuses me even more is that about a year before that, in the same apartment, I had another experience where I woke up struggling to breathe. I remember dreaming that something was telling me to wake up, like in the dream I was being warned. And when I woke up, it felt like a cover had been pressed over me in a way that stopped me breathing properly. I woke up at the right time, just before it got worse, and I remember taking a huge breath, like I had to inhale hard and exhale hard, like my body was forcing air back into itself. I was shaken for a long time after that. Because of those two experiences, I started thinking something that I didn't even want to think. I started wondering if there were two different presences in that apartment. One that felt bad, heavy, and harmful. And another that felt like it was trying to warn me or protect me, like it didn't want me to be hurt. I don't know if that's true. I don't have proof. But the pattern in the dreams made me feel like something was going on beyond normal nightmares. There were also smaller physical things in the apartment that added to the feeling that the place was active. The TV would sometimes turn on and off by itself. The lights would flicker sometimes too. People always say that could be wiring or electricity, and maybe some of it was, but then there was one moment that I can't forget because it happened right in front of me and someone else. One day my friend was over, and we were just hanging out like normal. We weren't doing anything scary. We weren't talking about ghosts, nothing like that. And then the light bulb exploded right in front of us. It wasn't just a flicker or a pop. It shattered, and glass went everywhere. We both reacted instantly, shocked and confused. It didn't feel like a normal bulb burning out. It felt aggressive, like the apartment had a temper. We checked later and there was no clear issue with the electricity that explained why it exploded like that. Another thing that happened to me over and over was hearing bells at night. It was usually around 1 a.m. The bells weren't loud. They were soft, almost like they were far away, and you could only really notice them if you stopped and listened carefully. It was the kind of sound that made you question yourself at first. Like, did I actually hear that? But I did. It happened enough times that I knew I wasn't imagining it. I told my parents, but they said they hadn't heard anything. That made me feel alone with it, like I was the only one tuned into it. And then one time, I heard the bells while my mom was there. She was in the room with me. I immediately looked at her and asked, "Do you hear the bells?" She shook her head. That moment scared me more than the sound itself, because it made me feel like I was hearing something that wasn't meant for everyone. Like whatever it was for me to hear, not for the whole house. And I didn't know what that meant, which made it worse. I didn't know if it was a warning, a sign, or just something trying to get my attention. That apartment always left me feeling tense, even on normal days when nothing happened. It was like my body never fully relaxed there. Even when things were quiet, it felt like the quiet was just waiting to break. Moving out of there feels like leaving something behind, like stepping out of a shadow. And I'm trying to hold on to the feeling I have in this new apartment now, this calm, safe feeling, because I don't want to live like that again. I just want a home that feels like a home, not a place where you're always listening, always bracing, always wondering what will happen when the lights go out and the clock hits the middle of the night.
This happened a few years ago, when I was in 4th grade and only 10 years old. Even back then, I was the kind of kid who was curious about magic, ghosts, and anything mysterious. 2 of my friends were the same. We liked talking about scary stuff, but we didn't fully believe any of it. Most of the time, it felt like a game. We would dare each other, say creepy things, and wait to see if anything strange would happen. One day we were sitting around and talking about spirits and magic again, like we always did. The conversation kept getting darker and more intense, and one of my friends started talking about the devil. I don't even know why, but instead of backing away from the topic, I jumped right into it. I wanted to sound brave. I wanted to prove I wasn't scared. I wanted to see if anything would happen. So I said something that I regret to this day. I said, the devil should just come here if he exists, just to prove to us that he's there. I'm sure he doesn't. I meant it like a challenge, like I was being bold and sarcastic. I thought it would be funny. I thought nothing would happen, and that my friends would laugh and we'd move on. But looking back now, that was the worst thing I could have said. What happened next still confuses me, because I don't remember it the way my friends do. Apparently, right after I said that, I kept talking like normal for a moment, and then I fainted onto the bed. It wasn't a slow, sleepy fall either. According to them, it was like I just dropped. They thought I was joking at first because we would sometimes pretend to faint or act dramatic just to scare each other. They assumed it was one of those stupid kid pranks. But then they realized something was wrong. To me, it felt like everything blanked out for a second, like my mind skipped. It wasn't like falling asleep. It wasn't like dreaming. It was like someone turned the lights off in my head and then turned them back on. I didn't remember falling, I didn't remember fainting, and I didn't feel like I was doing anything unusual. But my friends said I was out for about a minute. They said they started laughing at first, waiting for me to wake up and scare them. Then the laughing stopped, because they could tell this wasn't normal. They said my face looked different, like I wasn't pretending. They leaned closer. They tried to get my attention. And then they got genuinely scared because they said I wasn't breathing. That part still makes my stomach twist when I think about it. Then, after that minute, they said I suddenly sat back up as if nothing happened. Like I was never unconscious at all. And the creepiest part is that I continued talking from the exact same point in the conversation, like no time had passed. Like my brain had pressed pause and then play again. I didn't act confused. I didn't ask what happened. I just kept talking. In my own memory, I only remember hearing them in the background, like their voices were there but far away. I didn't understand why they sounded upset. I didn't understand why they were acting weird, because in my mind, nothing had happened. Then they started talking over me and said, "Why did you pretend to faint? You scared the crap out of us." They sounded angry, but also shaken. I remember looking at them like they were crazy because I truly didn't know what they were talking about. I told them I didn't pretend to do anything, that I was literally just talking to them like normal. They didn't believe me. They thought I was lying. And honestly, I can't blame them, because if I saw someone collapse, stop breathing, then sit up and continue a conversation like nothing happened, I wouldn't know what to think either. But I wasn't acting. I didn't even know I had fallen. I didn't know how I ended up on the bed, and I didn't know how I came back. It was like there was a missing piece of time that I couldn't reach. At the time, because we were kids and we didn't know what to do, we eventually just let it go. We didn't tell adults. We didn't call anyone. We went quiet for a while, then tried to act normal. But none of us forgot it. It stayed in our minds like a weird scar, something you don't talk about much but you never really stop remembering. Years later, the 3 of us brought it up again, and we all remembered it clearly. That's when I finally admitted something I had never really said out loud properly, even to myself. After that day, my life didn't feel the same for a while. It was like something followed me. I know how dramatic that sounds, but I don't have a better way to explain it. The feeling started soon after that moment. I began acting like a different person. My attitude changed. I became mean to people. Not just normal kid mood swings, but real cruelty that didn't feel like me. I would snap at people, say harsh things, get angry for no reason, and I could see that I was hurting others, yet it felt like I couldn't stop myself in the moment. Afterwards, I would feel horrible. I would apologize and wonder why I even said those things. I would sit there thinking, that's not me. Why did I do that? But then it would happen again. It was like I had this anger inside me that didn't belong to me, and it would burst out even when I didn't want it to. It honestly felt like something else had a grip on my emotions, like my reactions weren't fully mine. That part is the scariest for me, because it wasn't just something I saw in a room or heard at night. It was inside my behavior, inside my personality, changing how I treated people. And that made me feel guilty and confused, because I didn't want to be a bad person. I didn't want to hurt anyone. Along with that, other things started happening that made me feel like I was never fully alone. I would wake up in the middle of the night and find myself sitting up in bed instead of lying down, like I had sat up without knowing. Sometimes I would wake up and feel like I had been watched. I started seeing shadows out of the corner of my eyes more often than before. Not just the normal it's dark kind of shadows, but the kind that make your body freeze for a second because you feel like you saw movement where nothing should be moving. Even when nothing obvious happened, I still had this heavy feeling around me, like the air was wrong. Like something was there. Like something didn't want me to relax. The worst part was that I felt followed by something evil. Not in a movie way, not like I was seeing demons on the ceiling, but like a constant sense of darkness near me, like a threat I couldn't point to. I remember being a kid and trying to push that feeling away, trying to distract myself, trying to act normal, but it would come back, especially at night. And the strange thing is, after a few months, it stopped. It didn't fade slowly over years. It didn't haunt me forever. It was like a storm that lasted for a season, then passed. One day, I realized I didn't feel that heavy fear as much. My mood became normal again. I wasn't snapping at people the way I had been. I felt like myself again. The shadows and night stuff became less intense. It was as if whatever had attached itself to me, whether it was something spiritual, something psychological, or something I still can't explain, had finally let go.
I remember feeling relieved, but also shaken, because I never forgot what it felt like while it was happening. I never forgot how quickly my life changed after I said those words. And I never forgot the fear in my friends' faces when they told me I stopped breathing. I don't know exactly what happened that day. I can't prove anything. I can't explain it in a way that would make everyone believe me. But I know what my friends witnessed, and I know what changed in me afterward, and I know the lesson I learned. Some things are not meant to be called on as a joke. Some words feel like they carry weight, even if you don't mean them to. I'm grateful it didn't last longer. I'm grateful I feel normal now. And maybe some people would say it was just a strange fainting spell, or stress, or childhood imagination. Maybe it was. But the way it all connected, the timing, the blackout, the change in my behavior, the fear that followed me, made it feel like more than coincidence. All I know is I would never do something like that again. I learned my lesson the hard way, and I'm thankful that whatever it was, it eventually left me alone. Me and my friends never even wanted to see whatever it was that showed up that night. We were just kids trying to have a normal slumber party, nothing more. But the whole time, even before anything big happened, I had this strong feeling like we weren't alone. Like someone was watching us from somewhere inside the apartment, just out of sight. I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want to sound dramatic or scare everyone, but it sat in my chest like a heavy stone. It was my friend Christina's place. We brought our bags, pulled out blankets and pillows, and dragged the mattresses into the living room so we could all sleep together. We kept checking the door, making sure it was locked, like that would make us feel safe. I remember my new friend Amy noticing my face while we were setting up. She looked straight at me and quietly asked, "Are you alright?" I nodded quickly like everything was fine, even though my hands were shaking a little as I pulled my blanket out of my bag. When we finally had everything laid out, we decided who would sleep where. Amy and Christina and the other Amy, yeah, there were two Amys that night, were set up closest to the hallway and the kitchen. Me, Letitia, and Carla were closer to the TV and the window. Even picking spots felt serious, like we were choosing where we'd be safest. Carla kept saying she might not even be allowed to sleep over, and I could tell she was nervous too, trying to act like she wasn't. We ate junk food Christina's mom bought for us, laughing and trying to feel normal. We had pizza, snacks, and sweets, and for a while it was actually fun. But the feeling never left. It was always there, like a cold draft that wouldn't stop. Then the girls decided we should go get Letitia's things and also go ask Carla's parents one more time if she could stay. Carla lived in the next apartment, so dropping her off wasn't a big deal. But Letitia lived far, far away, and the idea of walking at night made all of us tense. None of us said it clearly, but you could tell we were scared. The moment we stepped outside, the air felt different. The street felt too quiet. Even the sound of our shoes on the ground felt too loud. I remember Amy leaning close to me and whispering that she felt something following us. My stomach dropped because I felt the same thing but had been trying to ignore it. I told her quietly. Me too. We held onto each other, almost hugging while we walked, and the other girls got strangely quiet. Nobody was making jokes anymore. Nobody was laughing. It was like we all knew something was off, and none of us wanted to be the first one to say it out loud. Amy started breathing faster. She kept looking behind us like she expected to see someone. Then she stopped walking for a second, grabbed my arm, and whispered, "It's following us for real." I tried to tell her she was just freaking herself out, but the truth was, I felt it too. The pressure in the air, the feeling of eyes on us, the weird silence in the spaces between our footsteps. It felt like we were being hunted, even though we didn't know by what. Amy suddenly muttered, almost like she couldn't control it, "It's coming!" Right after she said that, a car sped past us way too fast and splashed water up onto the sidewalk, spraying me and Amy. We screamed so loud it felt embarrassing, but we couldn't help it. Our nerves were already stretched thin, so that small thing felt huge. We took off running for a bit, half running, half stumbling, like our legs didn't work properly. We ran until we were out of breath, then slowed down because we had to keep going to Letitia's place. Amy looked pale and terrified. I put my arm around her and tried to sound calm. I told her, "Ghosts can't hurt us." I don't even know if I believed that, but I wanted her to stop panicking. She didn't answer me. She just kept walking forward, staring ahead like she didn't want to look anywhere else. Then we heard it. A scream. Not like a normal scream. Not like a person yelling. It sounded like it came from somewhere deep and wild, like it echoed through the night. It was the kind of scream that makes your blood turn cold instantly. A sound like something suffering, or something warning you. We all froze. Every single one of us stopped moving at the same time, like our bodies just locked up. Slowly, we turned around. And that's when we saw movement near the trees. A shadow, too dark, too fast, running through the forest. It didn't look like a normal person running. It was just this shape, this black blur, sliding between the trees. The second we saw it, none of us even spoke. We just started walking faster. Not running, because it felt like running would make it chase us more. We walked quickly, barely breathing, barely making noise, pretending we didn't see it even though we all did. When we finally got to Letitia's place, we rushed inside like we were escaping something. Grabbing her stuff was chaotic. Her family was confused why we were so jumpy, but we didn't explain properly. While we were there, a small cat suddenly rushed at me, scratching and startling me so badly I yelped and almost fell back. It wasn't a serious attack, but in that moment my heart nearly stopped. Everything felt like a threat. Then we walked back to Christina's apartment. and the whole way I felt like something was behind us. The streetlights felt too dim, the shadows too deep. Carla was already waiting outside Christina's building, bag in hand, like she had decided she didn't care what her parents said, she wasn't going to be left out. Seeing her standing there should have made me feel better, but it didn't. It just made me feel like we were all in this together now. Once we were back inside the apartment, we tried to convince ourselves it was over. We locked the door again. We put on music. We ate more pizza and cake. We turned on the music channel and tried to dance and laugh, forcing the mood back to normal. Christina had this flashy light thingy on, some little party light that spun and made bright colors dance around the room. For a moment, with the music and lights and all of us together, it actually felt fun again. Then, right in the middle of Amy dancing, the flashy light died. It just went out. Suddenly. Like something cut it off. And the timing was so perfect it didn't feel natural. We screamed. All of us. Instantly. We ran back to the mattresses, tripping over each other. Someone fell onto the bed. Someone grabbed my blanket. The room went from party to panic in 1 second. And then I saw it. A shadow entered the kitchen. It wasn't a full person you could clearly see. It was more like a shape, darker than the darkness around it, slipping in and filling that doorway space. The kitchen felt like a separate world from where we were huddled. None of us wanted to look too long, but we couldn't stop ourselves either. Christina tried to fix the flashy thingy because she was the do-something person. The problem was the light switch was in the hallway, and none of us wanted to go anywhere near the hallway. That hallway felt like the mouth of something waiting. Christina kept messing with the plug and the switch on the light, trying to get it going without leaving the living room. The flashy thingy came on for a second, then died again. It came back, then died. Over and over. Like something was playing with us. By then, one of the girls was almost crying. We were all packed under my blanket like it was a shield. I was hugging my pillow tight against my chest like a kid, like that could protect me. My heart was beating so hard it made my ears ring. Then Letitia suddenly jumped up, like she had enough, and ran straight into the hallway and turned on the light. It was so brave it shocked me. The hallway light flooding on made the apartment feel less haunted immediately, like it pushed the darkness back. We all screamed at her to come back, but she was already there, already flipping the switch. Nothing grabbed her. Nothing pulled her. She came back fast, breathing hard, but she was fine. After that, we tried again to be normal. We decided to do something nice to reset the mood. A few minutes before midnight, we grabbed a slice of cake and stuck a candle into it like it was a mini celebration. I said we should blow it out exactly at 12 o'clock, like we were making a wish to be safe. We all watched the clock like it mattered. When it hit midnight, we blew out the candle together. And right after that, I saw the shadow again. It was quick, like it knew I was looking. It was there near the kitchen, like it belonged there, like it was just wandering through that space as if it lived there, and we were the visitors. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't want the panic to explode again. I just kept my face straight and pretended everything was fine. At 1 o'clock, nothing major happened. We brushed our teeth, changed into pajamas, settled down. Everyone was exhausted from fear and adrenaline. They fell asleep one by one, whispering and then going quiet. I was the last one awake. I couldn't sleep. Every time the apartment creaked, I held my breath. Lying there, I kept looking toward the kitchen. And I swear, in the low light, I watched that shadow move around in there like it was doing its own thing. Like it wasn't rushing or attacking or trying to scare us anymore. Just there. Drifting. Wandering. Watching. The strangest part is that after all that fear, after all the screaming and shaking, I didn't feel the same panic anymore. I don't know why. Maybe I was too tired. Maybe my brain just gave up. But while I watched the shadow moving in the kitchen, a calm feeling started to settle over me, like a heavy blanket, like my body finally decided it couldn't stay terrified forever. And eventually, even though the kitchen still felt wrong and the shadow still felt real, I closed my eyes and fell asleep. My mom was one of those rare people who was gentle by nature. She was generous, kind-hearted, and she'd help anyone in any way she could. Looking back, I hate admitting this, but when I was a teenager I was pretty rude to her. You know how it is, around 15, you feel like you've figured the whole world out and everyone else is just getting in your way. I had that attitude at times, and my mom took more from me than she should have had to. But she wasn't a pushover either. She had patience, but she also had boundaries. She would let things slide up to a point, and then, calmly and firmly, she'd let me know when I was being a jerk. She didn't scream or carry on. She had a way of making you feel embarrassed just by being reasonable, like she didn't need to fight dirty to make her point. I think she understood I was just being a teenager. I think she knew it wasn't really me, that I'd grow out of it, and she was willing to wait for that version of me to come back. Then one day something shifted in me. I can't even tell you what triggered it. Nothing dramatic happened. It was more like I suddenly saw my mom properly, like I woke up and realized how lucky I was. I realized she wasn't just my mom in the background of my life. She was a person, a really good person, and I had been taking her for granted. That was when I started treating her differently. I started making time for her, not because I had to, but because I wanted to. I started taking her out for coffee and shopping, talking with her more, hanging out with her like she was my friend, because she was. I don't know why the change happened so strongly, but it felt like something in me just knew it was time to appreciate her while I still could. And that's what makes the timing feel so eerie to me now. Not long after I started opening up to her and letting her know I loved her, she was diagnosed with cancer. The first time, she beat it. We were lucky. We got more years than it first seemed like we might get. Life went on, and for a while we were able to breathe again. But 5 years later the cancer came back, and this time it was different. It spread quickly, and it took her away from us. Me and my dad were heartbroken. There's no softer way to say it. Losing her left a hole that didn't close up neatly, because she wasn't just a mother in the role. She was the steady center of our home. She was here for my wedding, which made her so happy. I remember how proud she looked, the way she lit up like she was soaking in every detail, every moment. But when I got pregnant for the first time, that joy was mixed with a deep sadness I couldn't shake. I kept thinking about how she wouldn't be there for what came next. She wouldn't see my first baby. She wouldn't hold her first grandchild. I thought of her constantly. In quiet moments. In strange moments. Times when I'd suddenly want to call her, and then remember I couldn't. Then my son was born. And in the middle of all the exhaustion, the nerves, the shock of it, we realized something that felt almost ridiculous. Me and my husband had forgotten to bring a camera to the hospital. It sounds silly now, because people take photos on their phones all the time, but back then it wasn't like that. We didn't have a phone full of pictures. We had nothing. And we didn't even think about it until the lady in the next bed's husband started taking photos of her and their baby. I remember hearing the clicks and watching them, and it hit us like a punch. We had no way of capturing those first moments. I think that woman overheard us talking about it, because she did something incredibly kind. She offered to lend us her instant Polaroid camera so we could take a few pictures. It was one of those simple gestures you never forget, because it comes from a stranger, and it's pure generosity, exactly the kind of thing my mom would have done for someone else. So we took the camera and carefully took a few photos. The first was me, exhausted, holding my newborn, this wrinkly little bundle, resting kind of down on my lap because I was so tired. Then I took one of my husband holding the baby. And then another one of me holding the baby again, just trying to get one decent photo where we looked like a family. We gave the camera back and waited for the pictures to develop. When they were ready, we looked down at them, and one of them made my stomach flip. The first one of me holding my baby was wrong. Or maybe different is the better word. My image was clear as anything. But around my baby, there was a big orb, like a hazy, glowing shape, covering his whole body. It wasn't just a little spot. It wasn't just a light flare in the corner. It was around him, as if something had wrapped itself around him. The other photos taken with the same camera were completely normal. No orb. No strange haze. Just regular pictures. I stared at that one photo for ages, and I got this rush of emotion that didn't feel like it came from logic. It felt like a knowing. Like something inside me said, "She's here. She found a way." In my heart, it felt like my mom saw her first grandson after all. I'm not saying I can prove it. I'm not claiming I understand exactly what it was. But the timing, the way it showed up around him and not around anything else, and the way it hit me emotionally, it didn't feel random. It felt personal. It felt like a sign meant for me, a small comfort dropped into a moment I didn't realize I needed comfort in until it appeared. Years later, when my dad was near the end, I was back in that world again, the hospital smell, the thin hospital blankets, the strange light at night, the way time moves differently in those rooms. He was very weak. Most of the time he was only semi-conscious, drifting in and out. But whenever he woke up and was aware, he was completely lucid. He was himself. The dad I knew. The dad I loved. The version of him that could look you in the eye and really see you. On his birthday, he told me something that made my throat tighten. He said he had seen my mom at his window the night before, and he told me he was ready to go with her. I didn't want to hear it. Every part of me wanted to shut it down, to pretend it meant nothing, to hold on to him tighter. But I believed him. He wasn't confused. He wasn't rambling. He said it like he was stating a fact, and there was a calmness in him that scared me more than panic would have. It was like he had already accepted what I was still fighting against. The next day was my birthday. He wished me happy birthday. We chatted for a while, as much as he could handle. I remember trying to keep my voice steady, trying to make it feel normal, like we were just talking on any regular day. But under it all was this heavy sense of time running out. Eventually he got tired and drifted off. He never woke up again. After that, something else happened, nothing dramatic, nothing scary, but it felt meaningful in its own quiet way. I haven't really had any experiences involving either of my parents since then. No signs, no strange moments, no unmistakable. They're here, feeling like I had with that photo and my son. And honestly, part of me finds that comforting. Because in my head it makes sense. If there's any kind of after, then maybe they're together now. Maybe they're busy with each other, reunited, finally at peace. Maybe they don't need to reach through to me the way they did before because they know I'm okay. Or maybe they did what they came to do. My mom came to see her grandson, and then she came again to bring my dad home. And maybe that's enough. My mother always warned me not to mess with Ouija boards. She wasn't the kind of person who said things like that for dramatic effect either. It came from real fear, the kind of fear you only carry when you've seen something you can't explain, and you don't ever want to invite it back. As I got older, I understood why she felt that way, but when I was younger, curiosity was stronger than caution. Looking back now, I can honestly say there are only 4 Ouija-related experiences that stand out clearly in my memory. They're spaced out across different ages and different places, and each one felt like it raised the stakes a little more. The last 2, especially, are the ones I still think about when it's late at night and the house is too quiet. The first time I ever saw a Ouija board, I was really little, probably 6 or 7. I was at my best friend's house, and we were doing what kids always do, following older kids around like puppies, wanting to be part of whatever grown-up, mysterious thing they were doing. My friend had an older sister who seemed so cool at the time, and her sister had a friend over too. The 2 of them had dragged out a Ouija board, and I remember sitting on the floor, feeling excited and nervous, like I was watching something I wasn't supposed to watch. I didn't fully understand what the board was meant to do, but I knew it was connected to ghosts, and that alone made it feel dangerous and thrilling. I can't remember exactly what question they asked, or what the planchette spelled out, but I do remember the sudden shift in mood. One moment they were laughing and acting brave, and the next the older sister's face changed. She went pale, Her eyes got wide, and she looked honestly frightened. She snatched the board up like it was contaminated, and without even hesitating she snapped it in half. It wasn't a gentle bend or a crack. She broke it with real force, like she was trying to stop something from continuing. Then she shoved the pieces toward me and my friend, and told us to take it out to the trash immediately. I still remember the feeling of carrying that broken board outside. The night air felt colder. Everything felt too quiet. My friend and I didn't say much, but we moved fast, like we both wanted to get it away from the house. We threw it into the bin and ran back inside, relieved, like it was over. But the next morning, something happened that I can still see in my mind as clearly as if it was yesterday. My friend and I ran to the closet to get out a board game we loved, Trouble, because we were kids and we'd already forgotten most of the fear from the night before. We opened the closet door, and sitting right on top of the stack of games was a Ouija board box. At first, my brain tried to do the simplest thing, assume it was a different one. Maybe there were two boards. Maybe the older sister had bought another one and forgotten about it. But my friend froze, and I could tell instantly that she knew something was wrong. The older sister came in, saw the box, and her face went white all over again. She grabbed it, ripped it open in a panic, and there it was. The board inside was the exact same one. It wasn't just the same brand or same design. It had her name written across the back in big red letters. That was the part that burned into my memory, because it removed any chance of it being a mix-up. And the board was not broken. No crack. No snap marks. No damage at all. Like it had never been touched. The older sister started crying. Not little embarrassed tears, but real crying, shaking, overwhelmed, like something had reached out and touched her life and she couldn't pretend it was a game anymore. After that, nobody wanted to talk about it. The whole house felt tense. Even as a child, I understood that whatever had happened wasn't going to be solved by adults laughing it off. It was the first time I felt that awful thing where you know something is real, but you also know no one wants to hear it. We didn't speak about it again for years. Recently, after we reconnected, I brought it up carefully, expecting her to brush it off as childhood imagination. She didn't. She remembered it exactly as I did. Same details. Same shock. Same name on the back. That alone still gives me chills. After that, I stayed away from Ouija boards for a long time. When you're a kid and you see something like that, you either forget it, or it becomes a quiet little fear that follows you around. Mine followed me around. But as I got into my early teens, curiosity came back. I was around 13 or 14 when I had my second experience, and by then I was old enough to think I could handle it, especially because I told myself the first incident was a weird one-off. I was at a girlfriend's house, and I found her Ouija board while digging through her closet for something she'd asked me to grab. It felt like fate, like the universe placing it in front of me again. I got excited and asked if she wanted to use it. She acted bored, like it was nothing. She told me it never worked, that it was just a toy. That attitude made me feel braver. I asked if it could work with just one person, because she didn't seem interested in sitting with me and doing it properly. She said you needed at least 2 people, and then she wandered off into her sister's room to sit on the computer and chat with some boy she liked. So I sat on her bed alone with the board. I remember thinking I'd try it for 5 minutes, see nothing happen, and then drop it. I didn't even take it seriously at first. I placed the planchette on the board, rested just the tip of my finger on it, barely touching it, like I was trying to prove there was no way my own hand could move it. Then the planchette moved. At first I assumed it was me. Fingers twitch. Muscles shake. The mind plays tricks. That's what I told myself. But then it started moving more decisively, more quickly, and it wasn't sliding in the way I'd expect if I was unconsciously pushing it. It felt like it had purpose. It spelled out HELLO. My stomach dropped. I remember calling out toward the other room, trying to sound casual even though my voice had gone tight. I asked her, again, if she was sure it couldn't work with one person. She barely looked up from the computer and said yes, she was sure, and asked why. I didn't answer right away. Instead, I started whispering questions, half terrified that if I spoke aloud I'd make it more real. I asked its name. It gave me a full name, first and last, clearly, like someone signing a document. I wrote it down because I was afraid I'd forget it or convince myself later that I imagined it. I asked if it was related to anyone in the house. It answered yes. I asked who. What came next was not a normal name. It spelled out a string of letters, ADPLJP. I stared at it, confused. It looked like initials, not a name. I got up, still feeling shaky, and walked into the other room to ask her if anyone in her family had those initials. She laughed and said no, like it was ridiculous, and I started to turn away.
But then she paused. I saw the moment her expression changed, the moment her mind made the connection. She said her sister's full name and then her own, slowly, like she was testing it as she spoke. Her sister was Amy Dawn Proctor. She was Lana Jolene Proctor. ADP LJP. The air in that room felt thick, like the temperature shifted. I felt thrilled and sick at the same time, because up until then, I didn't know her middle name. I didn't even know her sister's middle name or, honestly, her sister's full name at all. It wasn't the kind of thing kids just volunteer when you've only been to someone's house a couple of times. I went back into her room with her following behind me now, suddenly very interested. I showed her the full name the board had given me. She said she didn't recognize the first name, but the last name sounded familiar in a vague, uncomfortable way. Then she walked over to a chest she used like a nightstand. I didn't even know it opened with a key. She pulled a key from a drawer, unlocked it, and took out a family album that belonged to her mother. She flipped it open, and on the very first page was the name I had written down. It was her mother's grandfather. I remember the feeling of standing there, staring at the page. It felt like the room tilted. Like a line had been crossed, and there was no way to uncross it. After that, the board stopped working. We tried to ask more questions, but it was like the connection snapped shut. The planchette wouldn't move again. Part of me felt relieved, and part of me felt disappointed, because the human brain is complicated like that. It wants proof, and when it gets proof, it wants more. But that experience scared me enough that I didn't touch another Ouija board for years. Then my mother died when I was 18. Grief changes you. It makes you do things you know you shouldn't. It makes you desperate, and when you're desperate, warnings don't sound as loud. My mother had always told me not to try to contact her if she ever passed, not because she didn't love me, but because she believed it could invite something else in. She had her own terrible experience with something called ghost in a glass, where she and her friends had used a glass the way people use a planchette, and the glass had exploded once they touched it. After that, she never went near anything like it again. She told me about it with a seriousness that stuck. But when she was gone, that seriousness didn't stop my sadness. A few weeks after she died, I bought a Ouija board. Even writing that now makes me feel guilty, because it was exactly what she didn't want. I told myself I just needed one moment, one sign, one tiny confirmation that she still existed somehow. I didn't want a ghost story. I wanted my mother. I went into her bedroom and lay down on the carpet beside the bed where she had died. The grief hit me like a wave. I cried until my throat hurt. I begged out loud, like a child, for her to answer me. I remember feeling embarrassed and not caring at all at the same time. At some point my friend Adam found me there. He was alarmed, and he wanted to pray, to pull me away from what I was doing, because he could tell I was not in a normal state of mind. I was a mess, shaking, sweaty, exhausted. And then the planchette moved. It moved without me touching it. I wasn't on it. I was watching it, almost frozen. Adam didn't see that first movement, and a strange part of me still aches about that, because I wanted him to witness it. I begged him to stay anyway, to sit with me, to watch, to help me. He reluctantly put his fingers on the planchette, not because he believed, but because he cared about me. And then something happened that made my whole body go cold. The planchette started moving in a pattern, not spelling words at first, but tracing shapes and circles across the board. It wasn't random scribbling. It was deliberate. It was the exact same pattern my mother used to draw on my back when she wanted to comfort me, or when she wanted to wake me gently. She'd do it for years, the same movements, so familiar that my body recognized it instantly, before my brain could even make sense of it. When that pattern happened, I broke down. It wasn't fear this time. It was relief so intense it hurt. I thanked her out loud, sobbing. The movement stopped abruptly, like the moment was complete and that was all I was allowed to have. Adam told me the room felt strange when he walked in, overly hot, almost heavy. And for days after, that room stayed warm in a way that didn't match the rest of the house. My father even complained about it. The rest of the home was air-conditioned and normal, but that bedroom felt like a pocket of heat. He ended up sleeping on the couch for a couple of nights, irritated and uncomfortable, not understanding why it wouldn't cool down. I knew, deep down, that I'd probably upset her by doing what I did. I apologized over and over. I told myself I'd stop. I told myself I'd been given enough. But the experience also lit something in me. It made the paranormal feel less like a scary rumor and more like a door that had cracked open. And once you believe a door is there, it's hard not to look at it. That led to the fourth experience, the one that still feels like it belongs in a movie even though I lived it. I was 19. My girlfriend at the time had just moved into an apartment downtown Calgary, in an old historical building. The kind with thick walls, strange echoes, and a feeling that other lives had happened there long before you. We had a friend named Bob who owned a Ouija board but refused to use it. He had his own bad experience with it years before and didn't want any part of trying again. But he agreed to come over and watch. One evening we started talking about ghosts, swapping stories, laughing nervously, acting braver than we felt. It felt harmless at first, like we were just entertaining ourselves. Eventually the board came out, and my girlfriend and I put our hands on the planchette. At the beginning it was messy. The planchette moved, but it didn't make sense. It spelled fragments, strange strings of letters, nonsense. It felt like a bad phone connection, like something trying to speak through static. We kept asking questions, getting annoyed, losing patience. Then the planchette started spelling EMA whenever it seemed frustrated with us. It happened repeatedly, like a stuck record, and at the time we didn't fully understand what it meant. We just knew it had an emotional weight to it, like it wasn't a random word. Then it felt like the tone shifted, like someone else stepped in. Suddenly we started getting clearer responses. This presence didn't like us at first. It felt irritated, suspicious, like it didn't trust our motives. But as time passed, it kept returning. It became a repeated contact over days, and then nearly 2 weeks. That's when things got harder, because it wasn't staying inside the board anymore. My girlfriend began getting scared. She started sleeping with a knife under her pillow, not because she thought it could protect her from a spirit, but because fear makes you reach for anything. She lost sleep. She started noticing little dim flashes of light above one specific tile in the kitchen, like tiny sparks that appeared and vanished. It became a pattern, and it convinced her something was there even when the board wasn't out.
At first Bob and I tried to calm her down. We thought maybe she was working herself up. We went over to comfort her, and I brought a few of my mother's items, small things that felt loving and safe to me, because I wanted to create an atmosphere of protection. Not in a ritualistic way, more like surrounding us with memory and warmth. The spirit seemed to respond to that, at least emotionally. It started expressing that it was lonely, that it liked my girlfriend, that it wanted her attention. It didn't say it in neat sentences, but the meaning came through. My girlfriend was terrified of that, because it's one thing to believe in spirits in theory, and another thing entirely to feel like something is emotionally attached to you. We tried to get a name, but we couldn't. Eventually we started giving it a nickname, just to have something to call it, and strangely, it didn't mind. At one point it even indicated it couldn't remember its name, which made the whole thing feel sad in a way I didn't expect. Over time, the fear eased and turned into something else. It became almost familiar. My girlfriend started getting excited to talk to it. She wanted the board out constantly. I stayed cautious, but when you're young, and you feel like you're experiencing something rare and special, it's easy to slip into that energy. The spirit felt playful. It wanted to entertain. It would zip the planchette around so fast that even with just the tips of our fingers touching, we couldn't keep up. Sometimes it moved when we couldn't even properly keep contact with it, like it kept going for a second or two on its own. It circled that kitchen tile again and again, like it was claiming it. And the tile was always warm compared to the rest of the floor, which made no logical sense. The final night we ever interacted with it was the most intense. Bob came over again, and he brought a buddy who wanted to see what we were talking about. The energy in the room felt charged, like everyone was half laughing and half tense. The spirit seemed to love having an audience. It was like a kid showing off. I asked it if it could show us a trick. It answered yes. We watched, waiting, hands on the planchette, and before any of us even said anything else, the planchette suddenly shot off the board and flew into a CD player sitting nearby on the floor. It wasn't a gentle slide. It smacked into it hard enough to shock us. We froze, staring, trying to figure out how that could even happen. Then we heard a whirring noise. We opened the CD player, and the disc inside was spinning incredibly fast. The CD player was unplugged. That moment felt like the air got sucked out of the room. We freaked out, laughed in disbelief, swore, grabbed at each other's arms. It was terrifying and exciting in the worst way, like you'd just seen a rule of reality break. After that, I asked if we could hear its voice. It said yes. It told us to laugh. We tried, but it's hard to laugh on command when your nerves are shot. It pushed again, telling us we needed to laugh, like it wanted to time something. I told it to tell us a joke. It spelled something out that made us laugh for real, and we were roaring, and then from the corner of the room near my girlfriend's bed we heard it. A deep male laugh, loud and real, lasting about 3 seconds. It wasn't inside our heads. It was in the room. We all stopped at the exact same time, every laugh cut off mid-breath. We looked at each other, eyes wide, faces drained. And then we ran. We bolted out of the apartment, down the stairs, out into the night like something was chasing us. We ended up at a coffee place, shaking and giddy and trying to convince ourselves it was funny. Bob and his friend refused to go back. They'd had enough. My girlfriend and I eventually returned, but on the way back we both started feeling awful, like a wave of sickness and dread. We panicked and actually ran again, like our bodies were reacting before our minds could reason. We stopped, tried to breathe, tried to calm down. I felt guilty. I felt like we'd been cruel. Whether it was a spirit or something else, it had been trying to communicate, and we'd treated it like entertainment, and then we'd abandoned it when it proved it could be real. Back inside the apartment, we sat on the floor with a glass of beer each, trying to act normal. My girlfriend had her finger partly inside her glass while she talked, and I noticed her finger tapping the side rapidly, like a nervous habit. I asked if she was okay. She looked down and went pale. She said she wasn't doing that. Then her elbow began to lift, slowly, unnaturally, and she started crying, insisting she wasn't moving it. I got angry at first because my mind wanted a rational answer. I told her it was impossible, that she had to be doing it. But the fear in her eyes looked real, and I realized she was genuinely not in control. I shouted, "Stop!" And it stopped immediately. The room fell silent, heavy and tense, like someone had been caught doing something they shouldn't. I grabbed the board and told the spirit, firmly, that using our bodies without consent was not acceptable. I told it that we had trusted it too much, and if it ever did that again, we would end the contact permanently. The atmosphere shifted. The playful feeling disappeared. The room felt sad, almost ashamed. We put our hands back on the planchette, and it seemed to apologize, in its own broken way. It kept expressing that it didn't mean to scare us, that it didn't understand why we ran away, that it wanted us to stay, that it was lonely. We talked for a long time, trying to calm everything down. Eventually it started joking again, lighter, gentler. We relaxed a little, though the fear never fully left. Then it spelled out, slowly, "You're fading." We asked what it meant. It spelled, "You are fading." Then, "I can't hear you." Then, "I am so happy, thank you." and then the board stopped working, like a phone line going dead. We sat there staring at each other, both feeling something building in the air, like pressure. I said quietly, half wondering, "Maybe he passed over?" And in that moment, a tingling sensation started in my feet. It moved up my legs like electricity. I thought my legs were falling asleep, but then I looked at my girlfriend and she said it was happening to her too. The tingling rushed up through our bodies, and then both of our arms lifted into the air without us choosing to move them. We weren't raising them. They rose. At the same time, a single tear rolled down each of our cheeks. Not sobbing, not crying, just one tear like something had pressed it out. And then it was gone. After that, the presence never returned. The tiles stopped being warm. The lights stopped flashing. The board became a dead object again, and no matter what anyone did, it wouldn't work. I refused to touch one after that. Even being in the same room when someone played with a Ouija board made my skin crawl. The weirdest part is that afterward, I started hearing the word "me" come up in relation to boards even when I wasn't the one using them. I've been in situations where people complained their board wouldn't work and kept spelling "me," and they had no idea about my experience. I've heard it from people in other rooms, even neighbors once, like the same pattern was echoing around me. I don't know what any of it ultimately means, and I'm not going to pretend I have a clean explanation. I just know what I lived through, what other people witnessed alongside me, and what it felt like in my chest when the atmosphere in a room changed and something unseen made itself known. I also know that my mother's warning wasn't superstition. It was a boundary. And every time I crossed it, something answered. About a month ago, I was babysitting my little cousin overnight because my aunt and uncle had to go out for something important. I can't even remember where they were going now, but it doesn't really matter. What matters is that it was an all-night job, and I'll be honest, I wasn't exactly the most enthusiastic babysitter. I was tired, a bit lazy about it, and I kept telling myself the baby was asleep and everything was fine. My girlfriend came over to keep me company and help out, so at least I didn't feel like I was doing it completely alone. We put the baby to bed early, did the usual checks, and by around midnight my girlfriend and I went to sleep too. I wasn't knocked out properly though. I was in that half-sleep state where you're drifting, but you can still hear little sounds around you, and your mind keeps flickering in and out. That's when I started hearing it. At first it was just a voice, like someone whispering right inside my head. It kept repeating the same thing over and over. The baby is in trouble. Help it. The baby needs you. It wasn't like a normal thought. It felt separate from me, like something intruding, nagging, persistent. I remember feeling irritated more than scared at the beginning, because my first assumption was that it was my girlfriend. She sometimes talks in her sleep, and I thought maybe she was mumbling, and it was blending into my half-asleep brain. So I did what a tired, annoyed person would do. I told her to stop. I muttered at her, half asleep, telling her she was being annoying and to let me sleep. But she didn't respond. She didn't shift. She didn't even make a sound. She was sleeping heavily, dead to the world, and the voice kept going anyway. That's when it got weird in a different way, because even though I still wanted to explain it logically, part of me knew it wasn't coming from her. The voice had a steady tone, almost mechanical in how it repeated itself, and it wasn't coming from across the bed. It was coming from inside my head, like a thought that wasn't mine. I still ignored it. I remember thinking, I'm not getting up for this, it's probably just a dream thing. Eventually the voice stopped, like someone finally got bored of trying to wake me. And I fell into a deeper sleep. In the morning, my aunt and uncle came back and picked up the baby. Everything looked normal. The baby looked normal. No crying, no panic, no obvious sign that anything had happened. Once they left, I brought it up to my girlfriend with that half-joking, half-annoyed tone people use when they think they've solved the mystery. I told her she'd been nagging me all night in her sleep. She just stared at me like I was stupid. She said she didn't say anything. She said she slept through the whole night, and didn't remember dreaming about the baby at all. I laughed it off and told her she probably didn't realize she was doing it. That's how convinced I still was that it had to be something normal. But then the next night happened. My girlfriend wasn't even with me. She was at her own house, nowhere near me. I went to bed, thinking the weirdness was done, and then the voice came back. The baby needs help. It needs help. Same words, same tone. That's when the cold fear hit properly, because now I had no easy explanation. It couldn't be my girlfriend talking in her sleep. It couldn't be her mumbling right beside me. It was just there. Again. I remember lying there in the dark with my eyes open, feeling my heart thump, trying to decide what to do. Part of me wanted to jump up and do something, anything, just to prove I wasn't frozen by it. Another part of me was angry, like, why is my brain doing this to me? And the biggest part of me was scared of what it might mean, because the voice sounded urgent, like it wasn't trying to scare me, it was trying to warn me. Still, I ignored it again. I told myself, I'm not going to let some random voice control me. I'm not going to freak out over nothing. I forced myself to sleep, or at least I think I did. Eventually the night passed without anything happening in my house, without any obvious event to justify the voice. And that almost made it worse, because it left me sitting there the next day thinking, okay, so what was that? The next day went normally. I saw my girlfriend and told her what happened, that I'd heard the same voice again even when she wasn't around. I expected her to laugh or tease me, but she didn't. She went quiet. She told me that was really unsettling. I told my parents too, and they didn't know what to say either. Nobody did. Everyone defaulted to the usual answers: stress, imagination, half asleep dreaming, maybe you're overtired. And I wanted to accept those explanations because they were comforting. At the same time, something in me felt stubbornly certain that it wasn't just a dream. I also didn't want to tell my aunt and uncle. Not at that point. I kept thinking, what if I freak them out for no reason? What if I plant some fear in their heads and nothing is actually wrong? So I stayed quiet. I tried to move on. Then that night, it escalated. I was in bed again, and the voice wasn't just whispering now. It felt louder, sharper, almost like it was yelling directly into my skull. Go phone them. Something's happening with the baby. It hit me like a jolt of electricity. I sat up, suddenly fully awake. My mouth went dry. I remember staring into the darkness like there was something standing there, even though I couldn't see anything. I felt ridiculous, and I felt terrified, and I felt pulled in two directions. One part of me said, don't do this. You'll sound crazy. You'll embarrass yourself. You'll annoy them. The other part of me said, if you don't do it, and something is actually wrong, you'll never forgive yourself. That second part won. I got up and grabbed my phone. My hands were shaky. It felt insane to call them based on nothing more than a voice in my head. Even as I dialed, I was already planning how to apologize and laugh it off. I kept thinking, what am I even doing? But they picked up, and thank God they were still awake. Apparently, because of their work, they were the type of people who stayed up late anyway, so I didn't wake them from a deep sleep. I told them, awkwardly and quickly, that I had this really bad feeling and I thought they should check on the baby. I tried not to over-explain. I tried not to sound dramatic. My uncle, Tony, didn't believe me. I could hear it in his voice, that tired irritation, like he thought I'd been watching too many scary videos or letting my imagination run wild. I was about to backtrack, about to say sorry, never mind, forget it, when my aunt, Christine, cut in. Something about her changed. Maybe she heard something in my voice, or maybe she had her own gut feeling, but she took it seriously. I could hear them moving around. I could hear the shift in the background noise, like they were getting up. And then something happened that made my stomach drop. I heard voices in the distance through the phone, panicked voices, not calm conversation. Like someone had suddenly discovered something wrong. I couldn't make out the words clearly, but I could hear the urgency. My uncle came back on the line, and his voice was completely different now. Tight. Fast. We have to go. And then the call ended. I just sat there holding my phone, staring at it like it had turned into something else. My brain was running in circles. Was it real? Did I just cause a panic over nothing? Did something actually happen? I felt sick, like my body was trying to prepare for the worst. The next day, I went to see them because I couldn't sit at home wondering. When I arrived, the mood was heavy. My uncle told me what had happened. Apparently, when they checked on the baby, there was blood. A long strip of blood hanging from his mouth. Even hearing it now makes my throat tighten. They rushed him to the hospital, and the doctor told them that if they'd waited longer, if they'd brought him in later, he could have died. I didn't know what to say. I remember feeling dizzy, like I needed to sit down. The relief was huge, but it was tangled with fear and confusion. I kept thinking that could have gone the other way. That could have been tragedy. Afterwards, once the shock faded a bit, my brain did what brains do. It tried to make it logical. I told myself it must have been a coincidence. Or maybe I subconsciously saw something when I was babysitting that night. Maybe the baby had some small issue, a sign I didn't consciously register, and my mind held on to it. Maybe stress turned it into a voice. Maybe the guilt of not being a great babysitter turned into anxiety. There were plenty of explanations I could build if I tried hard enough. And I wanted to believe them, because the alternative was too strange. But then that night, something happened that tore away the last bit of maybe. I was asleep, or half asleep, and I heard a faint voice again, softer this time, almost gentle. You're welcome. I woke up instantly, and the room felt different. Not scary exactly, but charged, like the air was thicker. I sat up, heart racing again, and that's when I saw her. It wasn't like seeing a normal person standing in the room. It was more like a presence forming into a shape, faint and pale, like mist learning how to look human. A young woman, beautiful in a way that didn't feel modern. She wore clothes that looked like they belonged to a different era. Something old-fashioned, something that didn't match the time we're living in. I can't name the exact period, but it had that past feeling, like you'd see her in an old photograph. She didn't speak out loud. She just looked at me calm. And then she lifted her hand and waved, almost casually, like someone saying goodbye after doing you a favor. And then she vanished. Not walking away. Not fading slowly like smoke. Just gone. I sat there frozen, staring at the spot where she'd been, trying to breathe normally. My entire body felt prickly. I kept blinking, like maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. But the memory of it felt too sharp, too clean, too real to be the kind of hazy dream you forget by morning. I don't tell this story because I want to sound special or because I think I'm some kind of medium. I'm not. I don't even know what I believe fully. Part of me still wants to reduce it to coincidence and stress, because that's safer. But another part of me can't ignore the chain of events. The warning, the call, the emergency, and then that quiet. You're welcome. Like something, or someone, was letting me know I'd done the right thing. And the strangest part is, if that voice hadn't pushed me, I probably wouldn't have called. I would have stayed in bed and tried to sleep. I would have woken up the next morning with no idea anything had been wrong, and I would have lived with that guilt forever if the outcome had been worse. So even though it scares me to admit it, I can't fully dismiss it. Because whatever it was, intuition, a guardian, a spirit, something I don't have the words for, it saved that baby. And it chose me, of all people, the lazy babysitter who didn't even want to get out of bed, to be the one to make the call. That's the part one still struggled to understand. This happened about 3 years ago, and it's a true story. I'm going to be honest right away. I don't remember the name of the Castle Hotel. I wish I did, because it would make the memory feel more complete, but my brain has never been good at holding on to names, especially after a lot of travel. What I do remember clearly is the country, the setting, and the feeling of it all. It was in Scotland, in an old castle that had been turned into a hotel. It wasn't in the middle of a big city. It was a few hours away, out where the roads start to feel quieter and the views start to feel wider. the kind of place where the sky looks bigger than it does back home. My family and I were on a vacation tour bus, part of a group doing a planned route. It was one of those trips where everything is scheduled and you're always either arriving somewhere, leaving somewhere, or being told what time to meet in the lobby. We had already been traveling for almost 2 weeks. By that point, I had the tired but happy feeling that comes from seeing too many things in too little time. You start to lose track of what day it is. You start to forget what city you slept in 2 nights ago. But you're also full of memories and little moments, and it all blurs together in a way that feels unreal when you look back on it. This castle hotel was one of the last places we stayed before the tour ended. I remember that clearly because it felt like a big stop, like something the trip had been building toward. When the bus finally pulled up, the building looked exactly like the kind of thing you'd expect in Scotland if you've ever seen postcards or movies. Heavy stone walls, tall windows, a shape that made you think of old stories and old history. Even the air felt different, like it had more weight to it, cooler and damp in a way that made you pull your jacket closer without even thinking. Inside, it had that mix of old and modern that you often get in places like that. The floors and walls still looked ancient, but the lighting and furniture were clearly hotel standard. There were signs, reception desks, little details to help tourists not get lost. But even with all of that, it didn't feel like a normal hotel. It felt like you were sleeping inside a place that had been something else first, something older and more serious, before it became a spot where people arrived with suitcases and took pictures. That evening, our tour group had a choice. We could meet downstairs in the pub area with the rest of the group, or we could do our own thing. The guide made it sound casual, like, "If you want to come down for a drink and socialize, great. If you're tired, you can just rest." There was also a wedding happening at the hotel that night, which I remember because it added a lot of noise and movement. You could hear music somewhere. You could see guests dressed up, laughing, walking in groups, going in and out of rooms. The lobby had that busy feeling, like there was always someone passing by. My parents wanted to go down and join everyone else, which made sense. They liked talking to people, and on tours like that, you end up chatting with strangers and turning them into temporary friends. Me, I was tired. Socially tired, not just physically. Plus, with a wedding happening, I knew the pub would be loud. I also liked quiet. I liked being alone sometimes, especially after days of being around a big group and always having to keep pace with everyone. So I told my parents I was going to stay in the room for the evening. At the time, it felt like a small decision. I'll just stay upstairs, shower, write, relax. But looking back, I wonder if that choice is part of what made the experience feel stronger, because I spent a lot more time alone in that room than I normally would have on a trip like that. Our room was big. Not the kind of hotel room where you can reach everything in 2 steps. It felt like what it probably used to be, a large chamber that had been converted. There were 2 beds. My mom and dad were sharing one, and I had the other. The ceilings were high. The walls looked thick, like they were built to last forever. Even with modern furniture, you could tell the structure itself was old. It had that quiet echo, where even small sounds seemed to carry a little. When my parents left, they grabbed their jackets and told me they'd be back later. I locked the main door after they left, partly out of habit, partly because it was a strange place and I wanted to feel secure. I remember double-checking it too. Then I decided to take a shower. The bathroom was connected to the room, and the shower itself was normal enough. But while I was in there, something happened that is hard to explain in a simple way without sounding dramatic. It started with a physical reaction. The hair on the back of my neck lifted, like when you suddenly feel someone standing too close behind you. It wasn't just a thought. It was that sharp, instinctive feeling your body gives you before your mind catches up. It made my shoulders tense. It made my stomach tighten. I remember pausing mid-shower, water still running, soap on my hands, just listening. Everything was quiet. No footsteps. No voices. No door creaking. Just the soft roar of water and that hollow bathroom sound. But the feeling stayed, like there was someone right outside the bathroom door, standing still and waiting. It didn't feel like the presence of my parents because they were downstairs. It didn't feel like a random guest in the hallway because the door to our room was locked. The logical part of my brain tried to take control immediately. It told me, "You're just in a new place, you're tired, your nerves are playing tricks on you." But my body didn't accept that explanation. The back of my neck stayed prickly alert. I finished the shower faster than I normally would, not because I was panicking, but because I wanted to be out of there with the door open, able to see the room. I dried off, took a breath, and opened the bathroom door. The room was empty. Nothing had moved. No one was there. The beds were untouched. My suitcase was where I left it. The curtains were still. The light looked normal. I stood there for a second, half expecting to catch someone slipping behind a chair or into a corner, even though that made no sense. There was nowhere for someone to hide anyway. It was an open, simple room. And yet, the feeling didn't go away just because I couldn't see anyone. I got dressed and tried to settle myself. I told myself again that it was just nerves. I've always been someone who believes in spirits and ghosts. I don't make fun of it. I don't roll my eyes at it. And because of that, I think I notice certain feelings more than other people do. It's like if you already believe something is possible, your mind doesn't block it out as quickly. Still, I wasn't trying to turn it into a ghost story. I wasn't hunting for anything. I just wanted to rest. I sat on the bed with my journal, the one I'd been writing in throughout the trip. I wrote about the scenery. I wrote about the hotel being a castle. I wrote about the wedding downstairs, the music, the laughter. I wrote about how Scotland felt, how the landscape had a kind of mood to it, like it was beautiful but also serious. I tried to make the writing calm and normal, like everything was fine. But even while I wrote, I kept getting that same sensation. The hairs on my neck would lift again, like someone had stepped into the room and stood behind me. Sometimes it felt like the someone was near the bathroom. Sometimes it felt like it was closer to the middle of the room. I kept glancing up without meaning to, pausing mid-sentence, listening. Every time I looked, there was nothing. Eventually, I started doing that thing people do when they want to feel more grounded. I started noticing details. The sound of the building settling. The distant thump of music from downstairs. The faint voices in the hallway outside, muffled through thick walls. The smell of the sheets. The way the light looked against the stone-colored walls. I was trying to remind myself, this is just a hotel room. But it didn't feel like just a hotel room. When my parents came back later, the room felt different almost immediately. Not because the presence vanished like a movie scene, but because the energy of the room changed when I wasn't alone anymore. My parents were talking, telling me about the pub, about people they'd met, about the wedding. My mom looked happy, slightly flushed from being around a crowd. My dad had that relaxed look he gets when he's had a drink and a good conversation. The room felt warmer with their voices. We got ready for bed. We turned out most of the lights. My mom and dad climbed into their bed. I got into mine. The room went quiet again, but it was a different quiet than before, because there were now 3 people breathing in the dark, 3 people in a shared space. It should have felt safe. I remember lying there and listening to the normal sounds you hear when people fall asleep. The soft shifting of blankets. The clearing of throats. The familiar rhythm of my parents' breathing. My dad snores sometimes, not extremely loud, but enough that you notice it once the room is still. My mom's breathing is lighter. Those sounds were normal to me. Comforting, even. They reminded me, I'm not alone in here. At some point in the night I woke up. It wasn't like I snapped awake from a nightmare. It was more like my body pulled me out of sleep because it noticed something. I'd opened my eyes in the dark, not fully awake yet, and for a second I just lay there trying to figure out why I'd woken up. Then I realized I was hearing something. I wear hearing aids. When I sleep, I usually take them out. Without them, the world is softer, duller, like you're underwater. I can still hear things, but not clearly. That night, I could tell there was a sound that was trying to reach me through the muffled quiet. It felt important enough that I sat up and reached for my hearing aids on the bedside table. As soon as I put them in, the sound sharpened. It was breathing. Not just my parents' breathing, not just my own. Something else. At first, I tried to convince myself it was nothing. I told myself maybe my dad's snoring pattern had changed. Maybe my mom had shifted, and her breathing sounded different. Maybe I was hearing an echo, because the room was large, and sounds bounced differently in big old spaces. But the more I listened, the more it didn't fit. There was a third breathing pattern. Offbeat. Separate. It wasn't coming from my parents' bed, and it wasn't coming from my own bed. It sounded like it was coming from the space between us, the middle area where there was nothing but empty air and old floorboards. The strangest part was the feeling attached to it. It didn't feel like a random sound. It felt like a presence, like something was there, quietly watching over us. I remember lying there completely still, afraid that if I moved, the sound would change or stop, and then I'd spend the rest of my life wondering if I imagined it. My heart started pounding. Not wild panic, but that deep, steady thump that comes when your body is preparing for something. The hair on the back of my neck rose again, and this time it stayed that way. I told myself I was being ridiculous. I remember thinking, maybe I'm still half asleep, maybe my brain is inventing a sound. So I did something simple. I turned slightly, just enough to see the outline of the room. The darkness was thick, but you could still make out shapes, beds, curtains, the faint line of a window. I couldn't see anyone in the middle of the room. But the breathing stayed. It wasn't loud. It wasn't dramatic. It was just there, steady and close enough to feel personal, like it belonged to something that was sharing the room with us. Eventually, I forced myself to lie back down. I tried to slow my breathing so I could compare it, like a weird experiment. I tried to match the rhythm of my parents' breaths. The extra breathing didn't match. It remained its own thing. I stayed like that for a long time, listening, until exhaustion pulled me back towards sleep. I don't know if I slept deeply after that. I think I drifted in and out. And every time I half woke again, that same prickly feeling on my neck would return, like my body remembered even when my mind tried to forget. In the morning, we got up for breakfast and to meet the tour group. The Castle Hotel looked less creepy in daylight, more like a charming historic place again. Sunlight makes people braver. The room looked normal when we packed our things and left, like nothing strange had ever happened there. Part of me wondered if the whole thing would fade in my mind as soon as I stepped outside. But it didn't. As we walked toward the tour bus, I stayed close to my mom. My dad walked slightly ahead, focused on the day's schedule, not thinking about ghosts or strange breathing. My mom leaned toward me and lowered her voice, like she didn't want other tourists to hear. She asked me, very quietly, "Did you hear an extra breathing in the middle of the night?" I remember freezing in mid-step. I looked at her and nodded. I didn't even know what to say at first, because her asking that meant I wasn't imagining it. It wasn't just my tired brain making patterns out of nothing. My mom heard it too. I told her I thought I was being crazy. I told her at first I tried to blame it on us snoring, or on the way the room echoed. Then I admitted something I hadn't told anyone yet, that before they came back from downstairs, when I was alone, I had felt like someone was in the room with me. In the shower, while writing, while sitting quietly. That feeling of being watched. My mom listened with a serious face. She didn't laugh. She didn't tell me I was being dramatic. She just nodded slowly, like it made sense to her, like she'd had her own strange feeling but hadn't wanted to plant the idea in my head. My dad, of course, didn't believe any of it. Or maybe he would have believed it if he'd heard it, but he didn't. He slept through the whole thing like nothing unusual had happened. That's part of what makes this memory feel so strange to me. 3 people in a room, 2 of us aware of something, 1 of us completely untouched by it. We spent the day doing tourist things. We visited historic sites. We walked through old streets and looked at old buildings. We saw places that had been there for centuries, the kind of places that make you feel small. We went into graveyards too, which I genuinely loved. I know that sounds odd to some people, but graveyards in Scotland feel different than modern cemeteries.
They're full of history. The stones are weathered. The names are old. Some markers are so worn you can barely read them. It feels like you're walking through layers of time. While some tourists stayed in their little groups, chatting and sticking close to the guide, I wandered more slowly on my own. I liked looking closely at things. I liked taking my time. I liked seeing if I could sense anything, not in a forced way, not like I was trying to summon spirits, but more like I was listening with something deeper than ears. After what happened in the hotel, I was curious. I kept wondering, if that presence was real, what was it? What did it want? Was it even wanting anything, or was it just there? That night, we returned to the same castle hotel, because our schedule had us staying one more night. Part of me felt tense about it. Part of me also felt weirdly calm, like, well, it didn't hurt us the first night, so maybe it's not dangerous. Still, I didn't like the idea of being back in that room. When it was time to sleep again, I tried not to make a big deal out of it. I got into bed. My parents got into theirs. The lights went out. And again, in the night, I heard it. That offbeat breathing in the middle of the room. It was still creepy, yes. But this time, maybe because I was expecting it, maybe because I'd already survived the first night, I managed to get more sleep. I didn't sit up for as long. I didn't fight my own mind as much. I remember thinking, if it wanted to harm us, it could have done something else by now. Breathing feels almost human, almost normal, in a strange way. But it still left me with questions I couldn't answer. When the trip ended and we went home, life went back to normal. I got back into routines. I looked through my photos. I tried to remember the names of places. I tried to place memories in order. But that moment in the castle room stayed sharper than a lot of the tourist stuff. It stayed because it wasn't just a sight you can photograph. It was a feeling, a sound, a shared experience between me and my mom. Even now, I still think about it sometimes. I miss the trip. I miss the atmosphere of Scotland, the old buildings, the history everywhere, the way even the wind feels like it carries stories. I also feel a little sad that I can't remember the exact names of some places, because I like to label memories, to keep them organized. I look back at pictures and I can remember what I felt in those moments, but I can't always attach a name to a location. It's like having a beautiful book with a few missing chapter titles. And whenever I remember that castle hotel room, I remember that strange extra body feeling in the space between us. The way a simple thing like breathing can suddenly become frightening when it doesn't belong to anyone you can see. The way my body reacted before my mind could explain. The way my mom confirmed it without me even bringing it up first. I don't have a neat answer for what it was. I don't have proof I can show anyone. All I have is the memory and the fact that two people experienced the same thing independently. I know some people would still say it was the building settling, the air moving, the echo of our own breathing, or some weird acoustic trick in a stone room. Maybe. I can't argue with anyone who wants a logical explanation, because I also understand the need for that. But I also know what it felt like in the moment. And I know how real it sounded when the room was dark, the castle was quiet, and there was something in the middle of us that breathed like it belonged there. That's why I still think about it. That's why it stayed with me long after the trip ended. Because it didn't feel like a story I heard from someone else. It felt like something I lived through, something that reached across the normal rules of a hotel room and made it feel like an old place again, full of unseen company.
My family dogs were miniature, short-haired dachshunds. Their names were Charlie and Cindy, and we'd had them since I was in grade 5, back when we were living in Toronto. They passed away around 1999 and 2000. Cindy went first, and then not long after that, Charlie followed. Even now, when I say their names out loud, I can feel my throat tighten a little, because they weren't just dogs to me. They were part of the background of my childhood, part of the routine, part of what made our home feel like home. Dachshunds have big personalities and small bodies. They're stubborn, loyal, funny, and somehow always seem like they understand more than they should. Charlie especially was my best bud. I talked to him like he was a person. I told him everything. Who I liked, who I couldn't stand, what I was worried about, what I was excited about. Obviously, he couldn't answer me with words, but he listened. I could tell he listened. He would sit close, look up at me with those serious little eyes, and it felt like he was taking it all in. When you're a kid, that kind of steady presence matters more than you realize. He kept me company through some of my worst times, and I didn't fully understand how much I leaned on him until he was gone. With dachshunds, the sad reality is that back problems are common. They have those long spines and short legs, and all it takes is one wrong slip or jump, one bad landing, and suddenly everything changes. That's what happened to Cindy. She hurt her back in a way that couldn't really be fixed, and she was in pain. My family made the decision to put her down so she wouldn't have to suffer. I know people argue about decisions like that, but when you're watching an animal you love struggle just to exist, and you can see they're hurting, it doesn't feel like kindness to keep them going for your own sake. It feels cruel. So we let her go, and it broke our hearts. After Cindy died, Charlie wasn't quite the same. I don't know if people believe dogs grieve, but I've always believed they do, in their own way. He seemed quieter. He seemed older. Then, in the year 2000, Charlie's health really started to go downhill. He had a disc in his back that basically gave out. He couldn't walk properly. He couldn't move like he used to. He looked like he was trapped inside his own little body, wanting to do normal dog things but unable to. Watching that happen to him was horrible because in my mind Charlie was still the dog who used to follow me around, the dog who'd sit with me like he was guarding my secrets. Seeing him unable to get up without pain made the whole house feel heavy. When Charlie finally passed, it was a sad day for all of us, but for me it felt personal in a way that's hard to explain. Losing Cindy hurt, but losing Charlie felt like losing a friend who had been in my corner when I didn't even know I needed someone there. For the first few weeks after his passing, I didn't spend much time with our new dog, Heidi. At that point, Heidi was newer in the family, and my dad and brother were the ones who focused on her more, socializing her, bonding with her, doing the practical stuff. I wasn't avoiding her because I didn't like her. I was avoiding her because it felt wrong to move on. It felt like if I poured love into the new dog too quickly, it would somehow mean Charlie mattered less. I know now that love doesn't work like that, but grief doesn't always care about logic. We had gotten Heidi from the Humane Society after we started feeling emotionally ready to have another dog around the house. We weren't replacing Charlie or Cindy. That's never what it was. It was more like, the house felt too quiet without a dog. The routines felt empty. And after you've had animals in your life for years, you realize how much their presence fills the space in a gentle way. Heidi became part of the family, but she also came into a home that still had grief in the walls, whether she knew it or not. Heidi slept in my parents' room, and they kept the door closed at night so she wouldn't go down the stairs and hurt herself. That was always a big worry with dachshunds, especially after what happened with Cindy and Charlie. We were careful about stairs, careful about jumping, careful about anything that could mess with their backs. So there was this routine. Heidi in my parents' room, door closed, house quiet. One night not long after Charlie had passed, I woke up in the middle of the night to get a drink of water. I remember being half asleep, not fully in the real world yet, just moving on autopilot. The hallway was dim, that kind of soft darkness where shapes don't have sharp edges. As I stepped out, I thought I saw a dog in the hallway walking from my brother's door toward mine. At first, my mind tried to file it under Heidi. But even as that thought formed, it didn't fit. I looked at my parents' door. It was still closed. Heidi couldn't be out. The door hadn't opened. No one was awake. Yet I had that clear impression of a small dog shape moving in a way that felt familiar. I went back into my room, and that's when it hit harder. I thought I saw Charlie on my bed, lying there and staring at me. Not in a scary way. Not like something out of a horror movie. More like the way he used to look at me when I came into my room, like he was checking in, like he was waiting for me. I froze for a moment because I honestly didn't know what was happening. I was half asleep, and when you're in that state, you question your own eyes. You question your own brain. I remember standing there thinking, am I dreaming? Am I still asleep on my feet? Or is he really there? It wasn't like he jumped up or did anything dramatic. It was more like an image, a presence, a moment that felt real enough to shake me awake. Then, just like that, it was gone. But the feeling stayed. The memory stayed. I've always had this little book, a journal of sorts, where I write down anything unusual that happens around my house, or at a friend's place, or anywhere in the community. I don't do it to prove anything to anyone. I do it because if I don't write it down, I start doubting myself later. I start questioning details. I start wondering if I made it up. So I wrote that night down. I wrote exactly what I thought I saw, what time it was, where I was standing, and how it made me feel. The next day, something else happened. I was sitting alone with Heidi on my lap. She didn't have her collar on. The house was calm, no one rushing around, no one coming in and out. And then I thought I heard the sound of a collar, the little tag and metal sound you hear when a dog walks downstairs. If you've lived with dogs, you know that sound. It's not even loud, but it's distinct. It's a sound that becomes part of your daily life until one day it's gone. When I heard it, my stomach dropped, because for a split second my brain reacted like Charlie was still alive. Like he was about to come around the corner. Then reality hit again, and I felt that weird mix of comfort and sadness at the same time. Comfort, because it felt like he was near. Sadness, because it reminded me he wasn't supposed to be. Years went by. Heidi stayed with us. And then, at some point, we got another dachshund from the Humane Society. It happened in a way that still feels like fate when I think about it. We saw his picture in the newspaper, and we had a friend who worked with the Humane Society who called us and asked if we were interested. Another dachshund. Another little long-bodied, short-legged dog looking for a home. We tried to act normal about it, tried to be sensible, but honestly we couldn't resist. When we went to pick him up, I remember staring at him, and something in me went quiet. His name was Norman, and right away his face reminded me of Charlie. Not exactly the same. Norman was a bit skinnier, his build slightly different, but it was the expression. The look in the eyes. The little way he held his head. The familiar dachshund attitude that somehow made him feel like more than just a random dog we happened to adopt. I caught myself thinking something that almost made me feel guilty, like I was betraying Charlie by even considering it. But the thought was there anyway. Could Norman be another form of Charlie? Could Charlie be letting us know he's okay? Could he have come back to us in a different way, or at least guided Norman to us? I know how that sounds to some people. I know there are people who would roll their eyes and say, "It's just a dog that resembles another dog." And maybe that's all it is. But when you've lived through enough strange moments, when you've felt a presence, when you've heard things you can't explain, you start to keep your mind a little more open. You start to admit that not everything fits neatly into a box. It's been 4 years now since we got Norman, and I still ask myself that question sometimes, especially when I'm down. Sometimes he'll give me a look that is so Charlie-like that it almost hurts. Like for a second, I'm back in my childhood bedroom, telling Charlie something I didn't want to tell anyone else. Like for a second, the years collapse into nothing. What makes it even stranger is that even now, even with 2 dogs in the house, I still sometimes hear things in the hallway. And it's not always explainable as, the dogs are walking around. Because there have been times when both dogs are asleep, collars off, lying still, and I'll still hear the faint jingle sound. Or I'll hear that soft padding sound, like nails on a floor in the distance, when there's nothing moving. Whenever it happens, I feel this pull in my chest. It makes me want to reach back into time and hold Charlie again. It makes me want to do one simple thing differently. Because I never hugged him goodbye properly. When we took him to the vet, I went with him to see him one last time, but I was uncomfortable with hugging back then. I don't know why, it was just how I was. Maybe I didn't know how to express emotion in that moment. Maybe I didn't want to accept what was happening. But now, looking back, I wish I had wrapped my arms around him, held him close, and told him clearly that he was loved. That regret sits in a quiet corner of me. It doesn't destroy me, but it visits sometimes, especially when I hear those hallway sounds or when Norman makes a face that reminds me too much of Charlie. Last night, something happened again, which is what brought all of this back up in my mind. I had my door closed, and there were no dogs in my room. Both Heidi and Norman were somewhere else, not near me, and definitely not in my bed. I remember waking up and feeling like someone was sitting at the foot of my bed. Not a person, exactly. It felt small. Familiar. Like a dog curled up near my feet the way Charlie and Cindy used to do. It wasn't a scary feeling. It wasn't heavy or threatening. It was almost comforting. Like a quiet presence keeping me company. I woke up properly and looked, expecting to see nothing, and of course there was nothing there. No dog. No movement. Just the quiet dark of my room. But the feeling was so real that it stayed with me. And what's strange is, it hasn't happened to me in a long time. The last time I can clearly remember feeling something like that was in 2004. After that, nothing. No strong sense of Charlie or Cindy. No clear moments where I thought they were close. So for it to happen again now felt like reopening a door I thought had been closed. Whenever I write things like this down, whether in my journal or telling someone out loud, I get teary-eyed. It happens every time. It doesn't matter if it's about my dogs, or a friend who passed away in 2005, or my grandparents. The memories themselves are beautiful, and I'm grateful I still have them. But the tears come anyway, like my body reacts before I can stop it. It's like part of me loves remembering, and another part of me hates the reminder that time keeps moving forward without asking permission. The hardest part is that when you talk about experiences like this, people don't always know what to say. They look at you like you're about to say something crazy. They want a neat explanation. They want you to laugh it off. And if you don't, if you're serious, then suddenly you feel like you have to defend yourself. Like you have to prove you're not imagining things. Like you have to justify your own feelings. And I don't want to live like that, always defending what I felt. Lately, there have been so many weird things happening around me that I've started reading other people's real-life stories and comments online, trying to connect dots, trying to see if any patterns match what I've been dealing with. Sometimes reading other people's experiences makes me feel less alone, like, okay, I'm not the only one who has heard something in an empty hallway. I'm not the only one who has felt a presence at the foot of the bed. Other times, it makes me feel more sensitive to everything, like I'm tuning myself in too much. But the main thing I keep coming back to is this: I think, nowadays, I might be the only one in the house who knows the dogs are still around, in whatever way that means. My mom used to sense things too. She used to mention things sometimes, little comments here and there, like she felt something or heard something. But she hasn't said anything lately. Maybe she doesn't notice it anymore. Maybe she's stopped talking about it. Or maybe I'm the only one still listening closely enough to catch it. I don't know what the truth is. I don't know if Charlie and Cindy are really still here sometimes, or if grief and love have a way of echoing in the places where we felt safest. I don't know if Norman is connected to Charlie in some deeper way, or if my heart just wants that to be true because it brings comfort. What I do know is that when I hear that faint collar sound, or when I wake up feeling like there's a small warm presence at my feet, it doesn't feel like a haunting. It feels like a reminder. Like love doesn't vanish just because a body does. Like the bond is still there somewhere, even if I can't explain it in a way that would satisfy someone who only believes what they can measure. And maybe that's okay. An unknown roommate, or an old friend. That question has been sitting in the back of my mind for a long time now, and I can't seem to put it down. It's been years since my high school friend passed away on December 23, 2005, but in a strange way, it feels like she never fully left. Or maybe something else arrived in her place. Sometimes I honestly can't tell which it is, and that uncertainty has become part of the story. The last time I saw her alive was the final day of school before the Christmas holidays. We weren't the kind of friends who were always together. We only had one class together, but I'd still see her before the bell, while everyone was switching rooms, or during breaks. We talked when we could. We had similar problems with people. We both knew what it felt like to be left out, and sometimes that's enough to make someone feel like family, even if you don't hang out after school or sit together every day. I still regret that we didn't spend time together outside of school. I wish I had invited her over once. I wish I had asked her to come shopping with me, or asked if she wanted to hang out on a weekend. At the time, it didn't feel urgent. It felt like there would always be more days later. And then suddenly there weren't. On December 22nd, she and her mother were in a car accident. They were driving to a relative's house for a Christmas party. Her father stayed home that day, and I don't even remember why. I just remember thinking afterward that it was a mercy, in a horrible way, that he wasn't in the car too. When the news spread, the whole school changed overnight. It didn't matter if people had been kind to her or not, everyone suddenly had something to say. What messed with my head the most was how some of the kids who had made fun of her were acting like they'd been close friends all along. At least 2 out of a group of 5 used to talk about her behind her back. 3 of us knew it was mean and unfair, even if we didn't always speak up the way we should have. But at the funeral, the same people who had been cruel were standing up and speaking like they'd lost the greatest friend in the world. I remember sitting there and feeling stunned. Part of me was angry, part of me was just numb, and part of me was thinking, how can people do that with a straight face? Still, I stood up and spoke too, because I needed to say something real. Not something pretty, not something for attention, but something that actually meant something. Her family appreciated it. People thanked all of us for speaking. But even after that, it didn't make anything feel better. It didn't erase the fact that she was gone. That Christmas didn't feel like Christmas at all. My aunt came over and kept asking what was wrong with me, and I couldn't even explain it properly. My dogs tried to make me laugh. My parents tried too. My other aunt and uncle came over for dinner, and normally I loved Christmas dinners, but that year I barely ate. I went days without eating properly. I wasn't trying to be dramatic. It was just like my body didn't know how to act normal when everything felt wrong. Then, about a month later, something changed in the house. It started small. When I was sad, I would hear a voice, clear enough to make me pause, telling me, "Don't be sad." It didn't sound like my parents. It didn't sound like the TV. It felt like it was meant only for me, like it was coming from somewhere close but not physical. When we went back to school after the break, one of my teachers asked where my friend was. I froze. I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to be the person who brought the news into the room. But then, again, that voice came, gentle, encouraging, almost like a push on my shoulder, saying, "Go on. Tell her. It'll be okay." So I told her. The teacher went quiet. Her face changed. She left the room for a few minutes even though we were right in the middle of class. People stared at me like I had done something wrong, like I had ruined the mood on purpose. A couple of them even whispered, "Why'd you have to tell her now?" As if there was ever going to be a perfect time. I got home that day and just broke down. I cried so hard I could barely breathe. I remember sitting there feeling empty, exhausted, and guilty for surviving when she didn't. Then I felt it, what I can only describe as a hand on my back. Not heavy, not scary. Comforting. Like someone was trying to steady me. And I heard words that felt more like a message than a sound. "You'll be fine." I didn't know what to do with that. I didn't know if it was grief making my brain do strange things, or if it was her, or if it was something else entirely. But in that moment it helped. It softened the sharp edge of the pain, just a little. 2 years later, I don't hear those words in the same way anymore. I don't get the clear, "Don't be sad," the way I used to. But I still feel like I have a roommate. It's hard to explain to someone who hasn't lived it. It's like walking into your room and sensing you're not fully alone, even if the room is empty. Sometimes it feels familiar, like the same presence from 2005. Other times, it feels slightly different, like the shape of it isn't the same, or the energy isn't the same. That's why I keep wondering, is it her, or is it someone else who found me when I was grieving and just stayed? I have a photo of her mom, and her dad sitting on a little ledge near the floor in my room. Ever since I put that picture there, the presence has felt stronger. I don't know if it's because the photo is a kind of anchor, or because having her image nearby keeps my mind open to her, or because it simply reminds me of her so often that I notice every little sound and shadow. But the connection feels real. It feels like someone is still aware of me in that space. And honestly, part of me likes it. It's oddly comforting to think she might still be around, or that someone is watching over me in a quiet way. It makes the world feel less cold. It makes death feel less final. But then there are the nights that mess with me. Because comfort is one thing, and fear is another. I can handle a gentle presence. I can handle a soft feeling in the room. What I can't handle is being jolted awake at 3 in the morning and seeing a shadowy figure sitting on my chair, like it belongs there. Worse, seeing it spin around slowly, like someone is turning to look at me. That happened just 2 nights ago, and I'm still trying to shake it off. Maybe it was just my eyes playing tricks on me in the dark. Maybe it was sleep paralysis, or that half-dream state where your brain mixes reality with nightmare. I can accept that as a possibility. But in that moment, it didn't feel like imagination. It felt like something was genuinely there. And whether it's her or not, whether it's friendly or not, I don't want to live with the kind of roommate that scares me like that. I don't want to be on edge in my own room. It took me a full year to start feeling like myself again after the accident. Even now, it's not gone completely. It's just buried deeper. I still have the newspaper clippings about the crash. I still have photos from the paper. Sometimes I take them out and stare at them like I'm trying to solve something that can't be solved. Like if I look long enough I'll understand why it happened or what I was supposed to learn from it. Sometimes I wonder if my other friends feel her too. I wonder if she visits them, or if she only stayed close to me because I was the one who needed it most. My best friend once drew a picture of her as a guardian angel, and that idea has stuck with me. Maybe that's what she is now, a guardian, in whatever form that takes. Maybe she's here because she cares. Maybe she's here because she can't move on yet. Or maybe she's already moved on, and what I feel is just an echo, like emotional fingerprints left behind in a room that held my grief. And then there's the last possibility that creeps in when the house is quiet, that it isn't her at all. That maybe my sadness, my attention, my longing for signs created a doorway of sorts, and something else stepped through. Something that likes the comfort of being noticed. Something that learned my habits. Something that uses the same emotional shape as her because it knows I'll respond to that. That idea scares me more than anything, because it means I can't fully trust what I'm sensing. Still, when I think back to those early days, the voice encouraging me, the steadying hand on my back, that simple message of, "You'll be fine," it doesn't feel cruel. It doesn't feel dark. It feels kind. It feels like someone was trying to keep me from sinking under the weight of grief. So I keep circling back to the same question, the one I started with. An unknown roommate or an old friend. Maybe the truth is that it's both. Maybe it started as her, and then something else attached itself to the space. Maybe it's her presence sometimes, and other times it's my own memory, and other times it's something that simply enjoys the warmth of a familiar room. Or maybe she really did stay for a while, long enough to help me survive that first year, and then drifted away when she felt I could stand on my own again. And what I'm left with now is the leftover energy of that time, plus the fear that shows up at 3 a.m. when the brain is vulnerable and the dark feels too deep. I don't have a neat answer. But I do understand why this has stayed with you for so long. When someone dies young, especially someone who understood you, it leaves a gap that doesn't close properly. And if anything, even a voice, a touch, a presence, seems to fill that gap for a moment. You notice it. You remember it. You carry it. I was 13 in 1978, living in Winnipeg, and I still remember that day with a strange kind of clarity. My mother and I went to the airport to pick up an elderly woman arriving from Indonesia. Her son was a family friend, and she had come a long way to see him before she died. Even before she spoke a single word to me, She felt different. I was a kid, and I didn't have the language for it, but my body noticed it anyway. Some people walk into a room and everything stays the same. She walked in, and it felt like the air changed. Her name was Farida. The moment I saw her, I remember the color first. She wore a purple wrap, thick like a blanket, draped around her shoulders as if she was bringing warmth with her from wherever she had come from. She looked small under it, but not weak. There was something steady in her face, something that made my noisy teenage brain go quiet for a second. She looked tired, the way older people can look when they've traveled too far and carry too much, but her eyes were sharp. When she looked around, it wasn't the nervous scanning of a tourist. It was like she was noticing things other people didn't even know were there. I didn't know her, but I kept staring, the way kids do when they feel curious and a bit uneasy at the same time. I watched her hands and the way she held her bag. I watched how my mother and the adults softened around her, like they automatically became more careful with their words. I didn't understand why, but I felt it. Farida wasn't just visiting. It felt more like she had arrived with a purpose, like she was following a path that was already laid out. Not long after, she came over for dinner at our house. I can still see her sitting there, not taking up much space, but somehow holding the center of the room. My family talked like normal at first. People tried to make her comfortable. There were polite questions about her trip, about how she was feeling, about whether she needed anything. But very quickly the mood shifted, because Farida was not a normal guest. She was a psychic, and everyone knew it. She wasn't bragging about it, and she didn't talk like a performer trying to impress an audience. She spoke calmly, like she was simply stating what she could see. Someone said she was friends with J. Allen Hynek, who had been involved with Project Blue Book. That detail stuck in my mind because even as a kid I knew his name had weight. It sounded official, like it belonged to government files and secrets and late-night radio voices. It was the kind of thing that made you lean in closer even if you didn't fully believe it. The adults said Farida had experienced alien visitation herself. They said she had strange round scars on her feet where an alien had touched her, burning the impressions permanently. I didn't ask to see the scars. I was shy and also scared that if I saw them, something inside me would click into place and I wouldn't be able to pretend the world was normal anymore. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. The idea of a person carrying marks from something not human felt both ridiculous and terrifying. A part of me wanted to laugh it off, because that's what you do when you're 13 and uncomfortable. But another part of me believed it in the same way you believe a storm is coming when the air goes heavy and the birds go quiet. During that dinner she made predictions. Not vague, fortune cookie statements, but clear enough that people actually listened. She told us we would move to the West Coast. I remember how everyone reacted. There was that half-laugh people do when they don't want to be rude, and then there was that moment after where the laughter fades and they realize she isn't joking. Years later we did move to Vancouver, and when that happened, her words returned to me like a hand tapping my shoulder from the past. That night in 1978 was cold. I remember winter pressing against the windows, and the quiet that comes when snow is falling. Farida wasn't feeling well. The adults tried to make her comfortable, and my parents had her lie down on the couch. I can picture the couch like it's still in that room. I can see the shape her wrapped body made against the cushions. I can see how the purple fabric looked under the lamplight. I remember sitting there with my attention fixed on her, even though I was usually a loud kid, the kind who couldn't sit still for long. Something about her made me watch. It wasn't morbid curiosity. It was more like a sense that something important was happening and I didn't want to miss it, even if I didn't understand it. At one point Farida got up and went into the bathroom. Then she shrieked. It was sharp, sudden, full of fear. It cut through the house like a knife. Every adult jumped. My heart jumped too. For a second I felt my stomach drop, the way it does when something falls and you can't catch it. They asked her what was wrong. She said she saw something in the mirror. That was all I remember clearly, the mirror. The idea that the mirror showed her something that the rest of us couldn't see. The bathroom mirror in our house suddenly didn't feel like a normal object after that. It felt like a surface you could accidentally look through instead of into. Farida came back into the living room and lay down again. There was a strange stillness, like the house itself was holding its breath. I remember the adults fussing, voices low, movement careful. And then, quietly and horribly, Farida died there on our couch. I had never seen death up close before. Not like that. Not in the middle of an ordinary evening. The image of what happened afterward is burned into me. Paramedics arriving fast. People moving around her. The sound of urgency. The sense that everything was suddenly out of our control. I remember discarded wrappings and waste left behind by the paramedics who tried to revive her, like little remnants of a battle that didn't work. I remember staring at those things more than I stared at her body, because my mind didn't know how to take in the larger reality. So it clung to details. It looked at objects. It counted seconds. It listened too hard. My father called Dr. Hynek to break the news. That, too, made the whole thing feel unreal, like our living room had somehow become connected to a larger, stranger world. A normal family living in Winnipeg doesn't usually call a famous paranormal investigator to tell him a friend has died on their couch. But it happened, and even as a kid I felt how odd it was. It felt like our house had briefly become a crossing point for something bigger than our family. They buried Farida in the blowing snow in a cemetery west of the perimeter of the city. I remember the cold. I remember the white sky. I remember the wind that makes your eyes water. I remember standing there thinking how unfair it was that she had traveled so far, wrapped in that purple cloth, only to end here in frozen ground. It didn't feel peaceful. It felt unfinished, like a story that stopped mid-sentence. That burial turned out to matter more than I understood. Because 4 years later, after our move, I came back from Vancouver to Winnipeg to stay with my sister for a while. She lived not far from where that cemetery was, and although I didn't visit the grave, the fact that it was nearby sat in my mind like a quiet pressure. I didn't think about Farida every day, but she wasn't gone from my memory either. She lingered in a strange corner of my head, like a book you once read and can't fully forget. I was 17 then, old enough to think I understood the world, but still young enough to be shocked by what I didn't know. One morning I woke up in a room where my young nephew was sleeping too. There was already daylight. The air had that soft, early morning feeling where everything is pale and quiet. At first it seemed normal. Then I realized something was very wrong, because I was looking down at myself lying in bed. It's hard to describe the shock of that. It wasn't like a dream where things are blurry, and your mind floats from one image to another. This felt clean and sharp. I could see my own body on the bed. I could see the blankets. I could see the angle of my head, the shape of my shoulder. I could see my nephew asleep on his air mattress nearby. I could see the room the way you see a room when you're fully awake, with detail and depth and distance. For a moment my brain refused to accept it. I tried to move, and I couldn't move my body on the bed. I tried to shout, and I couldn't make a sound. I tried to force myself back into my body like you force yourself out of a nightmare, but it didn't work. It went on longer than a simple sleep jolt. Time felt strange. I couldn't tell if it was seconds or minutes. I only knew I was up near the ceiling, stuck, aware, and absolutely terrified. Then suddenly she was there with me. Farida. I hadn't thought about her in years in any serious way. She wasn't part of my daily life. She was a story from childhood, a strange visitor who died in our home. But there she was, as clear as anything in that moment, present in the space where I was hovering. I didn't hear her speak out loud, not like a normal voice. It was more like her presence itself was communicating, like she knew exactly what was happening to me and wasn't surprised. And then, this is the part one can't explain even now, there was a strong electric jolt, and I slammed back down into my body. My eyes opened from inside myself. My muscles worked again. I could breathe properly. I could move. It felt like dropping into heavy clothing after floating weightless. I was wide awake, heart pounding, sweat on my skin, staring at the room that now looked normal again. I lay there, stunned, trying to make sense of what had happened. I kept looking at my nephew, still asleep, unaware. I kept replaying it, searching for a logical explanation. Was it a dream? Was it sleep paralysis? Was it my mind playing tricks? Those explanations didn't fit the way it felt. The experience had a solidity to it that ordinary dreams don't have. It felt like stepping into a different layer of reality. And Farida being there, that was what really shook me. If it was only an out-of-body moment, I might have eventually shoved it into a mental drawer labeled weird sleep stuff. But the fact that she appeared, someone connected to my childhood, someone dead for years, made it feel like a message. Like she was either watching me, or guiding me, or simply reminding me that what she represented was real. From that point on, my mind was no longer shut. I didn't suddenly become a paranormal expert. I didn't start hunting ghosts. I didn't become obsessed with proving anything to anyone. But a door had opened. And once a door like that opens, you can't pretend you never saw what was on the other side. Years later, when I was in my mid-20s, life had moved on the way life does. I was living in a house near the Fraser River, in Surrey. My best friend, Michael Gulka, a guitarist, was living with me. The house had the kind of ordinary mess that comes with young adults sharing space. Music, gear, dishes, people coming and going, laughter, small arguments, the normal chaos of being alive. One afternoon, after a picnic, I was in the kitchen with his girlfriend Kathy, helping her do dishes. It was a simple scene, sunlight in the windows, water running, the comfortable feeling of an ordinary day. Then I saw it. On Kathy's back, just below her left shoulder, was the biggest, whitest moth I had ever seen. It wasn't just a moth. It looked almost unreal, like a piece of white paper shaped into wings. The whiteness stood out against her clothes and against the warm light of the kitchen. The moment I saw it, my whole body reacted. My skin prickled. My stomach tightened. I'm half Indonesian, and in Indonesia, people grow up around the idea that the world has more layers than we admit out loud. Spirits and signs aren't treated like jokes. And one thing that stuck with me from that cultural background was the idea of white spirit moths, death moths, messengers, symbols that someone is about to cross over. I didn't want to believe it. I didn't want to say it out loud. Kathy was into Wicca, and she might have taken it seriously, and I didn't want to plant fear in her head. Part of me also felt that speaking it might make it more real. So I stayed quiet. I watched that moth for a moment too long, hoping it would fly off and prove me wrong. But it just sat there, still, like it had chosen its place. The next day, Michael was with some people I didn't trust. I saw him in our driveway, and something in me tightened again. I gave him a look and asked him to be careful. It wasn't dramatic. It was almost casual, like, "Watch out," the way you might say if there was ice on the steps. But inside I felt a quiet dread. I couldn't explain it. I only knew I didn't like the energy around him that day. That next night I got a call at my sister's place. Kathy was crying. The sound of her crying is something I still remember. It wasn't neat sobbing. It was the kind of crying where the words fall apart. She told me they found Michael dead at the Flamingo Hotel in Surrey. Flamingo Hotel. The words didn't feel real. They felt like someone had said them in the wrong order. My girlfriend and I spent that night with Kathy. We drank wine and held her while she cried. At some point U2 was playing, and the song One came on, Michael's favorite. The music filled the room with a kind of ache. I remember the way we clung to Kathy, how helpless we felt, how the world suddenly seemed too big and too empty. I never told her about the moth. I didn't want to add another strange layer to her grief. I didn't want her to start replaying the days before his death, searching for signs, torturing herself with what-ifs. I carried that part alone, and I still do. Sometimes it feels like a burden. Sometimes it feels like a secret that isn't even mine, like I was forced to witness a warning I didn't know how to use. After that, my life took on a strange shape. Not constantly paranormal, not like a movie where every night something flies across the room. but like a slow spiral where the normal world and the other world kept brushing against each other. Once you've had experiences that crack reality open, you start noticing how thin some moments feel. You start noticing the way certain places hum with presence. You start paying attention to dreams, to gut feelings, to the quiet changes in a room that other people ignore. Over the years, there were moments that still sit in my mind like stones. I saw smoke form into a being in a room once. Not a shadow that could be explained away by headlights or imagination, but smoke that gathered itself as if it had intention, shaping into something that felt aware. I have no perfect words for it. I only know what my eyes saw and what my body felt.
I also saw a UFO once, incredible in the way it moved, fast and quiet, crossing over me and then over the North Shore Mountains. That kind of thing rearranges your beliefs whether you want it to or not. It doesn't matter how rational you are. There are some sights that hit you deeper than logic, because they place you in a universe that is clearly larger than you were taught. And now, whenever I'm at the ocean's edge and the moon is out, I feel it again, that pull. The tides, the invisible force moving whole bodies of water like they're nothing. The moon hanging there like a quiet command. I'll stand and watch the water shift and breathe, and something inside me opens the way it opened when I was 17 looking down at myself in bed. I get a strong feeling of many other spirits calling from far away. But at the same time, I sense that they're also close. Not in a horror movie way. More like a crowded room you can't quite see into. Like the world is full of company, and we only notice it when the light is right, or when grief loosens something, or when the moon pulls hard enough on the sea that it also pulls on whatever is hidden inside us. Sometimes I think back to Farida and wonder if her whole life was like that, if she walked around feeling the edges between worlds all the time. I wonder what she saw in our bathroom mirror right before she died. I wonder if she knew she was about to go. I wonder if she understood, even then, that she would appear to me years later in that strange out-of-body state, like a visitor stepping through a doorway she already knew how to use. And I wonder why me. I was just a kid, a loud 13-year-old boy with a dog, a normal family, normal worries. I wasn't looking for the supernatural. I wasn't trying to summon anything. Yet these moments landed in my life like they were placed there on purpose. As if I was meant to see them, not to become special, not to become a prophet, but simply to learn something, that reality isn't as simple as we pretend. That death might not be the end of connection. That warnings can come in quiet symbols like a white moth. That a person can die in your living room and still show up years later when you're floating near the ceiling, scared and wordless. It has made me grateful in a strange way, even when it frightens me. Because if the world is bigger than we can measure, then maybe love is bigger too. Maybe friendship doesn't fully break. Maybe the people we lose don't become nothing. Maybe they simply step sideways into a space we don't normally see. Still, I won't lie. There are nights when I wish I could shut it all down and just be ordinary. There are times when I miss the innocence of not wondering what a sign means. When I miss the simplicity of thinking a moth is just a moth, and a mirror is just a mirror, and sleep is just sleep. But once you've seen what I've seen, once you've felt that electric jolt back into your body after being out of it, with a dead woman beside you, your mind doesn't close the same way again. It stays slightly open, like a door that won't quite latch. And through that crack, life keeps sending you reminders that we are not only flesh and breath and routine. We are also mystery.
One evening when I was about 14 or 15, I was doing what I always did when my parents went out for dinner together and left me at home to watch the dogs. We had 2 dogs, both toy poodles, and anyone who has been around poodles knows the reputation: yappy, demanding, always ready to make noise over nothing. But our 2 weren't like that. They were small, yes, and cute, yes, but they were calm most of the time. They didn't bark just because a leaf moved outside. If they made noise, it was usually for a reason. If they were suddenly alert, it was because something unfamiliar was nearby, someone at the door, a strange sound outside, a car pulling into the driveway that didn't belong there. That was what made this whole night stick in my head. It wasn't just that I felt spooked. It was that the dogs reacted too, and they reacted in a way I hadn't seen from them often. That evening started out normal. My parents were still at home, getting ready to leave. I was in the living room, doing typical teenage stuff, on the computer, half paying attention to whatever was on the screen, half focused on being on the phone. I was talking to a friend who lived up in Sylvan Lake, someone I hadn't spoken to in a while. It felt nice to catch up. We were doing that thing where you talk about absolutely nothing but it still feels important, because you're young and friendship is everything and even the small details matter. I remember I was sitting comfortably, relaxed, not thinking about anything strange at all. Then, right in the middle of our conversation, I heard what sounded exactly like glass shattering. It was a sharp, sudden crash, the kind of sound that doesn't leave room for debate. It wasn't a soft thump. It wasn't something sliding. It wasn't the house settling, or pipes clanking, or one of those normal little noises you can ignore. It was the unmistakable smash of something brittle breaking into pieces. The sound seemed to come from the same room I was in, close enough that I felt it in my chest for a second, the way you do when something loud surprises you. I froze. My friend on the phone froze too, because he heard it on his end. "What was that?" he asked immediately. I don't know," I said, but even as I said it my heart kicked into a faster rhythm, because my parents were still home and my mother had rheumatoid arthritis. That detail mattered a lot. My mom was tough, but her body didn't always cooperate with her. She could trip easily. If she fell, she couldn't always catch herself the way other people could, and trying to stop a fall could actually injure her worse. In our house, a sudden crash could mean something harmless, like a glass tipping over on the counter. But it could also mean my mom fell and knocked something down, or slipped and hit something, or dropped a dish because her hands were sore. The sound triggered that immediate fear in me that something had happened to her. I didn't even think. I put the phone down without properly saying goodbye, and I bolted upstairs. I remember how fast I moved, how my feet hit the stairs, how the adrenaline made everything feel sharp. I ran straight toward the kitchen, expecting to see my mom on the floor or holding her arm or looking shaken. Instead, she was standing there, alive and upright, looking confused and a little annoyed, more like someone who had been interrupted than someone who had been hurt. "What did you break?" she asked me, and what startled me most was that she had heard the shattering too. That made the whole thing stranger. If she heard it, it wasn't just in my head. It wasn't me being tired or distracted. It was real enough that she noticed it from the kitchen. I stood there, breathing too hard, trying to explain that I didn't break anything. I told her I had heard it from the living room and thought she might have fallen. She waved that off and asked again what it was. We checked. We looked around the kitchen first, because that's where glass usually breaks. Cups, plates, jars. Nothing. No shattered glass. No broken mug. No mess on the floor. We checked the counter. We checked the sink. Nothing looked disturbed. Then I went back down to the living room. I checked by the computer desk. I checked the coffee table. I checked near the windows. I checked the corners like a person who expects to find evidence if they look hard enough. Still nothing. No broken glass, no cracked picture frame, no smashed ornament, nothing. The weirdest part was that the sound had been so clear. Even my friend heard it through the phone. The only way he could have heard it was if it was loud in the room with me. And if it was loud in the room with me, there should have been something to show for it. A broken item. A mess to clean up. Something. But there was nothing. I went back to the phone and told my friend I couldn't find anything. He was confused too, and after that the conversation felt different, like the mood had shifted. We tried to laugh it off, and I remember making some joke about the house being haunted, but it was half a joke and half me trying to calm myself down. Eventually, I got back to what I was doing. My parents finished getting ready, and a little while later they left for their dinner. Once they left, the house felt bigger. That's something I didn't like about being home alone back then. In the daytime the house felt normal and warm and full of regular noise. At night, when lights were off and the rooms were quiet, it felt too open and too empty. The corners looked darker. The hallway seemed longer. The silence was heavier, like it had weight. I was old enough to be fine on my own, but I still had that small, embarrassing fear that flares up in teenagers when they're alone in a big house and the imagination starts filling in gaps. I had my routine for dealing with it. I stayed in one room. I kept lights on in that room. I kept myself busy. I told myself that as long as I didn't wander around, as long as I stayed put and didn't stare too long into the darkness of an empty hallway, I'd be okay. That night I closed the French doors to the living room. Those doors were supposed to make the space feel elegant, but when you're alone they feel like a barrier, a thin line between you and the rest of the house. I liked having them closed because it made the living room feel like its own little safe zone. I settled on the couch with the dogs. They curled up against me like they always did, warm and familiar, and I remember thinking, okay, I'm fine, I've got them here, it's just me and the dogs and I'll wait until my parents come home. For a while everything was okay. The computer hummed quietly. The house did its normal settling noises. The dogs slept. I lay back and tried to relax. Then I heard movement outside the French doors. It wasn't a loud, obvious stomp. It was more like the soft sound of feet shifting, or steps that weren't heavy, but were still clearly steps. It sounded like something moving along the floor just on the other side, in the darkness of the next room. At first I tried to do the usual thing people do when they want to be brave. I told myself it was my imagination. I told myself it was the house. I told myself it was air, or pipes, or something harmless. But then both dogs lifted their heads at the exact same time. That was the moment my stomach sank. When you're alone and you think you heard something, you can still talk yourself out of it. You can say, I'm just jumpy. I'm just tired. I've been watching too much TV. But when animals react, when two calm little dogs suddenly sit up like that, ears focused, bodies still, their attention locked on the same place, it's different. It's like your fear suddenly has backup. It's not just in your head anymore. Something else noticed it too. I stayed frozen on the couch, listening. The sound continued, like it was moving closer to the doors. The dogs didn't bark right away, but they were alert in a way that made my skin prickle. They slid off the couch and went straight to the bottom of the French doors, sniffing under the crack like they could smell something on the other side. That bothered me more than the sound itself. Then I heard a small whimper. It was faint and soft, and it didn't sound like one of my dogs. It sounded like a child. Not a full cry, just that little shaky whine you hear right before a baby or toddler starts to cry, or a child who is hurt and trying not to make noise. It was quiet, but it was close enough that my brain immediately began spinning. A child? Outside the door? Inside the house? That didn't make sense. There shouldn't be any child in our house. The doors were locked. My parents were gone. No one else lived with us. The whimper sounded too real to be a TV, and there was no TV on in the other room anyway. I tried to think of something logical, something that would make it normal, but my body was already reacting like it knew logic was losing. I got up quickly. My first instinct was almost automatic. Protect the dogs, check the door, see what's there. I moved toward the French doors, ready to open them, and then I saw something. It was low to the ground, like someone sitting. It wasn't clearly a face. It wasn't clearly a full body. It was more like a pale shape, and what stood out most was that it looked like a white shirt or white fabric. The whiteness wasn't bright like a light. It was dull, like cloth in dim lighting. For a split second it reminded me of an infant in a white top, sitting on the floor, close enough that if I opened the door I'd be right there with it. And I froze. I panicked so hard my mind went blank. The idea of opening the door suddenly felt impossible. Not because I thought it was a child who needed help, but because something about it felt wrong. The dogs were still sniffing and making little anxious sounds, and one of them gave a small whine like they didn't know what to do. That made my throat tighten. I didn't know if I was seeing something real or if the shadows were playing tricks, but my gut screamed at me not to open that door. So instead of opening it, I grabbed my phone and called my parents. When my mom answered, I could hear the background noise of a restaurant, voices, dishes, the muffled sound of being out in public. And I remember how hard it was to explain what I was feeling without sounding like a kid telling a scary story. "Mom," I said, and my voice shook. "I'm freaking out. I need you to come home." She tried to soothe me right away. "We'll be about 15 minutes, honey. Just let us get things squared away here and I'll be right there. It's just the dark playing tricks on you." Normally that would have helped. Normally I would have clung to her calm voice and forced myself to breathe. But I was past that point, because I had the dogs reacting and I had that pale shape outside the doors. I was standing there with my heart hammering, and the house felt like it had turned into something unfamiliar. "Yeah, but Mom," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "you always told me that if the dogs couldn't notice it, it wasn't there, right?" "Right," she said, and I could hear the hesitation. She was listening now. "They're at the door," I said, and the words came out fast. "There's sniffing and whimpering, Chico's barking." Right on cue, one of the dogs barked, sharp and sudden, as if he'd heard his name and wanted to prove my point. My mom went quiet for half a second, and then her tone changed. She didn't sound like she was brushing me off anymore. "I'll be right there," she said, and hung up. Those 15 minutes felt endless. I didn't sit back on the couch. I didn't open the doors. I didn't even go near them again. I grabbed the dogs and pulled them back with me, keeping them close, trying to calm them, trying to calm myself. I turned on more lights in the living room even though the brightness made me feel exposed, like I was lighting up a stage for whatever was in the dark. I remember my hands shaking so badly I could barely hold the phone. I remember glancing again and again toward the doors and then forcing myself to look away, like if I stared too long something would happen. By the time my parents' car pulled into the driveway, I was close to tears. Then something happened that I can't explain even now. As my parents started opening the garage door, all the lights in the house turned on. Not one light. Not just the living room. The whole house. It was like someone flipped the main switch and every room lit up at once. And the timing was what made it terrifying, because they weren't even inside yet. They were still in the garage, still coming in, and yet the house responded like it knew they were home. The way it happened felt deliberate. Like something saying, "Here, look, I can do this." Or like something reacting to my parents' return. Or like the house itself was suddenly alive in a way it hadn't been a minute earlier. I broke down right away. I started crying hard, not quiet tears, but the kind that come when fear has been trapped in your body for too long and finally has somewhere to go. I ran to my mom the second she came in, buried my face against her, and I remember how safe her arms felt. I remember her smell, her coat, the familiar comfort of her being real and solid. My dad came in behind her, looking confused and alert, trying to figure out what had happened. They asked questions, both of them, but I couldn't explain it in a neat way. I could only say there was something outside the doors and the dogs heard it, and then the lights turned on. We checked the house. My dad checked the doors and locks. He checked the rooms. He checked outside. He checked the garage. My mom stayed near me, rubbing my back, trying to calm me down. The dogs followed my dad around, sniffing, still restless, still not fully relaxed. We found nothing. No intruder. No child. No neighbor. No obvious reason for the lights to flip on like that. Eventually my parents chalked it up to nerves and darkness, and maybe an electrical glitch, but I knew what I felt. And I never forgot that feeling of seeing something sitting outside the French doors, low to the ground, pale, too quiet, like it didn't belong. After that night, I didn't experience anything quite like it again for a long time. Life went on the way life does. School, friends, family stuff, the normal chaos of being a teenager. The memory stayed, but it wasn't constant. It became one of those things you remember sometimes at night when you're lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, thinking about weird moments that don't fit neatly into your understanding of the world. Then, when I was older, right before my mother passed away, when I was 18, she finally told me something that made me look back on that night in a different way. She admitted that strange things had been happening in the laundry room for a long time. The dryer door would be open when it shouldn't have been. This wasn't some old, broken machine with a loose latch. It was a brand new dryer, and it locked tight when it ran. If you tried to open it mid-cycle, you really had to yank. It didn't just drift open on its own. And yet, according to my mom, she would come downstairs and find the dryer door open, sometimes in a way that looked like someone had deliberately pulled it open. The part that made me feel sick with recognition was that I suddenly remembered how often she used to stomp down the stairs and yell at me for opening the dryer door. She'd come into the living room, angry, saying, "Why did you open the dryer?" And I'd be sitting there confused, because I hadn't touched it. At the time I brushed it off. I just thought she was being dramatic or distracted. My mom could be a little kooky sometimes, in the way parents can be when they're stressed or tired, and teenagers don't always take them seriously. I assumed she was misremembering or blaming me because I was the kid at home. I never realized she was scared. She didn't tell me back then, because she didn't want to frighten me. She carried it quietly, like she carried so many things quietly. And only near the end, when she didn't have the energy to keep guarding everyone else from the truth of how strange the world can be, she finally admitted that she'd been experiencing things too. When she confessed it, we actually laughed, not because it was funny, but because it was almost a relief. Like, oh, so it wasn't just me being dramatic all these years. After that conversation, nothing major happened again in the house. Not for a while. And then my mom got sick. And then she died. And when that happened, the house changed in a different way, a way that wasn't frightening at all. For about 6 months after she passed, there were mornings when you could still hear her. It sounds ridiculous if you say it too bluntly, but I know what I heard, and other people heard it too. Around 6:30 a.m., the time she used to wake up, you could hear the soft shuffle of slippers moving from her bedroom toward the kitchen. You could hear cupboard doors opening and closing the way she always did when she made her morning tea. Not loud bangs, not violent noises, just the ordinary domestic sounds of a person starting the day. At first I told myself it was my grief. I thought, my mind is replaying memory so vividly that it's turning into sound. I thought maybe the house was settling, maybe the cupboards were shifting with temperature changes. I tried to be logical about it because that's what people do when they're trying not to fall apart. When your mom dies, part of you wants proof that she still exists somewhere, and part of you is terrified to believe it because it means the world isn't as simple as you thought. But then 2 different friends stayed over at different times, and both of them woke me up, scared, whispering, asking if someone was upstairs. They described the same thing. Shuffling footsteps. Kitchen sounds. A presence moving around as if someone was there making tea. That was the moment it stopped being only my experience. That was the moment it became something shared, something witnessed. And strangely, it didn't scare me. It comforted me so deeply that I didn't even feel the need to jump up and investigate. Both times I just said, half asleep, "Don't worry. It's just Mom." And I rolled over and went back to sleep. I know how that sounds. Like something from a movie. Like something people say to seem brave. But it was honest. In that period of grief, the idea that she was still doing her familiar routine, still moving through the house the way she always had, felt gentler than silence. The house had been full of her for so long. It almost made sense that it didn't go quiet immediately. It felt like she was easing herself out of it slowly, the way you leave a room you've loved, lingering for a moment at the door before you go. Those sounds happened for about 6 months, and then they faded. Not abruptly, not like a switch flipping off, but slowly. Like the house was learning to be without her. Like she was moving on, or like we were. And I still think about that night when I was 14 or 15, when the dogs were at the French doors, sniffing and whimpering, and I saw that pale shape sitting outside the glass. I still don't know what it was. I can't tell you if it was a spirit, or something residual, or my eyes misreading shadows in a moment of fear. But I can tell you the dogs reacted, and the lights turned on, and my mother, who later admitted she had her own strange experiences, believed me enough to rush home. Sometimes that's all you get in life. Not a clear answer, not a neat explanation, just a handful of moments that don't fit together the way they should, but still feel true when you hold them in your mind. And if there's one thing I've learned from all of it, it's this: not every strange thing has the same feeling. Some things feel cold and wrong and make you want to run into your mother's arms. Some things feel warm and familiar and make you roll over and fall back asleep. Because the sound in the kitchen isn't a threat, it's love, still moving through the house the only way it knows how. My neighborhood is a good one. It's the kind of street where most of the houses look almost the same, depending on which end you're coming from. Some are big, some are smaller, and you'll see different mixes of brick, stone, and wood. But in 2003, something happened that still stands out in my mind. Movers brought in this all-wood, cottage-looking house and placed it on the empty lot right next to my home. From the start, the woman who lived there wasn't pleasant. She wasn't friendly to the neighbors, and what bothered me most was how she treated her dogs. They looked like they hadn't been fed properly in days. It was genuinely sad to see. If anyone commented on her house or questioned anything, she would get aggressive and threaten people. She even called by law about our bug zapper being too noisy, which felt petty and personal. I always suspected she did it to get back at us because we had called by law about her dogs being in our yard. She didn't stay there long. She lived there with her sons and the dogs, but after a year or two, she moved out. Once she was gone, the house sat empty for a couple of months, and it became even worse to look at. It turned into this creepy, neglected place that made the whole corner feel off. The yard wasn't taken care of at all. The balcony looked like it could collapse at any moment, like the wood was weak and rotting. The front door looked so bad it felt like it might fall inward if someone knocked too hard. The white wood on the outside didn't look fresh or clean. It looked weathered, rotten, and tired, like the house was slowly falling apart. During that time, before the relative came along to buy it and fix it up, I hated walking past it. It didn't matter if it was day or evening, I never liked the feeling around that house. Even now, after everything has been repaired and it looks much better, I still don't fully like it. The strange part is that the bad feeling didn't leave when the mean lady left. If anything, the emptiness made it feel stronger. Sometimes, when I walked by, I felt like I was being watched. That doesn't happen every single time, but it's happened enough times that I can't ignore it. What made it even weirder was the way the atmosphere seemed to change whenever I passed it. From the moment she moved out to the time someone finally came to fix the place, the house always looked dead. No lights on, no movement, nothing. And yet, almost every time I walked by, I would feel this sudden heavy breeze, even on days when the weather was hot and humid and there was no wind at all. It would be calm everywhere else, and then right near that house, the air would shift. I know how that sounds, but it happened often enough that it became a pattern in my mind. Unfortunately, my laundry room window faces the balcony of that house. I don't love that setup, and I try not to stare out that window too much, especially at night. Back when the house first arrived, I could swear I saw someone standing on the balcony once, just watching. It was one of those moments where you tell yourself it's probably nothing, but you still feel your stomach tighten. You can't always prove what you saw, but you know what it felt like. One night not long ago, the new neighbor wasn't home and all his lights were off. I was doing laundry late, just trying to get through the boring routine, when the feeling hit me again. It felt like someone was leaning on the balcony ledge next door, staring directly at me through the window. I didn't see a clear face or anything like that, but the sensation was so strong it was like being watched by a real person. And honestly, I don't mind the idea of spirits being around in general. If something is simply passing through, or watching from a distance, I can live with that. But when you're standing there doing laundry at night, minding your own business, it's hard not to feel irritated. So I actually spoke out loud, half serious and half annoyed, and said something like, "Could you please go watch another neighbor? Give me a little privacy." I said it politely, not angry, more like I was talking to someone who was being rude without realizing it. I don't know if it worked, because how would I really know? But the feeling did fade after a while, and I finished what I was doing. At the time I felt uneasy, but now when I think back on it, part of me laughs. Not because it was funny in the moment, but because it's such a strange situation. Most people worry about neighbors watching through windows. Meanwhile, I'm standing there thinking, even ghosts should have manners. The house has changed a lot since then. A relative bought it, and unlike the previous owner, this person is actually nice. They fixed up the yard, repaired the balcony, and brought life back into the place. It looks better now, even if it still doesn't blend perfectly with the rest of the neighborhood. I'm genuinely glad someone decent took it over, because the whole street feels less tense without that woman there. But even with the repairs and the nicer owner, I still feel like there's something attached to that house. Maybe it's just leftover energy from the mean lady and all the stress she brought with her. Maybe it's the memory of how the place looked when it was empty and rotting, because that kind of image sticks in your mind. Or maybe it really is something else, something that was there before her or something that showed up after she left. Whatever it is, I just wish it would mind its own business a bit more. I can accept a lot, but I'd like to do my laundry without feeling like I'm part of someone's late-night balcony audience. A few months ago, I was in a dark room and I saw something that didn't make sense. I'm still not sure how to explain it properly, but I'll try to describe it the way it looked and felt to me. The room was dim, the kind of dark where you can still make out shapes, but everything is soft around the edges. At first I thought my eyes were just adjusting, or that I was seeing normal shadows. But then I noticed movement, and it wasn't the kind of movement you get from car lights outside or from someone walking past a doorway. It was more like there were figures in the room, multiple figures, and they were all moving in the same strange pattern. They would all move at the same time, then stop at the same time, then move again, then stop again. It reminded me of a repeated sequence, like something that was playing on a loop. It wasn't smooth like a normal person walking. It was more like short bursts of motion. Move, pause. Move, pause. The way they moved made the whole thing feel unnatural. They weren't rushing at me, and they weren't standing completely still either. It was like they were caught between both. I stood there for a moment trying to understand what I was looking at, but I felt uncomfortable almost immediately. My stomach tightened the way it does when your body knows you should leave. I didn't wait to see if anything would get clearer. I just got out of that room fast. At the time, I tried to tell myself it was nothing. I said maybe it was the lighting, maybe it was my brain making shapes out of darkness, maybe it was just a weird moment that would never happen again. I wanted to be logical about it. I didn't want to turn it into a big thing. I've always liked explanations. I like clear reasons for why something happens. I don't like not knowing. But after that first time, it stayed in the back of my mind. Not as a panic, but as a question that I couldn't close. The weird part was not only what I saw, but how organized it looked, like a group doing the same movement together, like they were following some kind of rhythm that I couldn't hear. Then it happened again, and this second time was worse because it happened in my bedroom. I was lying in bed when I started to notice darkness in the room that didn't feel like normal darkness. It's hard to explain the difference, but it felt like the shadows had weight. I opened my eyes and saw figures again. They were not clear like normal people. They didn't have faces I could recognize right away. They looked like shapes made from a thicker kind of shadow, like a black mist that had gathered itself into a human form. It wasn't like seeing a person in a dark room. It was like seeing the darkness itself standing up and behaving like a person. At first I was terrified. My first instinct was to shut my eyes and pretend it wasn't happening, because sometimes if you don't look at something, it goes away. I closed my eyes and stayed very still, like if I didn't move, nothing would notice me. I waited. I counted time in my head the way people do when they're hoping something will end. Then I opened my eyes again, thinking maybe it was just a moment, maybe it was my imagination, maybe I'd already drifted into sleep and it was a dream. But the figures were still there. That's when the fear hit harder, because I couldn't tell myself it was a quick illusion anymore. My heart started beating fast. I could feel it in my chest and throat. I felt that cold alert feeling you get when you think something is in your room. The room looked the same, but at the same time it didn't. The air felt different. The figures were still moving in that same odd pattern. Not always all together, but still repetitive. They moved like they were doing little actions again and again. A small lean forward. A pull back. A shift. A pause. It was like they were repeating the same short set of motions, as if they were stuck in a routine. I stayed there for a while staring because I didn't know what else to do. The more I stared, the more my brain started trying to reason with it. I kept telling myself, stop being silly, you're imagining things, it's dark, you're tired, your eyes are playing tricks on you. I'm a logical person, and I hate how easy it is for fear to make anything feel supernatural. I've always told myself that if something seems impossible, then there's probably a normal reason that I just don't understand yet. So I forced myself to calm down. I forced myself to breathe slower. I told myself I needed to test it, because if I didn't, I would spend the rest of the night frozen and scared. So I moved. Even that felt like a big step. I shifted my body on the bed and watched closely to see if the figures reacted. And they did. That was another moment that shook me, because I expected them to disappear once I started acting normal. Instead, it was like they noticed I was aware of them. Their movements seemed to tighten, like their attention had turned toward me. I know how that sounds, but that's honestly the feeling I had, like the air shifted from, I'm watching something strange, to, something strange is aware that I'm watching. I slowly put my hands out, not fully sitting up at first, just reaching into the space in front of me as if I could touch the darkness. I didn't expect to feel anything. I thought my hands would move through empty air, and that would prove my point, that it was just shadows. But when I reached out, the dark shape seemed to move toward my hand, and it felt cold. Not like touching ice, but like when you put your hand near something that pulls warmth away. It was a weird cold, the kind that doesn't feel like normal room temperature. It felt like the air had thickened around my fingers. And the strangest part was the way it seemed to wrap around my hand. I don't mean it grabbed me like a human hand. It didn't clamp down or squeeze. It was more like mist flowing over skin. It didn't hurt. It didn't burn. But it didn't feel imaginary either. It felt like something was there, like a substance with no real solid shape. When I held my hand still, the darkness seemed to gather around it, like it was curious or like it was copying my movement. It was like my hand became part of the shadow for a moment. I tried to cup it the way you might cup smoke. And that's exactly what it acted like. It didn't stay caught in my hands. It flowed away, slipping through the space between my fingers, thinning and then thickening again. That's why I keep thinking of mist or smoke, because it behaved like something that can surround you but not be held. The figures were still shaped like people, though. They were hunched and low at times, crawling or crouching on the bed, moving around in a way that reminded me of someone climbing carefully without making noise. They didn't have clothes I could describe. They didn't have clear hair. They were just forms. Dark forms with a kind of depth to them, like darkness layered over darkness. I don't know how long I watched them. Time felt strange. It could have been 10 minutes. It could have been longer. At some point, my fear wasn't as sharp. I wasn't calm exactly, but the panic started to drain. I think part of my brain decided that if nothing had attacked me yet, maybe nothing was going to. That's when curiosity took over. I kept trying to understand what the interaction was. I kept trying to see if there was a pattern in what they did, and the more I watched, the more I noticed that they liked repeating movements. They would reach out and pull back, reach out and pull back, fast, like a twitchy habit. When I put my hand out, it was like they mirrored it. If I moved slightly, they moved slightly. It didn't feel like a conversation, but it did feel like a response. One of the things I noticed was that the way they moved was not smooth like a normal person. It was like a sequence, like their bodies didn't move in one continuous flow, but in steps. That made it even more unsettling, because it made them feel less human, like something trying to imitate a human shape without fully knowing how. Eventually, I fell asleep. I didn't even mean to. It's like my body finally gave up from stress and tiredness. I remember thinking, I can't stay awake forever, I need to sleep, and then the next thing I knew it was morning. When I woke, the room was normal again. No figures. No thick shadow feeling. just my bedroom. After that, I didn't know what to think. I went back and forth between telling myself it was a weird sleep thing, or a half-dream, or anxiety, or just my eyes. But then it happened again later, and this time it happened at my boyfriend's place, which made it harder to dismiss as just something about my own room. The last time it happened was last week. I was staying over at my boyfriend's. We had gone to bed like normal. He fell asleep quickly, the way he usually does, deeply and heavy. I was still awake, lying there, and the room was dark. Not pitch black, but dark enough that everything looked soft and shadowed. I started seeing the figures again. At first I thought I was imagining it because I didn't want to deal with it in someone else's house. I didn't want to be the person who wakes up and says something crazy in the middle of the night. I blinked and stared and tried to focus on normal things, like the shape of the door, the edge of furniture, the outline of the window. But the figures were still there. I could see them in different spots around the room, and it felt like they were closer than before. One of them was on my boyfriend's chest. That part bothered me the most. It wasn't like it was crushing him or hurting him, but it was positioned there, crouched like a person sitting low. My boyfriend was still asleep. His breathing didn't change. He didn't wake. He didn't react. That made me feel helpless, because it was like I was the only one seeing this. There were two more figures closer to me, on the bed above my head, kind of crouched and leaning toward each other. And then something happened that felt so strange that even now I don't know how to describe it without sounding ridiculous. Those two figures were acting like they were making out. Like kissing. Like they were wrapped up in each other's space, moving their heads together and apart in a way that looked like intimacy, even though they were made of shadow and mist. It was surreal in the worst way, because it took something human and put it into something that didn't feel human at all. It didn't feel romantic. It felt wrong, like watching something private that you were never meant to see. At some point, it felt like they noticed that I could see them. The energy in the room shifted again, the way it had before, like awareness snapping into place. One of them, the one that felt more feminine to me, leaned toward my face. She moved close enough that I could make out more detail. She was still dark, still misty, but I could see hints of features. A nose shape. The suggestion of eyes. Not bright eyes, not clear eye color, just the outline of where eyes should be. For a moment it was like she was right there, face to face with me, studying me, checking if I really could see her. It wasn't exactly threatening, but it was extremely uncomfortable. There is something deeply disturbing about being watched from close range when you're lying in bed. I felt exposed. I felt trapped, even though I could still move. I didn't know what any of it meant. I didn't know why they were there, why they were doing that, why they were interacting with me, or why they seemed to repeat the same kinds of movements. The girl figure moved back again and returned to the other figure like nothing happened, like she had simply come over to confirm something and then went back to what she was doing. I lay there for a while watching, trying to decide what to do. My boyfriend was asleep. He looked normal. He didn't seem in distress. So part of me thought maybe I should wake him up. But another part of me thought, what would I even say? Hey, there are shadow figures on your chest and above my head and they're making out. That sounded insane, even in my head. So I stayed quiet. For about 15 minutes, I just watched and tried to stay calm. I'm not sure if it was exactly 15 minutes, but it felt like that. Long enough that my fear had time to flare, settle, flare again, settle again. At first I was freaked out. Then I tried to reason through it. Then I got freaked out again. Then I reminded myself that I couldn't stay awake all night doing this. So I made a choice. I rolled over and tried to sleep. That might sound simple, but it wasn't. Rolling over felt like a decision to stop feeding whatever was happening with my attention. I turned onto my stomach because I had been on my back. The moment I turned away, I felt less engaged with them. I didn't know if that would make them stop or if it would make them come closer. But I was exhausted. I just wanted it to end. I closed my eyes and forced myself to breathe slowly until I drifted off. And weirdly, I did fall asleep. That's part of what confuses me. If this was purely fear, you'd think I wouldn't be able to sleep. If it was something that wanted to harm me, you'd think it would stop me from sleeping. But instead, after a while, it was like my body accepted it and chose sleep anyway. That doesn't make it normal. It just makes it harder to understand. One thing I've noticed through all of these experiences is that the figures move in repetitive ways. Even when they seem to interact with me, it's like they repeat the same small gestures again and again. If I put my hand out, they put theirs out, then pull it back, then put it out again, fast, like a flicker. If they tap me, it's not once. It's a repeated tapping motion, usually around my face, especially around my eyes. It doesn't hurt, but I can feel it like pressure, like someone gently pressing the same spot in a rhythm. That's one of the things that makes the experience feel so real to me. Because it's one thing to see something strange in the dark. It's another thing to feel it. I don't know what it means. I don't know if it's connected to me specifically or if it's something about the places I've been in or the way my mind works when I'm tired. I'm not someone who scares easily anymore, at least not the way I used to. The first times it happened, I was terrified. Now I still get freaked out, but after a few minutes, the fear changes into a strong need to understand. It's like my brain says, okay, panic isn't helping, so let's observe and figure it out. That doesn't mean it feels normal. It doesn't mean I'm comfortable with it. It just means I'm trying to stay rational in the middle of something that doesn't feel rational. What stays with me most is how solid the darkness can feel, even though it acts like smoke when I try to hold it. It's the way it can engulf my hand with cold, the way it can wrap around me if I stay still, the way the figures can crouch and crawl like they're using the bed like it's a real physical space. And it's the way they react once they know I can see them, almost like they become more focused on me, like the experience becomes more direct. I don't know if I'm supposed to ignore it, confront it, or just accept it and move on. Sometimes I tell myself it's my mind in a strange state between awake and asleep. Sometimes I wonder if it's something else. Either way, it's real in the moment, and that's what makes it so hard to dismiss. When it's happening, it doesn't feel like a dream. It feels like I'm awake, looking at something that shouldn't be there, and trying to make sense of it while my body wants to do the simplest thing in the world, turn over and sleep.
And that's what I keep doing. After a while, I reach a point where I think, I can't stay up all night. I have to sleep. So I do. I turn away, I close my eyes, I breathe, and eventually I fall asleep, even with the memory of those figures still sitting in the room like they own it. I wish I could end this with a clear answer, but I can't. All I can say is that it keeps happening in a similar way, with the same kinds of movements and the same kinds of sensations, and each time it happens, the fear is there at the start, but it slowly changes into a need to understand what I'm seeing and what, if anything, I'm supposed to do about it.
10 years ago, when I was 19, I met a girl at a job placement agency. I'll call her Lynn. We clicked fast and became friends almost right away, the kind of friendship where you feel like you've known the person longer than you actually have. At the time, Lynn was living with another girl, and not long into our friendship she started complaining constantly about her roommate. It wasn't just the usual small arguments over cleaning or noise. Lynn sounded truly fed up, like she felt uncomfortable in her own home. The complaints became more frequent, and eventually she couldn't take it anymore. She left and came to stay with me and my family. At first it was meant to be temporary, just a few nights while she figured out her next step. But a few nights turned into a week, then another week. After a few weeks of her sleeping on our couch and us falling into a routine, we started talking seriously about getting a place together. It felt like a simple solution. I was young, excited about the idea of independence, and honestly I liked the idea of having a close friend as a roommate instead of moving out alone. We started looking for rentals and, surprisingly, it didn't take long to find something that seemed perfect for our budget. The apartment we found was a basement unit. It was actually pretty nice for a basement, not one of those damp, creepy spaces that feel like they're half underground and half forgotten. This one felt clean and lived in. It had a living room big enough for a couch and a TV, a small kitchen, a bathroom, and 2 bedrooms. It wasn't fancy, but to us it felt like freedom. We moved in quickly, excited and nervous in that way you are when you're starting adult life but still don't really know what you're doing. Lynn had her own interests that I didn't share, but they didn't bother me. She was into the occult, though nothing extreme. She had tarot cards, liked burning candles, talked about energy and vibes, and had little rituals like lighting incense or sitting quietly with her cards. It wasn't like she was doing anything dramatic or frightening. If anything, it seemed harmless, almost like a hobby mixed with spirituality. I wasn't particularly religious, but I also wasn't the type to judge someone for what made them feel grounded. It never felt like a problem. About a month after we moved in, the landlord came downstairs one afternoon to do laundry. Her name was Susan. She lived upstairs, and we saw her here and there but didn't know her well yet. That day, she ended up staying down in the basement longer than usual, folding clothes, chatting casually. Somehow the conversation turned to ghosts. I can't even remember how, which is funny now, because it ended up feeling like such an important moment later. Susan mentioned, very matter-of-factly, that she thought the place was haunted. Not in a dramatic, "You're going to regret moving in" way, but in this calm, almost casual way, like she was talking about a creaky pipe or a drafty window. She said she believed her deceased mother was around, and she hinted there might be others, too. She said it in a tone that suggested she'd accepted it as part of the house, like it didn't even surprise her anymore. I remember feeling a little weird hearing it, but it didn't scare me. Part of me didn't fully believe her, and another part of me just thought, even if she's right, what does that mean? It's not like I'd ever personally had a ghost experience. I had always leaned toward disbelief, or at least the attitude that stories were just stories. Then, about 2 weeks after that conversation, something happened that I still think about. It was around midnight. I was asleep in my room, completely out, and I suddenly woke up because Lynn came into my bedroom. She stood at the foot of my bed. The room was dim, and I could see her shape in the low light. She didn't act like she was coming in to ask a normal roommate question, like if I'd seen her phone or if I'd locked the door. Her posture was strange. She looked serious, almost stiff, like she wasn't fully awake but was still focused on what she was saying. She said in this calm but unsettling way, "There are ghosts in this place and they don't like you very much, so I would watch myself if I were you." Then she turned and walked out. That was it. No explanation, no follow-up, no laughter, no. "Just kidding." It was like she delivered a message and left. I sat up in bed, confused and instantly unsettled. I remember my heart beating faster because the whole thing didn't match the normal world. If someone is going to say something like that, you expect them to at least stay and talk, or show fear, or act like they're reacting to something. But Lynn just left like she'd done her part. I got up and went straight into her room because I didn't know what else to do. I wanted to catch her, to ask her what she meant, to see if she was messing with me. But when I opened her door, she was in bed, fast asleep. Not fake asleep either. She was fully out, breathing deep, the way people sleep when they're genuinely unconscious. For a second, I wondered if she was playing a prank and just pretending. But the more I stood there and watched, the more it seemed real. She looked like she hadn't even moved since she'd gone to bed. I went back to my room feeling completely thrown. The more I replayed it, the more unsure I became of what I'd even experienced. Was she sleepwalking? Was she talking in her sleep? Did I dream it? Had I woken up halfway and imagined it? It felt real, but dreams can feel real too, especially when you're jolted out of sleep. I lay there for a long time, trying to settle back down, telling myself it was probably nothing. The next morning I confronted her. I asked her if she remembered waking me up and saying that weird thing about ghosts not liking me. She looked genuinely confused. She told me she didn't remember it at all. She didn't even remember getting out of bed. She laughed it off in a half-embarrassed way and suggested maybe I dreamed it. Part of me wanted to accept that, because it was the easiest answer. So I tried to let it go. I told myself it was just one strange night, and nothing else happened right away. But then about 3 weeks later, something happened to me that I still can't explain. It was a normal night. Lynn and I were watching TV in the living room before bed. Nothing spooky. Nothing intense. Just regular late-night TV. I had to get up for work at 5 a.m., so I didn't want to stay up too late. I was tired. I remember thinking I should go to bed early so I could function the next day. I said goodnight, went into my room, and fell asleep. At some point in the night, I woke up suddenly. Not the way you wake up slowly, drifting into awareness. This was like something snapped me awake. My eyes opened instantly, and I had that awful feeling of being ripped out of sleep. The first thing I noticed was how uneasy I felt. It wasn't just the groggy, "What time is it?" feeling. It was the heavy, immediate sense that I wasn't alone. I didn't see anything. Nothing obvious was in my room. But the feeling was strong enough that I couldn't ignore it. It was like my body knew something before my brain could form a thought. My skin felt tight. My heart picked up. I felt a wave of discomfort, like the air itself was wrong. I felt a strong need to get out of my bedroom. It didn't feel safe in there, and I can't even explain why. I told myself I was being ridiculous, but the urge to leave the room was stronger than logic. So I got up and went to the bathroom, hoping that just moving would shake the feeling off. But it didn't. I stood in the bathroom for a moment, trying to calm down, and I still felt uneasy, like the feeling had followed me out. I didn't want to go back to bed yet. I thought maybe I should distract myself. So I went into the living room and turned the TV on. I sat down on the couch, trying to act normal, trying to convince myself that I was just half asleep and letting my imagination run wild. For about 10 or 15 minutes, nothing happened. I started to feel a little calmer. I remember thinking, okay, this is stupid. I just startled myself awake. Maybe I had a weird dream. Maybe the house made a noise. Maybe I'm just overtired. The TV sound helped because it felt like a normal anchor in the room. Then the living room got cold. Not slowly cold like the heater stopped working. Not the mild chill of a basement at night. It dropped in temperature so suddenly that it felt unnatural, like someone had opened a door to winter air inside the room. I remember my arms reacting, goosebumps rising. And right after that, I felt what I can only describe as a rush of wind. It wasn't a general draft. It was like wind past my cheek, then my ear, close enough that I felt it brush me. It felt like something moved right beside my face. My first reaction was to look at the windows. But it was the middle of winter, and I knew everything was closed. Our doors were locked. The windows were shut. There was no reason for that kind of wind. And then I started hearing whispering. At first it was faint, like the sound you get when someone speaks quietly, and you can't make out the words. I turned my head, expecting maybe Lynn had gotten up and was behind me, or maybe Susan was upstairs moving around and sound was traveling weirdly. But it wasn't coming from the TV, and it wasn't coming from a clear direction. The whispering grew louder. It began circling around me. That's the only way I can explain it. It felt like the sound moved, like it was in one ear, then behind me, then near my other ear. It was like voices moving in the air around my head. It wasn't a single voice. It sounded like multiple voices or one voice splitting into different parts, chattering and whispering and layering over itself. It felt taunting. Not like someone speaking calmly. More like something messing with me, testing me, getting close and backing away, like it was enjoying how frightened I was becoming. I couldn't understand what was being said, but I knew it wasn't normal. The sound wasn't coming from any physical source I could identify. It didn't sound like the TV at all. It sounded like it was inside my space. Panic rose fast. I started breathing shallow, and my heart was racing. I remember sitting there frozen, trying to force logic into my mind. I kept thinking, am I hallucinating? Is this a medical thing? Am I losing it? But the fear felt too sharp for that. It felt like a reaction to something real, something present. I started saying, "Stop." I don't even know if I said it out loud or whispered it, but I remember repeating it. "Stop. Stop. Stop. I was terrified and I didn't know what else to do. And then I did the only thing I could think of in that moment. I prayed. I wasn't religious. I wasn't the type of person who prayed regularly. But fear can strip you down to whatever you have left, and in that moment prayer was the only thing that felt like a lifeline. I prayed hard, like my life depended on it. I remember the words clearly because they were so simple and desperate. Please God, make it stop. I'm scared. Please make it stop. And then everything stopped. It didn't fade away gradually. It didn't drift off. It stopped instantly, like someone flipped a switch. The whispering vanished. The wind sensation vanished. The cold shifted back toward normal. The room felt empty again. Not empty in a lonely way, but empty in a safe way. Like the space had been cleared. And right after that, I felt this massive, overwhelming relief. It was like I could breathe again. The fear drained out of my body so quickly that it left me almost shaky. But the strangest part was how quickly I became calm enough to stand up and walk back to my room. I went to bed and fell asleep like what had just happened was something I wasn't allowed to hold on to. Like my mind needed to shut down and recover. At 5 a.m. my alarm went off. I woke up, got dressed quickly, and left the apartment in a rush. I felt relieved to be out of there. I remember being out in the cold morning air and feeling like at least outside was normal. At least outside made sense. My whole body still felt tense, like I was carrying the memory of the night in my muscles. After that, I didn't want to be in that apartment at night. I started finding excuses not to go home. I stayed at my boyfriend's place. I stayed with friends. I stayed with my parents. Anywhere felt better than going back there and lying in the dark wondering if it would happen again. I didn't trust the apartment anymore. Even during the day, it felt different. Not obviously haunted, not like objects flying or doors slamming, but like there was something in the air that I couldn't relax around. Eventually, I moved back home. It felt like the only safe option. I couldn't force myself to sleep there. The fear was too strong, and the memory of the whispering circling around my head kept coming back to me whenever I tried. Even now, all these years later, I still don't have a clean explanation. I still ask myself if it was some kind of sleep-related event, like waking into a strange half-dream state. I still wonder if stress or exhaustion played a role. But I also remember how real it felt. I remember how physical it was, the cold, the wind against my cheek, the way the whispering moved around me, the way the whole atmosphere seemed to tighten and then release. And what stays with me most is how immediate the change was when I prayed. I didn't gradually calm myself down. I didn't talk myself out of it. I didn't distract myself long enough for it to fade. It stopped the instant I begged for it to stop. That's the part that makes me pause, even now. Because if it was just my own mind, why did it feel like something outside me backed away? To this day, I can't say with certainty what happened to me in that basement apartment. I only know how it felt, how it started, how it ended, and how it changed the way I looked at things afterward. And even though I've tried to explain it logically 1,000 different ways, there's still a part of me that remembers that night and thinks, something was there. Something knew I was awake. And for reasons I still don't understand, it didn't want me to feel welcome. My mother passed away almost 4 years ago, and her anniversary is coming up on August 14th. Even now, just writing that date makes everything feel close again. In the weeks before she died, she was heavily medicated, and she said and did things that could easily be explained away as side effects of the painkillers. I know that. I've told myself that 100 times. But there were also a few moments during that time that felt different, not confusing, not random, not like a mind drifting under medication. They felt clear. They felt meaningful. And no matter how much I tried to file them away under the drugs, I can't, because they're some of the most special memories I have. My mom carried a lot of anger in those final weeks, and I don't blame her. Everything happened so fast. She didn't get the gentle, gradual time some people get, time to process, to accept, to make peace. She was taken from us quickly, and she didn't get to move through the stages in her own way. It was like she was forced forward while still trying to catch her breath. Around that time I had a trip planned to visit my boyfriend in Ontario. I wanted to see him desperately because my heart was breaking and I needed comfort, but I also did not want to leave my mother. Not for a second. The thought of being far away made me feel sick. I kept going back and forth, trying to justify staying, trying to convince myself to go, trying to do both at once in my head. In the end, she made the decision for me. She insisted I go. She told me I deserved it. She said it like it wasn't even up for debate, like she was doing what mothers do, putting their child first, even when they're the one who needs holding. So I went, reluctantly. I did have moments where I enjoyed being with him, but I also had panic attacks, because the fear never left. I felt like I was walking around with a string tied to my chest that stretched all the way back home, and it was pulled tight every second I was gone. I spoke with her every night, and the way we handled it was serious. I was the one who had to call them. I told my friends not to call my cell phone at all. That phone was for emergencies only. Even my parents weren't supposed to call my cell just to chat. In my mind, the only reason that phone should ever ring was if I needed to get on an airplane immediately and come home because something had happened. That's how tense and watchful I was living. She did okay while I was gone, but when I got back, she looked different. Painfully thin. Her skin was turning yellow. And still, somehow, she was happy to see me. It's strange, the mix of things you can feel in those moments. Relief and dread at the same time. I was grateful to be home, grateful I hadn't missed anything, but I could also see the downhill slope clearly now. Her strength was fading. The house felt like it was holding its breath. After I returned, my whole sleep became tied to one sound, her respirator. I couldn't sleep if I couldn't hear it. I needed that sound the way you need proof that the world hasn't changed while you blinked. So I stopped sleeping in my room. I slept on the upstairs landing living room couch, close enough that I could hear her. It wasn't even a proper couch meant for sleeping. It was more decorative, uncomfortable, stiff. But I didn't care. I would have slept on the floor if it meant I could hear that steady rhythm. As her death got closer, the drugs increased because the pain increased. She was suffering so much. It wasn't like the movies where people fade gently, whispering perfect goodbye speeches. It was messy and unfair and physically brutal. Some afternoons she was almost childlike in a way that broke my heart. She couldn't speak much. Her voice became a whisper. She would drift in and out, and she had small comforts she clung to. One of them was iced cappuccinos. My dad would bring her one at least 3 times a day. She would look forward to them like a treat, like a tiny bright spot in a day that was otherwise so heavy. Even when she could barely communicate, her face would change when she knew one was coming. One afternoon I was lying with her in her room. I was tucked in close, under her hand, and she was watching television. Not really watching in the focused way people watch, but blissfully staring at it, letting the images move, with the tiniest smile. It was one of the few moments where she seemed calm. I remember thinking, maybe this is one of the peaceful stretches. Maybe the drugs are letting her rest. Then I felt it, that sudden shift. That feeling you'd get when the air changes, when the mood in a room turns on a dime. I lifted my head, because something in me knew something was wrong. And when I looked at her, she wasn't looking at the television anymore. She was staring into the corner of the bedroom. Not glancing. Not zoning out. Staring directly, intensely, like she was seeing someone standing there. Her eyes were fixed, her whole attention pulled away from everything else. She made a small gasp, a tiny sound, but enough to slice through me, and she whispered, "Who's that?" My body went cold in an instant. I started asking her questions, trying to stay calm because I didn't want to scare her, and also because I wasn't ready to believe what it looked like. I asked if she was okay. She nodded, still staring at the corner. I asked if she was seeing something. She nodded again, and then she glanced at me quickly, like she wanted to check my reaction, and snapped her eyes back to the same spot. She whispered that it was a person. I asked if she knew them. She shook her head slightly at first, then tilted her head, as if she was trying to recognize them, as if the memory was right on the edge of her mind. And then she whispered, "I think so." That was the moment that got me. Because it didn't feel like delirium. It felt like recognition forming. Like someone stepping into focus. I held her hand and told her it was okay. I told her maybe it was someone she knew, someone coming to visit her, someone there to let her know that everything would be okay. I didn't want to fill her head with fear. I wanted to give her comfort. And when I said that, she smiled. Not a forced smile, a small, genuine one. She kept looking at that corner with this soft expression, like she wasn't scared at all. Like she was, almost reassured. For about 20 minutes she stayed that way, watching whatever she was watching. Then she sighed, and slowly, like the moment had passed, she turned her attention back to the television and went back to her quiet smile. Later I told my dad. He said it was probably the medication. But he didn't say it easily. He seemed disturbed in a way he was trying not to show. I asked him what was wrong, and he brushed it off, saying he had things on his mind. I let it go, because what else do you do when you're living inside grief? You pick your battles. You survive the day. I didn't think much of it again until after the funeral. The morning my mother died, I was at the foot of my parents' bed. Their bed was massive. My father slept on the right side, my mother on the left, and I was sprawled across the bottom, half on this bench thing at the end of the bed that they'd originally set up for the dog. My dad was lying next to her on top of the covers, still fully clothed, because none of us were really sleeping in a normal way anymore. We were dozing, listening, waiting. The rain was falling that night, and I remember it as this steady sound in the background, like the world outside didn't realize what was happening inside that room. I remember looking at the clock. It was about 6:05 a.m., if I'm remembering right. And then I felt my mother's hand on the top of my head. Not brushing past me. Not a vague sensation. It was her touch, her exact touch, the one that could wake me up instantly. My mother had a very distinct way of touching me that no one else did. It was like a signature. It's hard to explain, but if you've had someone your whole life who wakes you a certain way, you know it. The house alarm wouldn't wake me, but her touch would. Every single time. So I shot awake, shocked, because the only way she could touch my head would have been if she'd gotten out of bed and stood over me, and she did not have the strength for that. I looked in front of me. Nothing. I looked behind me. She was still lying in bed on her side, exactly where she had been. But she was looking directly at me. Her eyes were open, focused, and there was something in her face that made my chest tighten. There was no possible way she could have gotten up and touched me. And yet I knew she had, or someone had in her way. I looked at her with tears already forming, and I asked, "Mom, is it time?" She nodded slowly. That nod is burned into me. It wasn't panic. It wasn't confusion. It was steady. Like she was telling me the truth as gently as she could. I woke my father. I ran for the home care nurse. I grabbed my brother. And I came back to her side so fast it felt like my body moved without thinking. Then I lay beside her as she started to let go. Her lungs were filling with fluid. The sounds were awful. If you've ever heard it, you know there's no way to forget it. She gripped onto me, and I tried to give her the one comfort I knew mattered. I grabbed her hair comb and started brushing her hair. Brushing her hair was her favorite sensation in the world. Even when she couldn't speak, even when she couldn't move much, that small act brought her calm. So I did it, over and over, steady and gentle, talking to her softly, trying to keep my voice from shaking. She died in my arms that morning. And the moment she let go, I felt something pass through me. That's the only way I can describe it. It was intense, like a rush, like a weight and a warmth and a movement all at once. I felt it so strongly that it startled me. It felt like she moved through me, like her presence didn't just disappear, it traveled. Minutes after she died, I couldn't stay in the room. I couldn't. Her body was there, but she wasn't. And the emptiness of that difference was unbearable. I needed air. I needed space. I needed something normal, something physical. I remember wanting a cigarette so badly because my adrenaline was surging and my hands were trembling, and it felt like my nervous system didn't know what to do with itself. My father and I stood out on the deck. And the sky was unreal. It was pink and swirling. Not just a nice sunrise. Pink. It looked alive. It looked like it was moving in soft spirals, like the clouds were painted and then stirred. For a moment I honestly thought I was losing my mind, like grief had finally snapped something in me. But my dad saw it too. And later the neighbors mentioned it too. That's what made it stick. It wasn't just in my head. Other people witnessed it. It was beautiful, and it felt like a goodbye. A few hours later, the entire East Coast's power went out. And I know, logically, that's coincidence. I know it. But part of me still laughs through tears when I remember it, because my mom used to joke that she'd go out with a bang. She had that kind of humor, even in the worst moments. It felt like her style, even if it was just the universe being the universe. For about 3 weeks after she died, I wasn't myself. People noticed it. Friends noticed it. Family noticed it. I held it together outwardly. I stayed the rock, the strong one, the one making phone calls and helping with arrangements and supporting everyone else. But inside, I felt like I was split open. And here's where things get even stranger. Some family members later told me they felt like she was inside me that morning, because I said things that were out of character. And the truth is, I don't remember saying a lot of what I apparently said. It's like parts of those days are foggy, like I was moving through them on instinct. One thing I do remember saying shocked me the second it left my mouth. I turned to my father. I called him M.O., which was what my mom called him, and I said, M.O., I don't want them to see my body. The moment I said it, I froze. Because I didn't mean to say, my body. I meant, I don't even know what I meant. It felt like it wasn't my sentence, not fully. And them, her sisters, it made sense in context, because her sisters were coming, and my mom had complicated feelings. But the wording, it felt like it came from somewhere deeper, somewhere not entirely mine. I cried and ran downstairs because I needed to get control of myself. I didn't know where it came from. I still don't. Then came the funeral. It was devastating, of course, but in the middle of all that grief, I told my aunt and my father about the moment in the bedroom when my mother had stared into the corner and asked who was there. I told it like a strange, tender story, like something that mattered. And that's when the missing piece fell into place. We found out that on that very day, very close to the same time my mother saw that figure, her uncle, my great-uncle, passed away in his sleep. The timing lined up so closely that it made my whole body go still when I heard it. Because suddenly that moment in her bedroom felt less like confusion and more like connection. Like someone had come to her. Like someone had stepped in, not to scare her, but to quietly let her know she wasn't going alone. And I keep thinking about the way she smiled. The way she wasn't frightened. The way she looked comforted, like she recognized something familiar even if she couldn't fully name it. People can say it was the medication. Maybe it was. I can accept that as a possibility. But I also know what it felt like in that room. I know what her face looked like. I know the difference between drugged confusion and a peaceful, focused presence. And when I connect that moment to the timing of my great-uncle passing, it feels like one of those rare moments where the world thins, just a little, and something meaningful slips through. If that figure really was him, or someone else she loved, then I'm glad he came. I'm glad she had that. I'm glad she got even 20 minutes of calm reassurance in the middle of everything that was happening to her. And if nothing else, if it truly was just the drugs, then the timing is still so strange, so perfect, that I can't help but feel like maybe I was right when I told her someone was stopping by to let her know she was going to be just fine. My father is really the only person in my family I feel comfortable talking to about paranormal and supernatural stuff. He's had experiences of his own, and they've been just as intense as mine. He's shared a few moments with me over the years, and I've always believed him because he's not the type to exaggerate or make things up. Most of what happened to him came after my mother passed away, but one of his earliest experiences happened long before that. When my father first moved to Canada from Scotland, he was young, probably in his early 20s. At that time, he was married to his first wife. Both his family and hers were still back in Scotland, and he was far away from everyone he grew up with. His mother had already passed by then, and he told me there was one morning where something happened that he could never explain. He was in his bedroom getting ready for the day, and out of nowhere he could smell his mother's perfume. Not a vague memory, not a "this reminds me of her" sort of thing, but a strong, clear smell he recognized instantly. The exact perfume he remembered from childhood. At first he tried to ignore it. He told himself it was just his mind, or nostalgia, or some random trigger he wasn't aware of. But it wouldn't go away. It stayed, strong and persistent, like it had filled the whole room. Eventually he sat down on the bed, almost defeated by it, and said out loud, "Okay, Mom, what is it?" And right after he said that, the phone rang. It was bad news. His sister was in the hospital. That experience stayed with him because the timing was too perfect. Not just the smell, but how it wouldn't stop until he acknowledged it, and then the call came like an answer. He told me he had a similar moment years later when his father passed away. Again, he was far away from family, overseas, unable to make it home, unable to attend the funeral. And again, something happened that felt like a warning or a message, like the universe tapping him on the shoulder in a way he couldn't ignore. He didn't describe that second one in as much detail, but he said the feeling was the same, something personal, something unmistakable, followed by news he didn't want to receive. After my mother died, things took on a different kind of intensity for him. A few months after she passed, my father started spending time with a woman who at first was simply his friend. Later she became his girlfriend for a while, but he couldn't bring himself to truly move on emotionally. He still loved my mother deeply, and he still does. Eventually he and this woman settled into being best friends rather than anything romantic, because he just couldn't force his heart into a new life the way other people sometimes can. But early on, when he first started visiting her and going out for coffee, he told me my mother's presence felt angry, jealous. Not in a petty way, but in that raw, emotional way that grief can sometimes carry, like the spirit of her was still tangled in the same fears she had near the end of her life. My mother struggled with feeling unattractive as she got older and as she got sick. She became jealous when my father paid attention to anyone else, even innocent attention, because she didn't feel like herself anymore. And my father never hurt her. He never betrayed her. He adored her. He always says she helped shape him into the man he became, and he still talks about her like she was the great love of his life, not just the chapter that ended. So one day, not long after she died, he was getting ready to meet this woman for coffee. He was washing his hands and reached for the towel, and suddenly his wedding ring flew right off his finger and landed in the middle of the bedroom. That ring was not loose. He told me it was so tight that the only way to take it off was to grease his finger and really work at it. It wasn't something that slipped off easily, not even close. That's why it startled him so much. It wasn't like it slipped into the sink or fell near his feet. It shot off and landed away from him, almost like it had been thrown. And in that exact moment, he said he could feel my mother's presence in the room. He described it like a tantrum, like an emotional storm. Not quiet sadness, but that sharp, angry energy, the feeling of someone furious that they're being replaced, or terrified they're being forgotten. So he spoke to her the way he would have when she was alive. Not cruel, but firm, like he was trying to calm her down. He said something like, "Okay, and come on. You know it's nothing. Smarten up." He picked up the ring, slipped it back on his finger, and tested it. Stuck again, like nothing had happened. And as soon as the ring was back on, the angry feeling eased. The room cooled down. The air felt normal again. He's told me other things too, quieter things but just as personal. He's heard her. He's felt her lie down next to him when he's drifting off to sleep, that sensation of weight on the bed and presence in the space beside him. He's had moments where he swears he's had full conversations with her, not necessarily hearing words out loud, but knowing what she's saying, feeling the message in his mind. He feels her everywhere. Sometimes he says he feels her more often than I do now, like she stays close to him because their bond was so strong. One of the moments that hits me the hardest, though, is something that happened to me, but my father was part of it in a way that still amazes me. It was one morning not long after my mother died. I wasn't doing well. I was deeply depressed and I was home alone. I couldn't handle being alone in that grief. I remember feeling like the walls were too quiet, like the house itself was pressing in on me. I started crying, and it wasn't quiet crying. It was that kind where you lose control and it feels like something inside you finally breaks open. I ended up lying in the spot where my mother had passed away, crying so hard I could barely breathe. I didn't call anyone. I didn't text anyone. I felt like I had no one I could reach out to, and honestly, I didn't even have the energy to try. About 15 minutes after I started sobbing like that, my cell phone rang. It was right beside me. I answered, and it was my father. The second I heard his voice, I remember feeling almost stunned, like the timing was impossible. He said, "Are you okay?" "Something's off. I don't know why, but I have a feeling it has something to do with you." "Sweetie, have you been crying?" And I just cracked. I admitted I wasn't doing okay at all. That I needed someone. That I couldn't handle it. He came home right away, and later he told me what had happened on his side. He had been outside having a cigarette, talking to my brother. But something kept distracting him. He said it felt exactly like my mother used to act when she wanted your attention. And he described it perfectly, because my mother really was like that. If she wanted you to listen to her, she would get right in your face. She'd plant herself in front of you until you looked at her and asked what her problem was. She didn't do subtle when something mattered. He said he couldn't concentrate on my brother because it felt like something was practically standing in front of him, demanding his focus. He kept getting that inner push, stronger and stronger, that he needed to call me immediately. Not later. Not after the cigarette. Not when the conversation ended. Right then. So he excused himself, made the call, and found me exactly as he feared, crying uncontrollably. This was only a couple of weeks after she died in 2003, and it shook him because it felt like she had nudged him the way she always did. Like she had spotted me breaking down and basically went to him like, "Go. Now. She needs you." And what gets me is that he still says this happens sometimes. Not as dramatic, not always, but every now and then, when I'm not doing well, he gets that feeling. He'll call and he'll say, "I got that feeling again." Like something told him to check on me. And a lot of the time, it's true, I've been struggling, or overwhelmed, or holding things in. To me, that feels like love in its purest form. Even after death, even after everything, she still shows up when it matters. Not always with signs and big moments, but with that familiar push, that pay attention energy she had in life. Like she's still watching out for me, still making sure someone is there when I start to fall apart. And honestly, I think that's totally awesome too.
When my kids were still tiny, my oldest was 3 and my baby was only 6 months old. They're 15 and 12 now, but I can still remember this like it happened yesterday. Back then we had a pretty decent stereo system, the kind that felt like a big deal to own. I'm sure you can guess who picked it out. My husband loved his gadgets and he was proud of that setup. He'd researched it, compared models, talked about sound quality like he was a professional, and when it was finally in the house he treated it like a trophy. We'd had it for just over a year with no issues at all, so it was a shock when one night we were yanked out of sleep by music blasting through the house at full volume. Not just loud, but as loud as it could possibly go, the kind of sound that hits your chest before your brain even wakes up properly. We bolted downstairs instantly, both of us in that half-asleep panic where you're sure something's wrong. The house looked normal, nothing knocked over, no lights flickering, no weird smell, nothing out of place. Except the stereo. It was playing a CD and it was roaring like someone had turned it up to maximum and left it there on purpose. We shut it off as fast as we could, mostly because we didn't want the neighbors waking up and complaining, and also because it felt so wrong and sudden that it made our hearts race. We checked on the kids straight away. Our oldest, Ben, was still upstairs in his room. At that age he didn't go down the stairs on his own, so there was no chance he'd wandered down and touched anything. And our youngest, Mackenzie, was safe in the crib, exactly where we'd left him. We'd always been careful with that stereo because the kids were young and my husband didn't want sticky fingers anywhere near his precious equipment. The stereo was up high on a shelf for safety, out of reach, and we had a strict rule about it. Before turning it off, the volume always had to be turned right down to 0. We did that every time. It was one of those habits you don't even think about after a while, because the idea of accidentally blowing the speakers was enough to keep you disciplined. So when it happened, we just stood there staring at it, confused, trying to figure out how it was even possible. I'll be honest, my mind immediately went to something odd happened. My husband's mind went to someone wasn't careful. He thought maybe I'd forgotten to turn it down, maybe I'd left it up and then turned it off, and when it came on again it just exploded with sound. I knew I hadn't done that, but it was late, we were tired, and neither of us could prove anything in that moment. So we put it down to a weird one-off glitch, shrugged it off as best we could, and went back to bed. Then the next night it happened again. Same thing. Full volume. Same kind of violent wake-up, like the house itself was being shaken. We rushed downstairs and shut it off. This time we didn't just shrug it off. We started going through possible reasons like we were troubleshooting a crime scene. The first thing we checked was the power bar. The stereo was plugged into a power bar along with the TV, the VCR, and the game systems. The power bar had a surge protector, and the logic in our heads was simple. If there was a surge, everything should have shut down. And if the power bar was faulty, you'd expect the other devices to do something strange too. But nothing else was turning on or acting up. It was only the stereo. By now I was getting that uneasy feeling, not full fear yet, but the kind of discomfort that makes you keep glancing over your shoulder even though you know you're alone. My husband stayed practical. He said the receiver must be defective, something internal, and that was that. He made an appointment to have it serviced. Even that phone call felt strange. The girl who took our call sounded reluctant, like she thought we were wasting her time or exaggerating, but the warranty had only just barely expired and eventually she agreed to book it in. The appointment was for 2 days later, and until then we decided to be extra careful. We followed our usual routine, made sure everything was off, made sure the volume was down, and went to bed. And it happened again. Every night until we took it in. By the time we were driving to the service place, we were both exhausted, cranky, and honestly more rattled than we wanted to admit. We dropped it off and for the first time in days the house felt peaceful at night. No sudden blasts, no sprinting down the stairs half asleep, no hearts pounding at 2 or 3 a.m. It was such a relief that I remember thinking, okay, so it really was the stereo. They kept it for almost a week. When they finally called us to pick it up, the guy told us they couldn't find anything wrong with it. They'd tested it, double-checked it, looked through it, and everything seemed fine. But he said he'd replaced a part inside anyway, because it was the only thing he could think to do, and we shouldn't have any more problems now. He said it confidently too, like the case was closed. We brought it home, set it back up, put it on the shelf, plugged it in, and tried to believe the whole thing was behind us. That night we were shocked out of sleep again by the stereo blasting at full volume. At that point we didn't even talk much. We just ran downstairs and shut it off, and I remember looking at my husband's face in the dim light. He looked genuinely unsettled, even though he'd been trying to stay logical the whole time. We were both tired, and it felt like the house was being messed with. So we unplugged it. Fully unplugged. We left it sitting there dead and harmless, because we didn't trust it anymore. The next night loud music woke us again. And that's when it got truly weird. Because we ran downstairs and the stereo was playing at full blast, and it was plugged in. We both stopped and stared like our brains couldn't accept what our eyes were seeing. I know for a fact we unplugged it. I remember doing it. I remember the cord hanging loose. My husband remembered too. Yet there it was, plugged back in, playing like nothing had happened. That's the part that made my stomach drop. A faulty receiver is one thing. A weird glitch is one thing. But something being unplugged and then somehow being plugged back in again, with no one else in the house who could do it. That's the part that crossed the line for me. I wasn't screaming or crying, but I felt cold all over. My husband was angry more than scared, but it was a sharp kind of anger that came from being powerless. He called the service place again, and this time he didn't sound polite. The girl on the phone didn't drag her feet the way she had before. She booked us in quickly. Once again, the service department claimed they couldn't find anything wrong. No explanation. No obvious defect. Nothing they could point to and say, this is the problem. But this time, maybe because they could tell we weren't going away, and maybe because all our electronics were the same brand, they decided to keep us happy as customers. They replaced the receiver entirely with a brand new one, the next model up. We were more than satisfied with that. We didn't even care about the upgrade part. We just wanted it to stop.
After we got the new receiver, the problem vanished completely. No more midnight music. No more blasting volume. No more panic runs down the stairs. Night after night went by peacefully, like the whole thing had never happened. And what makes it even stranger is that the stereo we have now is still going strong. Years later, it's still in use. The kids use it on their TV for their game systems, and it behaves perfectly, like the calmest piece of equipment in the house. Sometimes I think back on it, and wonder if it really was just a rare electrical fault that somehow got solved by swapping the receiver, or if something else was going on that we'll never be able to explain. But part of me still likes the idea that it was just a bored music lover passing through, someone with a sense of humor and a taste for dramatic entrances. If that's what it was, I truly hope they found a better place to hang out than our living room at 2 a.m. A concert hall would suit them much better. My roommates and I have just moved into a brand new place, and honestly I almost expected it to feel exactly like my last home. Quiet, normal, no strange moments, nothing that would make you stop and think. The funny thing is, my last place never really felt homey. It was fine, but it didn't have that warm, settled feeling. This new place does. It feels like home already, and all of us have slotted into it really easily, like we've been here longer than we actually have. The setup is simple. 2 of us girls are upstairs, and the 2 boys are downstairs. When we first moved in, one of the guys was still in Ontario, and hadn't brought any of his things over yet. Mikey, though, was already fully moved in, and his room is directly below mine. I'm in the master bedroom upstairs. I'm normally a deep sleeper. The only thing that can pull me out of sleep fast is my phone ringing. Other than that, once I'm out, I'm out. The first night we stayed there, the other girl and I were completely exhausted. We ended up crashing in my bed, and I left the TV on low in the background. Not because I was scared, but because there's an alleyway behind our backyard and the sound of cars rolling along the gravel is loud and irritating when you're trying to drift off. The TV helps cover that up for me. Apparently Mikey was the last one to fall asleep. Our floors are insanely creaky, but not in a constant way. They only creak when pressure hits certain spots, like you step in the wrong place, and it complains. So the next morning, when we woke up, we did what we always do, because we think we're hilarious. We decided to go downstairs and wake Mikey up. He was half awake, kind of dozing, and before we even got into our usual messing around mood, he looked at us like we'd pulled something on him. Then he goes, "What the hell were you guys doing in the middle of the night?" We just stared at him. He looked serious. He said it sounded like we were creeping around upstairs, walking up and down the hallways. Like someone was moving around above him. Not just one quick creak, but enough to sound like someone actually pacing or wandering. The other girl and I immediately shut that down. We were like, "Dude, we were asleep. We didn't get up once." He didn't believe us at first. He gave us that look like we were lying just to mess with him, but then he sat up properly, like the thought landed in his head all at once. He went quiet for a second and then said, So you're telling me dude, this house is haunted, isn't it? We laughed, because what else do you do in that moment? Plus it sounded ridiculous, and we didn't want to make a thing out of it. The vibe in the house felt good. Warm. Comfortable. Not creepy at all. So we brushed it off and acted like he was being dramatic. A little while later we went outside for a cigarette. Mikey and the other girl were sitting in the side yard, and I realized I'd forgotten my lighter. So I went back inside and walked upstairs to my room to grab it. I wasn't rushing. I wasn't thinking about ghosts or weird energy or anything like that. I was literally just going in to get my lighter and come back out. I stepped into my room and a second later, behind me, the door slammed shut. Not clicked shut. Not drifted closed. Slammed shut, like someone had pushed it or like a sudden gust had hit it. The first thing I did was turn and look straight at the window, because that's the logical explanation. But my window wasn't open. It was shut. It was boiling hot, and I'd kept it closed to keep the heat out. Then I looked at my fan. It was on, but only on low, and it wasn't even facing the door. It was pointed down toward the floor. Also, the fan is old, like something from the 80s, and it barely has the power to move air across the room, let alone slam a door with force. If it was on full blast, it would probably rattle itself apart before it could do that. I just stood there for a second with that weird, caught-off-guard feeling, like your brain is trying to replay what just happened and make it make sense. Then I did the calmest thing I could think of, because suddenly I didn't want to act jumpy in my own bedroom. I opened the door slowly, like I didn't want to provoke anything, and I propped it open with this giant stuffed yellow duck that sits on my bed. It looked ridiculous, but it was the first heavy thing within reach. Then, without even really planning it, I said out loud, very quietly and very seriously, "Please don't do that again." Then I grabbed my lighter and went back outside, trying to look normal, but I know my face must have looked completely shocked. When I got back out there, I didn't tell them the full story. I told them my window must have been open or something, because I didn't need everyone spiraling on day one. The other girl I live with upstairs gets scared so easily. She's the type who hears one weird noise and starts imagining footsteps, and she'll climb into bed with me in the middle of the night, shaking, because she's convinced something's in the house. It's been like that for years. I'm basically her big sister when it comes to her anxiety about sounds, shadows, and the general "what was that?" feeling. And the boys? Total skeptics. They'll laugh anything off. Even if something happens right in front of them, they'll be the first ones to say it's the building settling, pipes, air pressure, imagination, whatever. Mikey is usually like that too, but I could tell that the creaking bothered him more than he wanted to admit, especially once he realized we genuinely hadn't been awake. He said the movement sounded like it wasn't near my bed either. It sounded like it was in the middle of my room and then out into the hallway, like someone walking around up there. That's the part that gave me that heavy little feeling in my stomach. Because I know what regular house creaks sound like. I know what it sounds like when someone rolls over in bed, or when someone gets up to use the bathroom. This sounded like pacing to him, like the kind of movement that repeats and shifts location. So now I'm stuck in this awkward middle spot. I don't feel anything negative in this house at all. It feels safe, comfortable, even cozy in a way my old place never did. That's why this is so confusing. If something is going on, it doesn't feel aggressive or dark. It feels present, maybe. Like a new house still settling, except it's not just wood and nails settling. It's like the space itself is alive. But I still can't explain the door. No breeze. Window closed. Fan barely doing anything. And it wasn't a gentle close. It was a slam. We moved in last Wednesday, so we've barely been here, and so far those are the only two things that have happened. The creaking that Mikey heard, and the door slamming shut behind me. I'm hoping that's all it is, and that once everyone is fully moved in and the routine becomes normal, the house will just feel like a house. Still, I have this feeling it might not be the end of it. For about 9 years, my family and I lived in a 2-story house where a lot of strange things happened. It wasn't the kind of place where one big dramatic event happened and then life went back to normal. It was more like little moments kept piling up, until you stopped being shocked and just accepted that the house had its own moods. When we first moved in, my brothers were full of energy, as usual. They were running up and down the stairs, racing each other, laughing, trying to prove who was the fastest. At some point, they both slipped near the bottom steps. I can't remember if they were sitting or sprawled out on the stairs laughing, but I do remember what happened right after. They looked up and saw a person looking at them from upstairs. What made it so unsettling was that there was no one up there. Everyone else was downstairs. They weren't the type to lie about stuff like that either, especially not together. To explain why the layout mattered, I'll describe the house the way I remember it. When you walked in, there was a living room that connected into the kitchen. Beside the staircase there was a small storage room, and beside that was the furnace room. When you went up the first set of stairs, there was a bathroom on the first landing. Then you went up the next set of stairs and there were 3 bedrooms and a small storage area. It's hard to explain in words, but the stairs had that feeling where you could see enough to know if someone was there, and yet the upstairs still felt separate from everything downstairs. When my brothers told us what they saw, my parents did the usual parent thing and tried to keep it calm. They told them not to be scared of anything that couldn't hurt them. My brothers didn't seem terrified, more like confused and curious. They were kind of sensitive, especially the older one, even though he's still my little brother, and I jokingly call him my little big brother, now because he ended up taller than me. The room my sister and I shared was the one on the right upstairs. There were 3 bedrooms, one across from the stairs, one in the middle, and one on the right, and that right room always felt off. It didn't feel like a cozy bedroom. It felt like a room that tolerated you being in it, but didn't really want you there. One night, my sister was going to bed early. I was downstairs with my brothers and my baby sister, watching TV in the living room, just hanging out like we normally did. Then we heard my sister crying. Her name is Molly. Yeah, that's her real name, and the sound of her crying wasn't the normal "I'm tired" kind of crying. It sounded like she was genuinely upset. I went upstairs. The lights were on. Molly was sitting on the bed crying hard. I asked her what happened, but she didn't answer at first. I asked again, and she finally said someone had been scratching her back. That made my stomach drop. I checked her back right away because I expected to see marks. But there was nothing. No scratches, no redness, nothing. Still, she was scared, and she didn't want to stay upstairs alone. So I told her to come downstairs and sleep on the couch instead. She did, and after a while she calmed down enough to fall asleep, curled up with our baby sister nearby. When she was asleep, I told my brothers and my parents what she'd said. Another night, still in that same room, Molly and I couldn't fall asleep. I don't even remember what time it was, only that we were lying there in the dark and everything felt too quiet, like the silence itself was heavy. Then my right arm started lifting on its own. At first it was small, like a twitch, but then it was very clearly my arm rising without me choosing to move it. I didn't feel like I was doing it. It wasn't like I was half asleep and rolling over. It was like my arm was being pulled upward. I told Molly. She got scared immediately. I didn't want to tell her, but in our family we don't really do the pretend nothing happened thing. We talk about it, even if it's weird. So we went to my brother's room and asked if they'd sleep in our room that night. They agreed. We dragged one of their beds or mattresses beside ours so they had somewhere to sleep. JD, short for his full name, slept beside me, and my other brother slept near Molly. I finally drifted off, but later JD shook me awake and told me my arm had lifted again while I was asleep. I remember getting frustrated, not because I thought JD was lying, but because I was tired and annoyed and didn't know what to do about it. I muttered something like, "For K's sake, man. Stupid arm." And then I rolled over and went back to sleep, almost stubbornly lying on the same arm that kept lifting itself, like I was daring it to happen again. That room always gave us the same feeling. Every time we walked into it, we felt uncomfortable. not in a dramatic horror movie way, but in a steady, persistent way. At night I would feel like someone was watching me. It was the kind of feeling you can't just shake off. The door would be closed, the lights off, and the only glow was the alarm clock. Even then the room felt like it had eyes. One night, Molly fell asleep before me. We usually talked for about an hour before bed, whispering about whatever kids talk about, but that night she was out quickly. I lay there staring into the dark, waiting to fall asleep, when suddenly I heard a scream right into my right ear. It wasn't a sound from the hallway. It wasn't downstairs. It wasn't outside. It felt like it came from right beside my head, like someone leaned in and screamed directly into my ear. I froze. I couldn't move. I didn't want to move. I mean, I felt genuinely paralyzed, locked in place by fear. I looked at Molly. She was still asleep, breathing normally, completely unaware. That made it worse, because it meant I was the only one who heard it. I started praying. I prayed hard. I asked God for protection because I had this strong sense that if I fell asleep without doing something else was going to happen. After a while, the fear eased, like a heavy blanket being lifted. I felt safer. Not thrilled, not relaxed, but safe enough to finally sleep. And I remember this weird emotional moment too, where I wanted to cry because that peaceful feeling reminded me of a relative who had been alive before. It was like the comfort felt familiar, like it wasn't just nothing, like someone was there protecting me. But I held the tears in because I had the feeling that whoever was watching over me wouldn't want to see me crying. So I swallowed it and finally slipped into sleep. After enough nights like that, Molly and I asked our parents if we could move into their old room. At that time, my parents were sleeping in the living room because our baby sister cried all night in their bedroom. For some reason, she slept better in the living room, so that's where they stayed. They asked why we wanted to move rooms, and we told them what had been happening in the room Molly and I shared. They believed us enough to agree, so we moved our things into the room across from the stairs, the one that used to be theirs before they adopted my baby sister. Stuart, my little brother, and yes, that's his real name, ended up moving into the right-hand room after we left it. He was excited because it meant he finally got his own room. And here's where things get complicated. Stuart didn't complain about anything happening in there. He didn't say he heard screams or felt watched. He slept in that room like it was just a normal room. But his behavior changed after he moved in. It wasn't like he turned into a completely different person overnight, but slowly he became more angry. He stopped listening to my parents as much. He started snapping at little things and picking fights. He started hanging out with people he wasn't supposed to be around, and sometimes he'd do things that felt completely out of character, like violating property or acting reckless in ways he never did before. When we tried to talk to him, he would act like we were blaming him, even when we were just trying to explain what he should and shouldn't be doing. My parents always explained rules clearly and calmly, and most of us listened. But Stuart took everything like an attack. He'd twist it around and act like everyone was against him. Sometimes I wondered if that room didn't hurt him the way it hurt us, but instead pulled something darker out of him, like it amplified his worst moods. Another thing that happened in that house involved my dad. One day he was home alone. Everyone else was out, and he was sitting on the couch watching TV. He told us later that he suddenly felt a presence beside him, like someone sat down right next to him. He turned his head and saw my mom sitting there, staring at him. But my mom wasn't home. He said it didn't scare him in the moment. It just confused him, because it looked like her. But he knew it couldn't be. When my mom got home, he told her what happened, and then she told the rest of us. It became one of those stories we repeated sometimes, not as a joke, but as a, "Yep, that house was like that." JD was the most sensitive in the family. He heard and saw things the rest of us couldn't. Almost every night he'd talk about footsteps on the stairs when everyone was asleep. Sometimes he'd say he saw someone standing by the stairway, just watching, like a silent shape that didn't belong. When I got my first digital camera, I took a picture of JD lying on the couch playing his Game Boy Advance. It was a normal photo, except for one thing. In the picture there was a bright orb hovering above his stomach. We stared at it for a long time, shocked. It was the first time we'd ever caught something like that on camera. JD looked at the photo and told us that earlier he'd felt like someone was sitting on his stomach, even though no one was near him. He didn't even sound scared when he said it, more like it was just a fact. I showed the picture to my parents. They didn't make a huge deal out of it. By then we'd lived there long enough that weird things didn't shock us the way they used to. For a few months, my cousin Jason lived with us. He slept in the room on the right, the one Molly and I couldn't stand. The room didn't bother him. That's when I started thinking maybe whatever was in that room didn't like girls. Or maybe it just targeted us in a different way. Jason's girlfriend came over a lot, and another cousin of ours named Doreen visited too. Doreen is one of my favorite cousins, and she's not the type to make stuff up for attention. She told me that one day she was sitting on the bed talking to Jason and his girlfriend, and she saw a shadowy figure behind the door. The door was open because my mom insisted the door stay open when Jason had company. She didn't want anything nasty happening in a closed room, if you know what I mean. Doreen said the shadow stood there and stared, mostly at her, and then it disappeared. She said the room didn't feel right when it happened. Like the air changed. After that, she felt uneasy being in there. It was like whatever it was wanted the girls to know it didn't like them. And that matched my own experiences, and Molly's too. I had a friend over once, and we were just talking about school and whatever. But my friend suddenly said she didn't feel good in that room. She looked pale, like she wanted to leave without being rude. I suggested we go downstairs instead, and the second we stepped out of the room, she said she felt better. We didn't go back in there the rest of the day. My Uncle Floyd and his girlfriend also had an experience, but in a different part of the house. They were house-sitting while my family visited relatives in Chester. The first night they slept in my parents' room. That night, Floyd woke up because his girlfriend was talking, like actually talking to someone. Not mumbling, not dreaming. Talking clearly. And she was speaking Inuktitut. Floyd asked her who she was talking to, and she said there was an old man sitting on the floor. Floyd told her there was no one there, but she insisted the old man was sitting right beside the bed, and she was speaking with him. She said she could see him. Then she said the old man disappeared right in front of her. That scared her badly enough that she forced herself to sleep right up against Floyd, clinging to him like she didn't want any space between them. The next day, they decided not to stay another night in the house. They slept at my grandma's instead, because they didn't want to deal with it again. When we came home, Floyd and his girlfriend told us what happened. We weren't really bothered by it, strangely. The room they slept in, my parents' old room, always felt calm. Peaceful. If anything, it felt like a safe room in that house. And I remember thinking that if an old man's spirit was there, he didn't feel threatening. It felt more like he belonged there, like he died in that room and wasn't interested in hurting anyone. There was another time in that same room when a bunch of people were gathered to watch a movie. Some of my brother's friends, my sister, and a few cousins. The movie was Cabin Fever. I didn't watch it because I'd heard it was disgusting and scary, and I wasn't in the mood. While they were watching, one person suddenly felt the bed dip down, like someone sat beside them. They looked, expecting to see someone sitting there, but there was no one. Later, still during the movie, someone else felt taps on their shoulders, like a hand tapping one side and then the other. Everyone swore they weren't messing around. The person got scared but tried to act like it was nothing so the whole group wouldn't freak out. That was the pattern in that house. One room felt unsettling and heavy, like it watched you and didn't want you comfortable. Another room felt calm, like a different presence lived there, something older and quieter. And the stairs, the hallway, the spaces in between, those felt like the house had traffic, like things moved through it whether you believed in them or not. By the time we finally left, we were used to it. Not in a, we loved it, way, but in a, this is just the background noise of our lives, way. It became normal to swap stories, compare what we felt, and try to make sense of why certain people were affected more than others. Even now, When I think back on it, I don't just remember one scary moment. I remember the feeling of living in a place that never fully felt empty, even when you were alone. When my little brother JD was still young, our whole family ended up at the health center because someone close to us had just died from a heart attack. I can't remember the exact year or month anymore, but I know it was winter. That part sticks in my mind because the cold outside felt like it matched the heaviness inside. Everyone was crying. My mom and dad were both crying, and so were my relatives. I mean, who wouldn't? The air in that place felt thick, like grief had its own smell. JD was beside me and he was crying too. I remember looking at him and thinking how unfair it was that he was so young and already learning what death felt like. There's another reason that day hit him hard. My grandmother had named him after her favorite niece, a girl who had been abused and treated badly by her relatives. The only person who protected her, as far as I understand it, was my grandmother. So JD's name wasn't just a name. It carried a story and a kind of love and sadness mixed together. Years later, JD told my parents something that still gives me chills when I think about it. He said that on the day my grandmother died, he saw her soul standing beside her husband. Then she looked over at him and gave him a gentle smile. He said he knew right away she was going to be okay. That wasn't JD being dramatic either. JD has never been the kind of person who makes stuff up just to be interesting. When he tells you something, it's usually because it meant something to him, and he remembers it clearly. Another time, on a summer day, we got news that my aunt had died. My mum broke down straight away, because she already missed her sister and never got the chance to say goodbye. I was beside my dad crying, my baby brother was crying, and JD was crying too. It was one of those moments where the whole house feels like it's tilted, like reality suddenly isn't solid anymore. JD told us later that he already knew our aunt had died, because he saw her one night. He said she was looking at him, or near him, like she came to check in. Back then we lived in Chesterfield Inlet, and my aunt lived in Rankin Inlet. So she wasn't physically near us. There was no way he should have been able to know anything before the phone call came, but he did. That aunt was complicated. She was an alcoholic, and that's the truth, but she also spoiled me whenever I visited my relatives in Rankin. I got homesick easily when I was away from my parents, and she would try to make it better in her own way. I still remember the mix of comfort and chaos that followed her around. Even before we got the news, I had this quiet sense in my chest that she might not be in the world much longer. I can't explain it properly. It wasn't a clear thought, it was more like a shadow of a feeling. But JD didn't just sense something. He believed what he saw. Later we found out how she died, and it was awful. She drowned. She had been drunk that night, fell off a Honda, and landed face down in a puddle. Her body was found the next day by someone local who lived nearby. That detail stayed with me, because it wasn't like a peaceful passing in bed. It was messy and lonely and unfair, the kind of death that makes people angry as well as sad. When I think of JD seeing her, I can't help wondering if she was trying to say goodbye in the only way she could. Another story happened during a fishing derby. Once a year, most of the people in town would go out to fish and see who could catch the biggest one. Some people would travel outside of town by machine, and some would go out into the bay to catch cod. It was one of those community events where the cold doesn't even feel as harsh because everyone is together, and there's excitement in the air. A couple of years ago, my family went out fishing for the derby. I can't remember the name of the lake now, but I remember what JD told us after. He was standing at the fishing hole when he noticed a shadowy figure on the land up on top of a hill. The figure wasn't moving around or doing anything dramatic. It was just standing there, watching. JD said it felt like it was staring at them the whole time. It didn't bother anyone directly. The derby only lasted 2 days over the weekend, and people mostly focused on fishing and visiting and keeping warm. But JD told my parents what he saw, and they believed him. They said that land was known to be haunted because someone had died there years ago. When we got home, JD told me about it, and I asked my parents if it was true. They said yes. And the way they said it wasn't like a spooky campfire story. It was more like they were stating something the way you'd say, "Oh, that road floods in spring," or "Be careful on that ice." Just a fact of the place. Then there was something that happened just last year in winter, and this one still makes my chest tighten. My dad ended up in the drunk tank. He can't really control himself when he's deep into liquor, and that's something that has caused a lot of pain in our family. That night, my mum was crying hard. Not quiet tears either, but the kind of crying where you're praying at the same time because you don't know what else to do. She prayed to God for protection and for things to be okay, because sometimes it feels like your family is being pulled apart by something you can't fight with your hands. While she was crying, she suddenly felt this overwhelming peace. Like comfort washed over her from nowhere. The kind of calm you don't create yourself. It just arrives and you don't know why. JD looked over at her and saw something. He saw our deceased grandmother glowing in a light that he described as heaven's light. He said her arm was over my mum's shoulders, like she was holding her close the way a mother does when she knows you're breaking. JD said my grandmother was speaking to my mum, telling her everything would be okay, and she said it in ineptitude. JD told my mum what he saw and what he heard. My mum didn't laugh it off. She didn't argue. She just listened, because she had already felt that peace, and now she had a reason to believe it wasn't just her imagination trying to cope. That same day, I went home from my other grandmother's house, my mum's mom. When I walked into our house, I felt safe straight away. A sense of peace, and even happiness, like the air was softer than usual. It felt familiar in a way I can't fully explain. It wasn't like the house looked different. It wasn't like anything physical changed. It was a feeling, like being wrapped in something warm. I knew, in my own way, that the presence I was sensing was my grandmother's. It felt like her. JD told me what he saw and heard, and honestly, I was happy. I was also a little jealous, not in a bad way, but in that, "Why can't I see what you see?" kind of way. I even felt silly for feeling jealous, because the whole reason she came, if she came, was to comfort my mum. Still, there was a part of me that wished I could have seen her too, just once, clearly, the way JD did. But even without seeing, I felt it. And sometimes that's enough. Sometimes it's more than enough. I live in one of the oldest incorporated cities in Canada, a place founded by loyalists and shaped by the sea. It's a harbor city, and it carries that kind of heavy history that soaks into the stones and wood. People came here hoping for fresh starts, but the water has taken its share, and the harbor has seen too many goodbyes that never turned into reunions. There have been tragedies, accidents, ship losses, lonely lovers watching the horizon for someone who didn't return. And on top of that, my city has also been scarred by a massive fire that once wiped out an entire stretch of the uptown area. So when you grow up here, you don't really need to believe in haunted houses the way people in newer places talk about them like they're a novelty. You just accept that a lot of the homes are old, and a lot of old homes come with stories. Most of the houses here are several hundred years old. They've had generations pass through them. Babies born, couples fighting, families grieving, people dying, and new people moving in without ever knowing what happened in the rooms they now sleep in. When you live in a place like that, it doesn't feel strange to hear someone say, "Oh yeah, that place has a presence." The same way it doesn't feel strange to hear, "That place gets damp in winter." It becomes part of the local atmosphere. So it probably won't shock anyone that I've lived in more than one house people called haunted. What might be different about me is that I've always been hypersensitive to this kind of thing. I can't really remember a time when I felt completely shut off from it. Even when I try to ignore it, there's still this sense that the world is layered, like what we see is only the surface of something deeper. Over the years, I've had psychics tell me I was a psychic in a past life too. One of them explained it in a way that stuck with me. She said my ability back then was like a running tap. It flowed whenever I wanted. I could open it, close it, use it for whatever I chose. But she said I used it selfishly, and because of that, in this life the tap doesn't run freely anymore. It only leaks. It comes in bursts, on its own terms, not mine. I don't know what I fully believe about past lives, but I will say this: that description felt weirdly accurate. There are times when everything is quiet, and then there are moments when it's like someone turns the volume up without warning. I've also had dreams that later become real events or conversations. Not immediately, not in the dramatic. I dreamt it last night, and it happened today. Way. Sometimes it's weeks later. Sometimes it's years. It's always subtle enough that part of me could dismiss it as coincidence. But there have been too many moments where I've been sitting in a room, hearing someone speak, and suddenly I get this cold jolt of recognition because I know I've already heard those words before in a dream. I'll also pick up emotions in certain places, like I'm walking into energy that doesn't belong to me. I'll feel sadness, anger, loneliness, panic, and it hits me like a wave even when my own life is fine. The first house that really shaped my understanding of all this was a duplex we moved into when I was 8. It was owned by 2 wealthy brothers who were both in their 80s. People in the neighborhood had stories about them too. They were known for being rich, proper, and oddly funny in a dry sort of way. They used to joke that the duplex was an escape from their wives, and even as a kid I understood that meant they preferred their independence. We rented a lot of space in that building: the attic, the top floor, the workshop, and the basement. It wasn't just a unit. It felt like we were renting layers of a whole life. We moved in during February, right after a severe ice storm that basically froze the entire city in place. Everything was coated in ice. Branches snapped. Power lines went down. People stayed inside, huddled under blankets, and the whole world moved slowly, like it was holding its breath. So when we first stepped into that old duplex, and it felt cold, it didn't seem strange. Old houses are cold anyway, and after a storm like that, every building holds onto the chill. That first night, I was in my new room unpacking. I remember the feeling of being excited and nervous at the same time, like you're in a new place that isn't yours yet but you're trying to make it yours by putting your things down. I was setting up my books and toys, deciding where everything would go, when I heard a sound that made me pause. It was the hangers in my closet. They moved by themselves. Not a little sway, not the gentle motion you'd expect if you brushed past them. It was like they slid, clacked together, then stopped. I remember turning my head toward the closet and the sound stopping instantly, like whatever had moved them realized I was paying attention. I stood still for a moment, waiting to see if it would happen again, but it didn't. I told myself it must have been the house settling, or maybe the way the closet door had shifted. Kids are good at explaining things away when they don't want to be scared. A bit later, I had this grocery bag hanging on my bedroom door handle. It was one of those cheap plastic bags with the ends looped around the knob, and I was using it for trash while I unpacked. I turned away to toss something in it, and when I looked back the bag wasn't hanging there anymore. It was on the floor. Not just dropped either. The ends were tied in a knot. Neat. Like someone had taken it off the handle and tied it deliberately before placing it down. That should have freaked me out, but it didn't. I remember standing there with this confused little frown, like my brain couldn't decide what category it belonged in. It didn't feel threatening. If anything, it felt like someone making a small statement. Almost playful. Like, "No, not like that." So I shrugged it off the way kids do when they're trying to be brave. I picked it up, hung it back, and went on with my evening. But that house didn't stop showing itself. As the years went on, strange things became part of normal life there. I would see flashes of light crossing the hallway, like a quick bright movement that wasn't connected to headlights or reflections. Sometimes I'd be walking from one room to another, and I'd see it from the corner of my eye. A streak of light gliding past like someone carrying a lantern, and when I looked straight at it there would be nothing. I heard footsteps too, especially at night. The stairs would creak in that slow, steady way that sounds like someone deliberately climbing them. But when I'd check, the house would be still. Sometimes it happened in the attic above us, like pacing in a space that should have been empty. The back door rattled too, even when there was no wind. You know when a storm is coming and the pressure changes, and doors can shift slightly? This wasn't like that. This was the handle moving like someone testing it, like fingers tapping or twisting the knob. It would stop if I stood there staring at it, which somehow made it worse, because it felt aware. And then there were whispers. Not loud, not clear enough to quote word for word most of the time, but present enough to make the hairs rise on the back of my neck. Sometimes it sounded like someone speaking from behind a wall. Sometimes it sounded like someone breathing words right beside me, the way you whisper in someone's ear. Even though I felt several spirits in that house, there was one area that felt especially heavy, the washroom. That bathroom carried something sad. Every time I stepped into it, the energy shifted. The air felt thicker. The light felt dimmer, even if the bulbs were bright. And the strangest part was how it affected me emotionally. I would feel tears in my eyes for no reason. I could be having a good day. I could be laughing with my family, eating dinner, enjoying my life, and then I'd go into that bathroom and suddenly a wave of sadness would roll through me. My throat would tighten. My eyes would sting. I would feel grief that didn't belong to me. It was like stepping into someone else's heartbreak. I always sensed an older woman there. Not evil, not violent, just lonely and upset, like she was stuck in a loop of sorrow. I used to stand at the sink and stare at my own face, watching myself tear up, silently asking, why do I feel like this? I never got an answer, but the feeling was consistent. That bathroom held her, or at least held what she left behind. When I was 12, my little sister was born. That changed everything in the house in a normal way too, because babies bring noise and exhaustion and that strange soft atmosphere families have when they're sleep deprived but also in love. Around that time, I switched bedrooms. There was another room that wasn't used often, and for some reason I decided to try it. I thought maybe I'd like the space, or maybe I just wanted something new. I lasted about a week. The first night in that room, I went to bed like normal. I remember the quiet. I remember the dim shapes of furniture. I remember feeling tired enough that sleep should have come easily. But then I felt something start in my body, and it was so physical I can still recall it clearly. It began as a tingling in my toes. Not the normal pins and needles you get when your foot falls asleep. This was different. It felt like a current, like electricity running through my nerves. The tingling spread upwards slowly, moving through my feet, my ankles, my calves. It crawled up my legs like a wave. By the time it reached my waist, my whole body felt heavy, like it was sinking into the mattress. My arms felt thick, my fingers wouldn't move properly. It was like I was being held down without anyone touching me. I remember trying to tell myself, stay calm. Maybe it's just a weird sleep thing. Maybe you're dreaming. And then I felt someone sit on the bed. The mattress dipped. The weight was real. It wasn't subtle. It felt like someone sat near my legs. My breath caught in my throat, and for a moment I couldn't even decide whether to scream or pray or pretend nothing was happening. The weirdest part was that the presence didn't feel like the older woman from the washroom. That older woman energy felt like sorrow. This presence felt different. It wasn't warm exactly, but it wasn't cold either. It felt present. A person. A personality. It didn't feel like it was trying to hurt me, but it also didn't feel gentle. Over time, I started to think of this presence as Ray. I can't fully explain why that name came to me. It wasn't like someone whispered, Ray, in my ear. It was more like the name formed naturally in my mind, like a label my intuition created. Ray didn't feel evil, but Ray felt frustrated. Restless. Like a trickster who didn't like being ignored. The cupboards in the kitchen would be open when no one touched them. I'd walk in and find cabinet doors hanging wide like someone had been rummaging for something. Small objects would shift places. You'd put something down, turn around, and it would be somewhere else. Not always dramatically, but enough to make you question your own memory. Ray was annoying in that way. Like a child knocking on a wall just to get attention. But one day, Ray got angry. I remember it because it was the first time I saw something happen with real force. A friend of mine was over, and we were in the kitchen. I don't even remember what we were doing. Probably something boring like getting a snack or talking about school. My cat's water dish was on the floor nearby. My friend walked past it, not touching it, not kicking it, not even close enough that her foot could have clipped it by accident. Then the dish exploded. Not cracked. Not tipped. It flew with such force it was like someone had grabbed it and thrown it against the wall. Water sprayed everywhere. Plastic shards scattered. The sound was sharp and violent, like a bang that stole the air from the room. My friend jumped back and screamed. I froze, because my brain tried to do that quick, impossible math. How can something 2 feet away from her feet launch like that without any contact? That moment changed the mood in the house for me. Up until then, I'd never felt truly threatened. Even the sad older woman energy felt more heartbreaking than scary. Ray had been a nuisance. But that dish felt like a tantrum. Like something saying, I can do more than whisper. I can break things if I want. We had to move out of that home when I was 16 because the owners died. The 2 elderly brothers passed, and the place was going to change hands, and our family had to pack up everything we built there. The weird part was that it wasn't just me noticing things anymore. As we packed, my skeptical parents started experiencing things too. My mother was in the attic packing boxes when she felt a hand press down on her shoulder. Not a brush of fabric, not the sensation of her own muscles shifting. A hand? Firm. Like someone standing behind her, placing their palm on her shoulder blade. She whipped around expecting to see my father or me, but no one was home. She went cold all over, and for once she didn't laugh it off. There were footsteps on the stairs too while we were moving things out. Slow steps, like someone coming up, then stopping. My mother told me she heard them when she was alone, and it made her stomach drop. And the strangest moment for her happened right as she was leaving for the last time. She swore she heard a whisper, close and clear enough that she could tell it wasn't just her imagination. Goodbye. It wasn't loud. It wasn't dramatic. It was almost tender, like someone seeing her out the door. As for me, I never felt fully comfortable in that house, not really. I lived there for years, and it became home, but certain areas always felt wrong. The attic especially. The kitchen sometimes, especially after the dish incident. And that bedroom where the tingling started and the bed dipped. I never slept in it again after that week. Some rooms you can't unfeel once they've marked you. After we moved out, I learned something that made all of it feel heavier and more real. There had been an old lady living in our home before us. She died in the bathroom. When I found that out, it felt like a key turning in a lock. Suddenly all those moments of sadness, those tears I couldn't explain, the heavy energy in that washroom, they weren't random anymore. They had a shape, a story attached. It didn't make it less creepy, but it made it make sense in a way my mind could hold. And Ray, apparently, had lived there too. Not as a spirit, but as a person. Someone with that name connected to the house's past. I don't know what kind of life he lived, or what made his energy feel like a frustrated trickster in my experience. But hearing that name tied to the place made my skin prickle. Like the house had always been a stage, and we had just walked into a play that had been running long before we arrived. On moving day, I remember thinking, finally this ends. Finally I won't have to feel watched in hallways or cry in bathrooms for no reason. I thought my ghost stories would stay behind in that old duplex like dust in the corners. I couldn't have been more wrong. I was 16 years old when this happened, and for as long as I can remember I believed in ghosts. Even when I was very young, I felt like there was more going on around us than most people wanted to admit. Little things would happen that never felt completely normal to me, strange feelings in certain rooms, the sense of being watched when I was alone, shadows that moved just a little bit differently than they should have. My mother always brushed it off. She doesn't believe in ghosts at all. If I ever tried to tell her anything, she would say it was my imagination, or the house creaking, or a trick of the light. But deep down, I was sure there was something else out there, even if I couldn't prove it, and even if no one believed me. It was in September when this particular experience happened. My oldest sister called me one day and asked if I would like to stay with her for a couple of weeks. She had her own apartment, and a little boy, and she needed some help with him. He was still a baby and full of energy, and she thought an extra pair of hands would make things easier. I said yes right away. I loved my sister, and I loved my nephew even more. The idea of spending time in her apartment, in a different environment, felt exciting. I didn't have any idea that those weeks would be some of the strangest of my life. When I arrived at her place, she showed me where I would be sleeping. Since the apartment wasn't very big, they didn't have a spare bedroom for me. Instead, they set up an air mattress for me in the living room. It was positioned near the TV, with a light blanket and a pillow, and I told her it was fine. I didn't mind at all. At night, when everyone went to sleep, I would lie there on the mattress and listen to the sounds of the building, the hum of the refrigerator, a car passing outside, sometimes muffled voices from neighboring apartments. It felt a little strange, being the only one sleeping in that open space, but at first I didn't think anything of it. My sister's husband and I actually got along pretty well. We weren't super close, but we were comfortable around each other. One night, the two of us were sitting in their bedroom playing World of Warcraft on the computer. The glow from the screen lit up the room while my sister was in another part of the apartment, and my nephew was either sleeping or playing quietly. It was just an ordinary evening. We were talking about random things, laughing now and then, focused on the game. Then, out of nowhere, he told me something that instantly changed the tone. He said, very calmly, that he used to see his mother after she died. At first, I thought he was joking or exaggerating, but his face was serious. He told me that after she passed away, she would appear to him in her true form, as if she were still alive, only she was dead. She would just be there, in front of him, like a physical person. It wasn't just a shadow or a feeling, it was her. This went on for a while, he said, and it became too much for him to handle. About 7 years before this conversation, he had finally reached a point where he couldn't cope with it anymore. One day he told her, out loud, that he couldn't deal with seeing her like that, and he asked her to leave him alone. He said that after he did that, she stopped appearing to him while he was awake. Instead, she only came to him in dreams every so often, almost like she was just checking in on him from time to time. He described these dreams like visits, soft, quiet, not aggressive or terrifying, but still heavy with emotion. The way he spoke about her made it clear he loved her and missed her, but also that her presence had been overwhelming when she appeared physically. I listened to him, and while part of me thought, "This is exactly the kind of thing I believe in," another part of me felt unsettled. It was one thing to believe in ghosts in theory. It was another thing to sit in a dark room hearing someone tell you that their dead mother used to stand in front of them. That conversation stayed with me. Later, I kept thinking about his mother. I had seen her picture in the apartment. It was hanging on the wall, showing a woman with a kind face, small in size, with a look that felt familiar even though I had never met her. The idea that she used to walk around the apartment, or appear in front of her son, started to weigh on me. I tried not to scare myself, but once a thought like that gets inside your head, it's hard to push it away completely. My nephew was only about 10 months old at the time. He was at that age where babies start trying to walk, crawl, and babble in their own language. One day, I was sitting on the floor with him in the living room. Toys were scattered everywhere, the TV was off, and there was a soft light coming in from the windows. He was playing happily, making those little baby sounds, grabbed by small things that fascinated him. His toys, the edge of the couch, the patterns on the blanket. It was a peaceful, ordinary moment. Then, all of a sudden, he stopped what he was doing and looked up. His eyes focused on something in the room. But there was nothing there. At least, nothing that I could see. He stared for a moment, and then he started talking in baby talk, as if he was having a conversation with someone. His tone was happy, engaged, like he was answering and reacting to another person. He smiled, laughed a little, and kept babbling in that direction. A strange feeling washed over me. It wasn't just that he was looking at nothing. It was where he was looking. Slowly, I followed his gaze and realized he was staring straight toward the wall where the picture of my brother-in-law's mother was hanging. His little hand lifted, And he pointed right at that picture, still talking in his baby language, still acting like he was interacting with someone only he could see. My chest tightened. I got down on my hands and knees next to him and asked quietly, "Who are you talking to?" Of course, he couldn't answer me in words I would understand, but he reacted. He turned to look at me for a second, then looked back toward the picture and smiled again, as if the invisible presence was still right there. That was the moment when my fear really kicked in. It felt like the room had shifted. The air didn't feel the same as it had before. It was as if something unseen had quietly entered. I didn't want to scare my nephew, and I didn't want to cause a scene. So I kept my voice gentle as I spoke to whatever might have been there. Inside, my heart was racing, but I tried to sound calm. I quietly asked the presence, whether it was his grandmother or something else, to please leave. I didn't say anything rude or disrespectful. I just asked, very softly, for it to go. As soon as I said that, I felt a change in the atmosphere. The air felt lighter, like the heaviness had thinned out. My nephew slowly lost interest in whatever he had been looking at and went back to playing with his toys. Even though the moment passed, it stayed in my mind for the rest of the day. I replayed it again and again. I thought about the way my nephew had pointed directly at the picture. I thought about the timing, how all of this happened not long after my brother-in-law had told me those stories about his mother. I tried to tell myself that babies sometimes act strangely, that maybe he was responding to something else, but it didn't feel that way. It felt too specific, too focused. The next day, something happened that made it even harder to brush off. My nephew had been put down for a nap in his own room. I was in the apartment, just doing normal things, when I decided to go check on him to make sure he was okay. His door was partly open, and as I started walking toward it, I could see a bit of the room through the crack. That was when I saw her. There was a small woman leaning over his crib. She was standing there in a way that a grandmother might stand over a sleeping child, as if she was watching him or checking on him. Her posture was natural and gentle, not stiff or theatrical. For a second, my brain tried to make sense of it. I thought maybe it was my sister, but she was somewhere else in the apartment. The woman's size, the way her body looked, it didn't match my sister at all. Then she turned her head and looked at me. Our eyes met, or at least that is how it felt. In that moment, the world around me seemed to go quiet. Her face was familiar, not because I had ever met her in real life, but because I had seen her picture. It was my brother-in-law's mother. She didn't look horrifying or angry. She just looked like a small woman who had been caught in the middle of something. But seeing someone who you know is dead standing there in your nephew's room is not a calm experience. I froze for a second, too shocked to move or speak. She started to walk toward me. The strange thing is that instead of walking through the open doorway, she moved forward and passed right through the wall beside it. It was like watching someone step into solid matter as if it were nothing. My heart pounded in my chest. My body felt cold, like someone had opened a window in wintertime. Before I could fully process what had happened, she was gone. I rushed into the room and checked my nephew. He was fine. He was still asleep, breathing normally, his little body relaxed. He had no idea what I had just seen. I stayed there for a moment, watching him, trying to steady my own breathing. Then I slowly walked back to the living room. My legs felt shaky, and every sound in the apartment seemed louder than before. I sat down on the couch, trying to calm myself, but my mind was racing. I turned my head toward my nephew's bedroom door again, just out of instinct, as if some part of me expected something to happen. As I looked, I saw a head quickly poke out from behind the door frame, then disappear again. It was fast, just a quick motion, but I knew what I had seen. It was her face, the same woman, the same features from the picture and from the moment over the crib. I couldn't stop myself. I let out a small scream and jumped up from the couch. My heart was hammering, and my skin tingled with fear. Only then did I remember something important. After my brother-in-law had told me his story about seeing his mother, I had gone into the bathroom by myself. I had stood there, looking in the mirror, thinking about her. And in that quiet, private moment, I had spoken to her. I had asked her, in my own words, to please show herself and to bless us with her presence. At the time, it had felt like a curious, harmless thing to say. I didn't think anything would happen. But now, after seeing her in my nephew's room and at the door, that memory came back and hit me hard. I had invited her, and she had answered. There was another time when I saw her, and this time it was at night when I was trying to sleep. I was on the air mattress in the living room, the lights were off, and the apartment was quiet. My sister and brother-in-law were in their room, asleep. My nephew was in his room. The only light came from the faint glow of something outside or from electronic devices in the room. I lay there, staring into the darkness, my mind wandering between normal thoughts and the uneasy feeling that something was still around. Then I noticed something in the hallway. There, in the dim light, was a figure. It was her again. This time she was glowing softly, white, like there was a faint light coming from her. Not blinding, not harsh, just enough to make her stand out from the shadows. She wasn't doing anything dramatic. She was just standing there, and she was smiling. It wasn't a cruel smile or a frightening one. It was gentle, almost peaceful, like she was happy to be there or happy to see us. I watched her, hardly daring to breathe. My body was tense, but there was something strangely calm about her presence. Then she began to move. She walked toward the patio door and passed right through it as if it were air. Outside the glass, there was nothing for her to stand on, but she walked in the thin air beyond the door for a moment, and then, slowly, she faded away and disappeared. I lay there, staring at the space where she had been, trying to understand what I had just witnessed. It didn't feel like a dream. I was awake, aware of the room, my heartbeat, my breathing. Everything around me felt real, except that what I had seen wasn't something that fit into normal reality. I didn't scream that time. I just felt a mix of fear, sadness, and a strange kind of awe. It was like watching something from another world slip in and out of ours. There was one more event that still stays with me. My sister and brother-in-law smoked cigarettes sometimes, but they were careful about it. My sister told me very clearly that when they smoked in their bedroom, I should keep the door closed so that the smoke wouldn't drift out and reach my nephew. She didn't want him breathing it in or for his room to smell like smoke. Usually, I listened to her, and I made sure to close the door every time. I knew it was important to her. But there was one time when I didn't. I don't know if I got distracted or just forgot, but that particular time, the door was left open. My sister was napping, and my nephew was asleep too. At that moment, my brother-in-law wasn't right there with me either. I was on the computer in the living room, focused on whatever I was doing. The rest of the apartment was quiet. All the other doors inside the apartment were closed. It was one of those still, ordinary moments where nothing special seems to be happening. Without warning, the bedroom door started to move. It began to swing shut, not slowly like a door pushed by a breeze, but with a steady, clear motion, like someone had taken hold of it and intentionally closed it. I sat there and watched it, my eyes wide. Then I saw the door handle itself turning, as if an invisible hand were holding it and pulling the door closed to make sure it clicked into place. This wasn't a draft. It wasn't someone else in the apartment. My sister was sleeping. My nephew was asleep. No one else was near that door. I was the only one awake and watching. The sight of that handle turning by itself made my stomach twist. It was such a simple, ordinary object, doing something it should only do when a person touches it. But there was no one there. As soon as the door closed, the apartment felt different again, like the air had shifted. I sat there at the computer, trying to decide whether I should get up and check the bedroom or just stay where I was. Eventually, I got up and looked, but everything inside was normal. My sister was still asleep. The room was quiet. If anything had closed that door, it was no one I could see.
Throughout all of this, I kept one thing to myself. My sister and my brother-in-law don't know that I saw his mother. They don't know about the way she stood over the crib, or how she walked through the wall, or how she appeared in the hallway glowing white and smiling before disappearing into the air. They don't know that I put everything together in my mind, The way my nephew talked to an empty space near her picture, the strange feeling in the room, the door closing by itself, the promise my brother-in-law made years ago when he asked her to leave him alone, and the quiet little request I made in the bathroom, asking her to show herself. I don't know if I should tell them. Part of me feels like it's their right to know, especially my brother-in-law's. It was his mother, after all. Maybe it would give him some comfort to know that she was still around, checking in on her grandson, walking the hallway, closing doors to protect him from smoke. Maybe he would think it was beautiful instead of terrifying. But another part of me is afraid. Afraid they won't believe me. Afraid I'll worry them or upset them, especially if they think it means something unfinished or unsettled is still going on in their home. I also think about the fact that he once begged her to stop coming to him. Maybe telling him would feel like dragging that old fear back into his life. Maybe he wants the visits to be limited to quiet dreams that he can wake up from. I go back and forth in my mind, wondering what the right thing is. For now, the memories sit with me, and I carry them alone. What I do know is that I saw what I saw. It wasn't just a trick of my imagination. It wasn't a shadow or a random creak in the floor. These were clear moments, detailed and vivid. My nephew pointing at her picture while talking to something unseen. A woman's form leaning over his crib. A head peeking out of a doorway. A glowing figure in the hall, smiling as she walked through the patio door into the air. A door closing by itself, the handle turning without a hand. I didn't make these things up. They happened, and they left a mark on me. I am still 16 in that memory. Still the girl who believes in ghosts even when her mother doesn't. But after those weeks in my sister's apartment, my belief feels less like just belief and more like experience. It isn't a Hollywood horror movie in my mind, and it isn't something I talk about easily. It's quieter than that, something that lives in the back of my thoughts whenever I see a picture of someone who has passed away, whenever I hear about a child talking to someone invisible, or when a door quietly closes on its own. Maybe my brother-in-law's mother was just watching over her family. Maybe she came because I asked. Maybe it was both. Whatever the reason, I will never forget her.
I have always believed in the supernatural. Even when I was younger, before I really understood what ghosts or spirits were supposed to be, I felt like the world was more than just what we could see and touch. I believed that things happened for a reason, not always a logical or scientific reason, but a reason that sometimes only made sense on a deeper level. There were moments in my life when I would get a strong feeling about something, or I would see or notice things that didn't feel normal. I knew that science could explain many things, but not everything, and there were experiences that simply didn't fit into a neat, logical box. It has been more than 4 years since the incident I'm about to describe, and even now, it still replays in my mind like a movie I can't stop watching. I have dealt with unusual things before, little moments that made me pause and wonder, but this one stands out from all the rest. This one left a mark on me in a way the others didn't. At the time, I was in college. My days were pretty normal, filled with classes, assignments, and the everyday tiredness that comes from trying to manage everything at once. I had a classmate who was also a close friend. We spent a lot of time together, working on projects, joking around, and helping each other through the stress of school. One day after class, we decided that instead of going straight home like we usually did, we would walk over to my aunt's apartment. She lived about 5 blocks away from the college, not very far, and we thought it would be a simple, relaxing walk. Normally, someone would pick us up every day, so we were used to having a ride. But that day was different. For some reason, it ended up being just the two of us, on our own, walking through the neighborhood toward my aunt's place. Before I get to what happened, I should explain a little about where my aunt lived. Her apartment was in a building that sat in a very strange little cluster. Across the street from her building there was a salon, and next to that salon there was another apartment building. Beside that apartment building, almost pressed up against it, there was a funeral home. The area had a heavy feeling to it, even on good days. It was the kind of place where the air felt thick, as if too many stories, too many emotions, had soaked into the walls over the years. There was something else about that apartment building next to the salon, something I always found disturbing. For 2 years in a row, on the exact same date, November 13th, people had tried to commit suicide by setting themselves on fire there. It wasn't just one person or one bizarre accident. It happened on that day, more than once, and each time it involved fire. The people who actually lived in the building managed to escape and survive, but the ones who tried to end their own lives did not. They died, while everyone else somehow made it out alive. I always thought that was a strange, haunting coincidence, the kind that never leaves your mind once you know it. It made me feel like that whole area carried a kind of curse or dark energy that you could feel even if you didn't see anything obvious. On the day of the incident, class was supposed to end in the early afternoon. By the time our last class was over, it was around 3:30 p.m. normally. We would have left right away, but that day my friend and I stayed behind at the college to work on an assignment. We wanted to get it done while everything was still fresh in our minds. We sat together, discussing what needed to be done, flipping through notes and textbooks, and slowly, time began to slip away from us. When we finally finished, I checked the time. It was already about 5 p.m. It was fall, and in the fall the sun goes down much earlier. Even though it was technically still late afternoon, outside it was already starting to look dim and gray. We gathered our things and set off toward my aunt's apartment. At first, it felt nice. The air was cool, a little chilly, but not freezing. There was a slight breeze that made the trees sway and shuffled dry leaves across the sidewalk. My friend and I walked side by side, talking about random things, school, people we knew, small jokes, future plans. The sky was covered in clouds, giving everything a dull, muted tone. It wasn't a bright, cheerful day, but we tried to make the best of it, adding our own laughter and conversation to the quiet streets. We took our time, not really rushing. We were just two college students walking through a neighborhood we thought we knew. As we walked, the light faded faster than we realized. We were so caught up in our conversation, we didn't pay attention to how quickly the sun was disappearing. By the time we reached the third block, I looked around and realized it had gotten completely dark. Not just evening dark, but the kind of darkness where the sky looks almost black and the shadows feel thicker. There were no streetlights shining the way I was used to seeing them, no soft yellow glow lighting our path. It was just us, the sidewalk, and a darkness that felt deeper than it should have. We both felt it at the same time, the emptiness. There was no one else around. No people walking their dogs, no kids playing, no one standing in doorways or talking on balconies. More than that, no cars passed us. Not a single vehicle drove past on the road beside us. It was as if the whole area had been emptied out, like a stage where someone had turned off all the lights and walked away. The silence was strange. Even in quieter neighborhoods, you usually hear something, distant traffic, voices, music, something. But here, at that moment, there was nothing. It was just the sound of our own footsteps and our voices lowering as we both began to feel uneasy without even saying it out loud. We were walking along the sidewalk, and beside us was the road. The buildings ahead were dark shapes against the darker sky. We were not even half a block away from where we needed to turn when we noticed it, a pair of headlights glowing behind us. At first, there was a small sense of relief. A car meant people, and people meant normal life, something we could cling to in that strange silence. But very quickly, that relief turned into something else. We could tell that the vehicle was driving slowly. Too slowly. It wasn't moving at the normal speed of a car just passing through. It felt like it was hovering behind us, staying at a certain distance. We couldn't hear loud engine noise, but we could feel it there, as if those headlights were a set of eyes watching us. My friend and I exchanged a look, our conversation fading away. Neither of us said it at first, but we both felt the same thing, that the car was following us. We tried to be rational about it. Maybe the driver was just being cautious, maybe they were looking for an address or waiting for someone. But the longer it stayed behind us, the more uncomfortable we felt. We decided to walk faster. Our steps quickened, the sound of our shoes hitting the pavement becoming a little louder. As we sped up, the vehicle also seemed to increase its speed just enough to keep the same distance behind us. It was subtle, but it was noticeable. The feeling in my chest tightened, and I could sense my friend getting tense beside me. It wasn't just imagination anymore. It felt like a pattern, like a chase that hadn't fully started but could at any second. The uneasiness turned into fear. We didn't want to break into a run right away and make it obvious that we were scared, but our bodies were already reacting. After a few more seconds of this strange, slow pursuit, we both made a decision without even talking about it. We broke into a run. Our feet pounded against the sidewalk as we ran toward the corner, our hearts racing. My breathing grew heavy, not just from the sudden exercise but from the panic building inside me. We turned the corner as fast as we could, hoping the vehicle would keep going straight or disappear. But when we glanced back, we saw that it turned the corner too. That was when everything felt very real and very dangerous. We were not just nervous anymore. We were afraid for our safety. Ahead of us, maybe 5 meters away, we saw light coming from a building. It was the only bright spot in the darkness. We didn't think twice. We ran straight toward that light like it was the only safe place left in the world. As we ran, I glanced back again, just long enough to really see the vehicle that had been behind us. It was an old, beat-up van. The paint looked worn, the shape was boxy, and something about it felt wrong. The windows were tinted so dark that we couldn't see who was inside, if anyone was even there. The headlights were shining straight at us, almost blinding, making it impossible to make out any details beyond that harsh glow. All I knew was that it had followed us for no good reason, and I wanted to get away from it as fast as possible. We reached the building just as they were about to close. It turned out to be a hair salon. The lights inside were on, and we could see a few people moving around, cleaning up or putting things away. We banged on the door, breathless and desperate, and the people inside looked up, surprised by the sudden noise. Something in our faces must have told them how scared we were, because they hurried to unlock the door and let us in. As soon as we were inside, the door closed behind us, creating a barrier between us and the street. We began telling them what happened, trying to explain between heavy breaths and shaking voices about the van, how it had followed us, how empty the streets had been, how it turned every time we did. The people in the salon listened carefully, and their expressions changed from curiosity to concern. They believed us. They seemed bewildered by the chain of events, as if they, too, felt there was something strange about what we had described. When they finally went to look out the window to see if the van was still there, it was gone. It had disappeared, leaving nothing behind. No sound, no sign, no explanation. They told us that they were actually closed, and had just been finishing up. But they didn't want to leave us outside alone. They said they could let us into the apartment lobby because it was connected to the salon. There was a door that opened into the apartment building next door. We thanked them and followed their instructions, still shaken and confused. The idea of leaving and going back out into the darkness where that van had been was too terrifying to even consider, so we were relieved to be allowed somewhere safer. We stepped into the apartment lobby. The air inside felt different, quiet and still, but safer than the street. The lobby had a large window that looked out onto the outside world. There were no curtains covering it, no blinds, nothing to block the view. Anyone outside could look in, and anyone inside could look out. In the middle of the lobby there were 4 chairs facing each other, 2 on one side and 2 on the other, like a small waiting area. Behind the chairs, along the wall, were 2 elevators standing side by side. The floors were clean and shiny, the lights above soft but bright enough that we could see everything clearly. My friend and I sat together on one of the chairs, squeezed close to each other, as if we could protect one another by staying physically near. We were both frightened nearly to death, our nerves stretched thin. We kept looking around the lobby, at the window, at the elevators, at the doors. Every little sound made us jump. We tried to see if the van had somehow come around another way, but when we looked through the big window, we couldn't see anything outside. It was just darkness, and the faint shapes of buildings and the street. For a while, we sat in silence, listening to our own breathing and the faint buzzing of the lights above us. The fear from the van hadn't faded yet, but slowly, a different kind of tension started to build. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a small red light. At first, I ignored it, thinking it was just some normal indicator. But then I realized it was coming from above the elevator doors. It was the dial that showed which floor the elevator was on. The apartment building had 10 floors, and the indicator showed that the elevator was moving. The light ticked its way down from floor to floor. 10, 9, 8. The numbers kept changing as the elevator descended. We watched it count down, our eyes fixed on that red glow. The closer it got to the first floor, the more nervous we felt. Finally, it reached 1, and the elevator dinged. The sound seemed much louder in the silence of the lobby. Both of us jumped slightly, our hearts pounding. The doors slid open with a soft mechanical sound. We stared at the opening, expecting to see someone step out, a tenant coming home, someone going to get their mail, anyone. But no one came out. The elevator doors opened wide, and the elevator was empty. No footsteps, no voices, no movement. Just an empty elevator sitting there with its doors open, as if it had come down all that way for nothing. The lobby felt colder in that moment. We looked at each other, then back at the elevator, and neither of us said anything. We were frozen with fear, every hair on our arms standing on end. The elevator doors eventually closed again, sealing the emptiness back inside. We tried to calm ourselves, telling each other it was nothing, that maybe someone had called the elevator from another floor and then cancelled it, or maybe there was some kind of glitch. We turned our attention back to the window, trying to focus on something else, anything else. For a few seconds there was silence again. Then, suddenly, the other elevator dinged. The sound echoed in the lobby, sharp and clear. We both turned our heads toward it at exactly the same time. The red light above that elevator was also on, showing that it had moved and arrived on the first floor. The doors began to open. This time, we could hear something else, a faint, rhythmic thumping, like footsteps or something tapping. The doors fully opened, and what we saw made our blood run cold. A man stepped out of the elevator. He was very tall, over 6 feet, with a heavy-set build. His complexion was very dark, and he wore a large black fedora hat pulled low over his face. The brim of the hat cast a shadow that covered his eyes. He was dressed in a black suit, neat and formal, as if he were going to a funeral or an important event. In his hand, he carried a cane. It was not a simple wooden stick. It was glossy and black, shining slightly under the lobby lights, and the top of it was shaped like a snake's head. The snake's eyes were jeweled and seemed to glint, as if they were watching everything. He didn't walk like a person who needed a cane to support himself. There was no limp, no sign of weakness. Instead, he moved with a steady, confident stride, like the cane was an accessory, something he carried out of choice, not necessity. The sound we had heard was the tap of the cane hitting the floor in a slow, deliberate rhythm. He walked out of the elevator and came to sit right across from us, in the chair opposite ours. It was as if he had chosen that spot specifically so he could face us directly. My friend and I sat completely still. We couldn't move, couldn't speak. We just watched him and listened. He began tapping his foot and his cane at the same time, in a methodical, almost hypnotic rhythm. Tap, tap, tap. The sound filled the quiet lobby, sinking into our nerves. The brim of his hat still covered his eyes, hiding them from view, so all we could really see was the lower part of his face and the outline of his body. After what felt like a long time, though it might have only been a few seconds, he lifted his head just enough for us to see his eyes. What we saw there made our hearts stop. His eyes were completely white. There were no pupils, no irises, nothing. Just 2 blank, white spaces where his eyes should have been. It was not the kind of white you see in blind eyes, soft and clouded. It was a solid, unnatural white, like something that should not exist in a human face. As he lifted his head and we saw those eyes, he grinned. The smile was wide, unnatural, and it sent a wave of pure terror through me. It didn't feel like a friendly smile or even a normal, polite one. It felt like he was enjoying our fear. In that moment, it felt like time stopped. The air seemed to grow heavier, pressing down on my chest. I couldn't move. I couldn't even look away. It was as if we were frozen in place, trapped in that lobby with this impossible figure staring at us with those white, empty eyes and grinning in a way that made my skin crawl. I didn't hear my own breathing anymore. I didn't hear my friend beside me. All I could hear was the echo of his cane tapping from a few moments ago, even though he had stopped. It was like the sound had buried itself inside my mind. Then, somewhere outside, a car horn beeped. The sharp sound cut through the heavy silence like a knife. It snapped me out of whatever state I had been in. Suddenly, I could move again. I could think and feel and breathe. I realized that the beeping had to be my sister, the one I had called earlier to pick us up. Panic and relief rushed through me all at once. I grabbed my friend's hand and whispered that we had to go. Without looking back at the man for more than a split second, we jumped up from the chair and ran out as fast as we could. We rushed through the lobby door, out of that thick, suffocating air, and hurried toward the car waiting outside. My sister was in the driver's seat, looking confused and worried as we stumbled toward her. We flung the car doors open, climbed in, and slammed them shut. As soon as we were inside, she started to drive away. As we pulled away from the building, I turned my head and looked back at the large lobby window. The chairs were visible, the elevators, the empty open space. There was no sign of the man with the white eyes. No tall figure in a fedora, no black suit, no cane. The lobby was completely empty, as if no one had been there. I asked my sister, as she was pulling up to the building before we got in, if she had seen anyone inside, maybe a tall man, anyone at all. Her answer was simple. No, she said. She hadn't seen anyone. While we were in the car, I began to tell my sister what had happened, starting with the van that followed us, the salon, the empty elevator, and then the man in black with the white eyes. She listened, and I could tell from her face that she found it very strange that we happened to be exactly across the street from my aunt's apartment. Until she mentioned it, I hadn't even realized. In all the panic, I hadn't noticed where we were. I had only seen the light from the salon and run there for safety. I didn't see the rest of the surroundings. I didn't realize how close we had been to a place I already associated with strange energy and unsettling stories. I thought back to all the times I had been in that neighborhood late at night before. The street lamps were always on, casting light across the road, making it easier to see. There was a sense of normal nighttime life, small sounds, distant cars, the faint glow of lights in windows. But on this particular day, when all of this happened, the lamps were not on. The streets were dark in a way that didn't feel normal. It was as if someone had turned off every bit of protection and left us exposed to whatever else was out there. I know that around that area, people have said it's haunted. Maybe it's the funeral home being right there, with all of the people who have passed through its doors. Maybe it's the history of the apartment building where people tried to burn themselves alive on the same date, year after year. Maybe it's something older and deeper than any of that, something that has settled into the ground and the walls and the air. I don't know for sure if the apartment, the funeral home, the salon, and my experience are all connected. I don't know why the van appeared and followed us. I don't know what exactly we saw in that elevator lobby, or why no one else seemed to see it. But I do know what I felt. I know what I saw. And I know that, to this day, I cannot explain it in any normal way. All I am left with is my belief in the supernatural, in the idea that some places and some moments become thin, like a curtain being pulled back to show something from the other side. That night felt like one of those moments. And no matter how many years pass, I don't think I will ever forget it. The house we lived in was already creepy before anything ever really happened. It was the kind of place that felt wrong even when the sun was out and all the lights were on. The floors creaked in ways that didn't match people's footsteps, the walls seemed to hold on to every shadow just a little too long, and sometimes at night it felt like the darkness had weight. When I was younger, my bedroom was upstairs. It seemed like a normal room at first. I had my bed against the wall, posters on the ceiling, little things scattered around like any teenager would. But the closet always made me uneasy. It was a plain wooden door with an old, stiff handle, and it always seemed just a bit darker inside than it should have been, even with the light on. One day, I got curious enough to really look around inside that closet. I pulled the door shut behind me and turned slowly, running my hand over the rough wood of the inner panel. That's when I saw it, words carved into the inside of the closet door. The letters were uneven and scratched in deep, like whoever had done it had pressed the knife or whatever they used with a lot of force. It said something like, "So-and-so died here," followed by a date. I don't even remember the exact name or date now, just the feeling of seeing the words. For a moment, my stomach dropped. The air inside the closet felt colder, and I could feel goosebumps rising along my arms. Then I forced myself to shrug it off. I told myself it was probably just some kid who lived there before us, trying to scare whoever came next. Maybe they were bored, maybe it was a prank. At that age, it was easier to laugh things off than to let them sink in too deep. So I pretended not to care and climbed back out of the closet, but I never completely forgot about those carved words. As time went by, my mom decided that our family wasn't complete yet. Unfortunately, her idea of extending the family was bringing home her loser boyfriend. Not once, but twice, as if the first round of misery wasn't enough. He was the kind of guy who always seemed to bring trouble and tension into the house. Lazy, loud, and always ready with an excuse but never any real help. With more people in the house, things started to feel crowded. Me and my brother were getting older, and my mom wanted her bedroom space upstairs. She decided that we should move our rooms down into the basement. She framed it like a favor, saying we were old enough to want our privacy anyway, and in a way she was right. We did want our own space. So we agreed, even though the idea of sleeping in that basement didn't exactly thrill me. The basement was big, but big doesn't always mean comfortable. Parts of it were finished and parts of it looked like no one had ever bothered to make them livable. The staircase creaked as you went down, and the air changed halfway down the steps. It was cooler, heavier, and had that faint smell of cement, dust, and old laundry that never really goes away. My room and my brother's room were set up down there along with a basement living room area, kind of like our own hangout spot. It was where we watched TV, listened to music, and made a mess without my mom yelling too much. The living room itself was unfinished, bare walls in some places, exposed pipes, and a concrete floor under an old rug, but to us it was a kind of freedom. No one really cared what we did down there as long as we didn't break anything too important. My brother's bedroom was right across from the doorway to the basement living room. That meant that at night, when the upstairs lights were off and it was just whatever came in from outside, the moonlight and the glow of the street lights would shine through the small windows and spill into the doorway. It made strange patterns across the floor, soft pale stripes of light breaking up the darkness. It wasn't bright, but it was just enough to see shapes and outlines if your eyes were used to the dark. In a different house, it might have felt cozy. In ours, it just made things look more eerie. One weekend, my best friend Danielle decided she was going to sleep over at my place. We'd been planning it for a while, hyping it up like teenagers do. Back then, a sleepover was a big deal, staying up late, talking about everything and nothing, laughing about stupid stuff, maybe watching a movie. The only problem was that my bed downstairs was way too small for both of us. We tried to imagine how we'd fit, but there was no way it would be comfortable. Instead, we decided to sleep on the couch in the basement living room. It was old and a little worn out, but bigger than my bed and perfect for stretching out on with blankets and pillows. That basement living room was basically our wrecking grounds. Me, my brother, and whoever came over treated it like our own private world. There were scuff marks on the walls, stains on the rug, random things shoved into corners. It was the place where we played games, watched stuff late at night, and sometimes just sat around doing nothing. Since the room was unfinished, it had this half-constructed feel to it. Pipes ran along the ceiling, wires were tucked up but still kind of visible, and one side of the room opened into the laundry area and a creepy storage room beyond that. The night Danielle came over, we went down there with our usual mix of excitement and boredom. We knew it was going to be cold during the night. Basements have a way of getting cold even when the rest of the house feels fine. The concrete under everything seemed to hold on to the chill. So we grabbed lots of blankets and piled them onto the couch. We layered them over ourselves and each other until we were warm. We turned on some music, just loud enough to hear but quiet enough that my mom wouldn't come down yelling at us to turn it off. Then we turned out the lights, letting the room fall into that grayish darkness lit only by the faint glow from the small windows and whatever seeped in from outside. Danielle was lying on the couch facing the doorway, looking out toward the hall where my brother's room was and beyond that to the rest of the basement. I was lying the opposite way, facing into the room, so I couldn't directly see the doorway unless I turned around. We wrapped ourselves in blankets and just started talking, drifting into that kind of easy conversation that happens late at night when you're tired but don't want to sleep yet. We talked about the usual 15-year-old gossip, people from school, who liked who, teachers we hated, silly rumors, things we wanted to do with our lives that felt so far away back then. Somewhere in the middle of one of Danielle's stories, she stopped talking. At first I thought she had just lost her train of thought. Her voice just cut off suddenly, like someone had pressed pause. I waited for her to continue, but she stayed silent. I could feel her body tense beside me on the couch. The air felt thicker for no reason I could explain. "Why did you stop?" I asked, my voice quiet. There was something in the way she went silent that made me feel uneasy before she even said anything. In a small, unnerved voice, she asked, "Who's standing in the doorway?" My whole body stiffened. Danielle wasn't the type to make up creepy stuff for fun, especially not in that tone. "What are you talking about?" I asked her. I already didn't like the dark much, and the idea that someone, or something, was standing in the open doorway behind me made my heart start to race. I could feel the adrenaline rising in my chest, that edge of panic feeling where your skin tingles and your mind starts preparing for something bad before you even know what it is. "There's someone standing in the doorway," she said. "They're wearing a trench coat and a black hat." My throat went dry. The image flashed into my mind even though I refused to turn around. A tall, shadowy figure in the basement doorway, just standing there, watching us. My voice came out quiet and shaky. "You're joking. Don't lie to me," I said to her. Honestly, I was begging her to say she was kidding, that she was messing with me, that it was just a shadow or something from outside. But she didn't laugh. She didn't try to scare me further. Instead, she squeezed her eyes shut like a little kid trying to make a monster disappear. After a second, she opened her eyes and said, "It's gone." We both stayed very still. Neither of us moved to turn on the lights or get up. We just lay there on the couch, eyes wide, listening to the quiet. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. We didn't know what to say. Was it her imagination? Was it a trick of the light from the street? Was someone actually standing there for a second, watching us? We didn't know, and that uncertainty made it worse. After a few minutes passed and nothing else happened, we tried to calm ourselves down. We told each other that maybe it was a weird shadow, maybe she saw something out of the corner of her eye and her mind filled in the rest. We wanted to believe that. We needed to believe that if we were going to stay down there. So we continued our conversation. The mood was different now, tighter, like every word we spoke floated on top of a layer of fear. Danielle started telling me about some class she was in and how much she hated it. Her voice was mostly normal again, and I was just starting to relax when I heard it, a sound from the other side of the room. I cut her off mid-sentence. "Did you hear that?" I asked abruptly. On the other side of the living room, directly across from where we were lying, was the laundry room. That side of the basement was even less finished. It had cement floors, cold and hard. The ceiling had metal pipes running along it, some of them wrapped in old insulation. There was a creepy storage room off to one side, with boxes and junk piled up, things my mom couldn't find room for anywhere else. The laundry area always felt a bit unsettling, like something could be hiding behind the boxes or under the hanging clothes. "What did you hear?" Danielle asked. I listened for a second, trying to put words to it. "It sounded like a swish," I said slowly. like something sliding across the cement floor. It had reminded me of someone pushing a heavy box along the ground, that low scraping swish that makes your teeth clench a little. Danielle looked toward the darkness where the laundry room was but shook her head. She hadn't heard it. The music was still playing softly, and for a second I wondered if it could have been something in the song, but it didn't match. We both fell silent and listened carefully, our eyes straining to see any movement in the shadows over there. The music became background noise, almost ghost-like itself, just a soft hum behind our sharp focus. Nothing happened. No sound came again. The silence seemed to stretch on forever. Eventually, we tried to shake it off, but we were a lot more alert now. Every little movement of the air, every tiny creak, we noticed it. We kept talking, but now, instead of lightly chatting, we were half paying attention to the conversation and half scanning the room. My eyes kept darting back to the laundry area. That darkness felt heavier than before, like it was waiting. We tried to act normal, to keep the night from tipping over into full-on terror, but underneath it all we were both on edge. Then we heard it again. Swish. The sound was clearer this time. It cut across the basement, louder than before. The exact same noise, the sound of something sliding or being pushed across the concrete floor in the laundry room. We both heard it. There was no denying it now. Danielle's eyes went wide, and I could feel myself starting to shake. It wasn't just my imagination anymore. Whatever was happening was real enough that we both experienced it. The second time is always worse, because that's when you know it wasn't just in your head. Being girls, already spooked from the trench coat figure in the doorway and now hearing mysterious noises in the dark part of the basement, we started to freak out. Our breathing got faster. Our hands gripped the blankets tighter. We didn't want to get up and look, but we didn't want to just lie there and wait for something worse to happen either. My brother was upstairs watching TV, and suddenly we wanted him there more than anything. We started yelling his name, calling out for him to come downstairs. Our voices echoed slightly in the basement, but there was no immediate response. No footsteps on the stairs, no annoyed shout asking what we wanted. Just silence. We lay there quietly for a moment, listening for any sign of him, or anyone. I could hear the faint sound of water running somewhere upstairs, probably from the shower. The house made tiny sounds, settling noises, but those were familiar. Nothing explained the swish we had heard. Then the water turned off. That sound was clear enough that I knew the shower was done. We took a deep breath and started screaming for my brother again, louder this time. We didn't care if my mom or her boyfriend heard us. We just wanted someone else down there with us. Finally, we heard footsteps. My brother came stomping down the stairs, clearly irritated. He walked into the basement living room and asked, "What the hell are you screaming about?" His tone was more annoyed than concerned, which, honestly, was kind of typical. We both started talking at once, spilling out the whole story. We told him about the person Danielle had seen standing in the doorway wearing a trench coat and a black hat. We told him about the swishing sound from the laundry room, twice. We told him how freaked out we were. As we talked, I watched his face, waiting for some hint that he'd take it seriously. He listened, but he didn't seem too worried. He shrugged it off, said something like, "You're just freaking yourselves out." Like this was all in our heads. Maybe he believed part of it, maybe he thought we were exaggerating, or maybe he just didn't want to think about it too much himself. Either way, he wasn't scared. But Danielle and I were done. We looked at each other, and knew without saying a word that there was no way we were spending the rest of the night sleeping down there. We got off the couch and gathered our blankets, deciding to move upstairs. Stairs felt like a ladder out of whatever weirdness we had fallen into. We followed my brother very closely as we went up, our feet practically right behind his. I didn't want to be the last one coming up from the basement, not with that darkness behind me. As we passed the hallway that opened into the laundry room, we couldn't help but look. Our eyes were drawn to it, even though we didn't want to see anything else. What we saw made us stop cold for a second. In the middle of the laundry room floor, there was a box that hadn't been there before, pushed out into open space on the cement. It looked like it had been moved recently, like someone had dragged it from where it usually sat. Above it, my mom's clothes, which she had hung up to dry on the pipes running along the ceiling, were swinging back and forth. Not gently, the way they might if someone had just brushed past them, but rapidly, like something had hit them or pushed them hard. The motion was unnaturally strong and too fast to be explained by a draft. There was no wind. None of the basement windows were open. No fans were running. There was no reason for the box to be in the middle of the floor or for the clothes to be swinging like that. Danielle and I stared at them, our fears shifting from vague uneasiness to the solid, heavy realization that something we could not explain was happening right in front of us. It was one thing to feel watched or to hear strange sounds. It was another to see physical objects moved and disturbed as if by invisible hands. We didn't say much after that. There wasn't really anything to say. We just kept following my brother up the stairs, our hearts pounding, our eyes wide. Upstairs, the house didn't feel safe exactly, but it felt less heavy than the basement. We set up our blankets wherever we could and stayed there for the rest of the night, doing everything we could to avoid thinking about what we had seen. But even wrapped up tightly in our blankets, even with the TV on or the sound of people moving around upstairs, I could still picture the swinging clothes and that box in the middle of the floor. Over time, the memory hasn't faded the way some things do. The house was already creepy before that night, but after it, the basement never felt like just a basement again. It felt like we had looked directly at something that was never meant for us to see, like we had stepped too close to a line between what's normal and what's not. I still think back to the words carved inside my old closet door, the person who supposedly died in that house, and all the strange feelings I had growing up there. I can't say for sure what was in that basement that night, but I know this much: it wasn't just our imagination. And whatever it was, it made sure we knew we weren't alone down there.
When I think back on that time in my life, the first thing that always comes to mind is the house itself. My husband and I bought it in January of 2005. On paper, it sounded charming. A historic home built in 1870, with character, old wood floors, and a layout that didn't look like every other modern house in a new subdivision. When we first saw it, the real estate agent talked about original details and old-world charm. There was a big front porch, tall windows, and that slightly uneven, creaky feel that old houses have. It smelled faintly of wood, dust, and something else I can't quite name, like time itself had soaked into the walls. I remember standing in the doorway the first time and thinking, this house has seen a lot. I have always believed that old places hold on to energy, memories, emotions. A house that has stood for more than 100 years has gone through so many different lives, different families, different eras, different joys and tragedies. I didn't know any of the details of its history, but I could feel a kind of presence when we moved in. It wasn't immediately scary, just there. Like the house was quietly watching us, getting to know us the way we were getting to know it. Those first months, we were busy with normal things. Unpacking boxes, figuring out which light switch did what, rearranging furniture over and over until the rooms felt right. Little things would happen now and then that I brushed off as old house stuff. Doors that didn't quite shut all the way unless you pulled them just right, floors that creaked in certain spots even when no one was there, the occasional random noise that I blamed on pipes or settling. It never felt like a full-on haunting or anything like that. Just the usual quirkiness that came with a home that had been standing for more than a century. The living room and dining room were right next to each other, separated only by a wide opening instead of a door. The living room was where we spent most of our evenings. We had our main TV there, our couch, a coffee table, and a couple of chairs. It wasn't fancy, but it was ours. The dining room was more open and a little emptier at the time. We hadn't fully figured out how we wanted to decorate it yet. There was a dining table, a few chairs, and a small TV that we had temporarily set up in there. That little TV was almost like an afterthought, something we had placed there because we didn't know where else to put it. One evening in late summer, maybe early fall of 2005, we were doing what we always did, just sitting in the living room watching TV. It was a normal night. The kind where you don't expect anything interesting to happen at all. The sun had already gone down, and the glow from the television lit up the room in that soft, flickering way. The dining room next to us was dark, just a shadowy space beyond the doorway. I remember feeling completely relaxed. We weren't talking much, just watching whatever was on. Then it happened. All of a sudden, there was a huge flash of bright blue light coming from the dining room. It was so sudden and so intense that both of us reacted at the same time. It wasn't like the soft glow of a lamp or the quick blink of a phone screen. It was a burst, like someone had set off a flashbulb in the dark, but instead of white light, it was a vivid, electric blue. It lit up the whole room next to us and spilled into the living room for a split second, throwing strange shadows on the walls and ceiling. We looked at each other, startled. "What was that?" one of us asked. There was no thunder, no lightning outside. No car headlights had swept across the windows. The small TV in the dining room was off, or at least, it had been the last time I had looked. We sat there for a moment, waiting to see if it would happen again, trying to make sense of it. My mind ran through possibilities. A power surge, some kind of weird reflection, maybe a neighbor's light. But nothing quite fit. A couple of seconds later, it happened again. Another bright blue flash from the dining room. The same strange, intense color that didn't look like anything we were used to seeing in our home. It wasn't coming from the living room TV. It wasn't the kind of light you could mistake for something else. It looked like it belonged to something, not just to a bulb or a screen, but to an actual presence. This time, I couldn't just sit there. I got up from the couch, my heart beating a little faster, and walked toward the opening into the dining room. As I stepped closer, I felt that odd sense of tension in the air. Not necessarily danger, but like the air itself was charged, waiting. I reached the entrance to the dining room and stopped there, half in the light of the living room, half in the dimness of the dining room. The first thing I noticed was that the small TV in the dining room was on. That caught me off guard. I was sure it had been off all day. No one had been in there watching it, and we didn't have it set to turn on by itself. It wasn't just on standby, the screen was lit. I remember thinking, that's weird, but my focus didn't stay on the TV for long. As my eyes moved higher, scanning the room, they were drawn to something else. Something I had never seen before in my life. About 5 feet in front of me, up toward the ceiling, there was a glowing ball of blue light. It was just there, hanging in the air. It was smaller than a basketball, perfectly round, and the same vivid blue color as the flashes we had seen. It wasn't attached to anything. There were no wires, no visible source. It didn't flicker like a glitchy screen. It glowed steadily, like it was its own self-contained light. The best way I can describe it is that it looked like a ball of energy, solid, but not solid, bright but not blinding. It just existed there, in the middle of the room. I stopped in my tracks, staring at it. My brain scrambled, trying to categorize what I was seeing. Was it some strange reflection? A trick of light? Something from outside? But no, it was clearly inside the room, hanging in the air, just a few feet away from me. I could see the corners of the room, the ceiling, the furniture, and this thing was right there, as real as any of it. It didn't move at first. It just hovered in place. But even though it was still, I got the sense that it was full of energy. There was a strange feeling that came with seeing it, like the air around it hummed, even if I couldn't actually hear a sound. I know it might sound strange, but I felt very strongly that it was aware of me. I had the distinct impression that just as I was observing it, it was also observing me. All this time, my husband was still in the living room, just a few steps away. For some reason, it didn't occur to me to call him right then. It wasn't that I was paralyzed with fear. I wasn't exactly afraid, at least not in the way I might have expected to be. I was stunned and completely absorbed in what I was seeing. My mind was so focused on the blue orb that I didn't think about anything else, not even the obvious idea of calling out, "Hey, come look at this." It was almost like the moment was just between me and that light.
On the far side of the dining room was the doorway to the kitchen. It all connected, the living room, then the dining room, then the kitchen. The blue orb remained in its spot near the ceiling for what felt like a long time. In reality, it was probably around 45 seconds, but when you're staring at something that shouldn't exist, time has a strange way of stretching. I studied it, trying to take it all in. The edges were clear, the color was intense, and there was a feeling that it was not random, not accidental. Then, without warning, it moved. It didn't drift gently. It didn't slowly float away. It shot downward fast toward the kitchen. In a matter of a second, it traveled from where it had been hovering in front of me to the farthest side of my kitchen, down near the floor. As it moved, it changed shape. It wasn't a perfect ball anymore. It stretched out into a smaller, thinner streak, almost like a beam of blue light. It reminded me of a shooting star, but inside my house and much closer. By the time it reached the kitchen, it wasn't a neat orb or a straight beam anymore. It had turned into something else, a mass of moving blue light. It was around 3 to 4 feet high and maybe 2 to 3 feet wide. It wasn't solid like a person or a piece of furniture. It was more like a cluster of light that was constantly shifting, swirling within itself. It reminded me of the way water looks when it's boiling, never still, always moving, but made of light instead of liquid. It stayed in that general area on the kitchen floor, moving and changing shape, like it was exploring the space or reacting to something I couldn't see. I had a hard time even finding the right words to describe it then, and I still do now. There was nothing mechanical or familiar about it. It didn't look like any ordinary light effect I had ever seen. It looked alive, in a way. That was the moment when my awe finally collided with the need to share what I was seeing. I realized I couldn't just stand there alone watching this thing. I needed someone else to confirm it, to see it with me, to prove to myself that I wasn't imagining it. I backed away from the dining room and kitchen and walked quickly into the living room where my husband still sat. "I just saw something," I told him, probably sounding more stunned than scared. I tried to explain in a few rushed words about the blue orb and how it had moved into the kitchen and changed shape. I told him he needed to come look, right now. We headed back toward the kitchen together, my heart pounding again, hoping and not hoping at the same time that it would still be there. But when we reached the kitchen, it was gone. The room looked completely normal. The lights were the same as before. The floor was just a floor. The small TV in the dining room was still on, but nothing else looked out of place. There was no blue light, no orb, no strange moving mass. It was as if the house had shrugged and returned to its usual quiet self. I felt frustrated and unsettled. I had just witnessed something amazing and impossible, and now there was no trace of it. My husband listened to me, but without seeing it himself, it was hard for him to fully grasp how strange and real it had been. Still, I knew what I had seen. The memory of that blue light stayed with me. I kept thinking about it, replaying the way it hovered, the way it shot down, the way it changed. I tried to come up with explanations. Maybe it was ball lightning, I thought, but we weren't in the middle of a storm. Maybe it was some kind of electrical discharge, some freak wiring issue, but that didn't feel right either. And even if it was something like that, why had it taken on such a distinct, almost deliberate form? About 2 months later, I had another encounter with it. I was upstairs in our bedroom, alone. The upstairs had a different feel from the lower floors, quieter, more private, but still touched by that same old energy. I was doing something ordinary, folding clothes, organizing, maybe just walking down the hallway. I don't remember exactly what I had been doing right before it happened. What I do remember is the sudden light. Out in the hallway, just beyond the bedroom door, there was a huge flash of bright blue light. The same kind of light I had seen downstairs, the same startling, electric blue. It lit up the hallway in an instant, turning the walls and floor into strange, glowing shapes. The intensity of the color made it obvious that this wasn't just a reflection or a passing car. It was the same presence I had seen before, and my body recognized it even before my mind did. I didn't wait around this time. The first time it had happened, I hadn't been scared exactly, just caught off guard and filled with awe. But this time I was alone upstairs, and the idea of standing there in that hallway, facing that light again with no one else around, made me deeply uneasy. I didn't want to see what came next if I stayed put. I didn't want to find out what might appear in front of me if I stepped closer. I went downstairs immediately. Not running, but moving quickly, my heart racing with that mix of familiarity and fear. I remember thinking, I've seen this before. It's here again. I don't want to be alone with it. Once I was back downstairs, surrounded by more light and more normal activity, I felt a little better, but the experience left me rattled. It confirmed that the first time hadn't been a one-time glitch, or my imagination playing tricks on me. There was something in that house, something that could appear as that blue light and move in strange ways. After those 2 experiences with the blue light, I didn't see it again. Time moved on. We continued living in the house, finding a rhythm with it. The odd sounds and creaks remained, but nothing as spectacular as that blue orb or flash appeared to me again. Part of me wondered if it had been passing through, like a visitor. Part of me wondered if it was still there, just not showing itself. One day, not too long afterward, maybe the following spring, I had another strange experience. This one didn't involve the blue light, but it felt connected in some way to the house and whatever strange energies lived there. It was around noon, and I was in the living room again. This time I wasn't alone. My stepson was with me. The sun was out, shining brightly. It was one of those clear days where light pours in through the windows and makes everything look warmer and more cheerful. Our living room had windows surrounding it, and the daylight was coming in from all sides, filling the room with soft brightness. There was nothing spooky about it at all. It was the middle of the day. Everything felt normal. We were doing something ordinary, maybe watching TV, maybe just talking. Then, without warning, the entire room went completely pitch black. It wasn't like a cloud passing over the sun, where the light dims a little and then returns. It wasn't like someone turning off a lamp in the corner. It was total darkness, the kind you only expect to feel in a windowless room at night. For a couple of seconds, it was as if someone had taken a heavy, solid shade and dropped it over the entire house. I couldn't see the furniture, the walls, or my stepson sitting there with me. The bright midday light simply vanished. Those seconds felt very long. My brain tried to catch up, scrambling for an explanation. Was it a power outage? But that wouldn't make the sunlight outside disappear. Had I blinked? No, I knew my eyes were open. Was something wrong with me? Was I fainting, blacking out? A rush of fear surged through me. Then, just as suddenly as it had gone black, the light came back. The sun poured in through the windows again, as if nothing had happened. The room looked exactly as it had before. No lamps had turned off or on. Nothing had moved. It was just like someone had flipped reality off and then back on in the span of a couple of heartbeats. My stepson turned to me, startled. "What just happened?" he asked. The fact that he had experienced it too told me I hadn't imagined it. Whatever had happened, it had affected both of us. I didn't know what to say to him. "It was nothing," I told him, trying to sound calm, trying not to make him afraid. Inside, though, I was rattled. I'm the kind of person who usually has some kind of explanation for things. Old wiring, weather, old pipes, reflections, normal reasons. But this time, I had nothing. There was no logical, everyday explanation for a sunlit room suddenly turning completely black for a couple of seconds, and then returning to normal as if nothing had occurred. Even now, I think about those moments, the blue orb in the dining room, the moving mass of light in the kitchen, the hallway flash upstairs, the sudden darkness in the bright living room. They sit in my memory like puzzle pieces that don't fit quite right into the picture of ordinary life. I sometimes wonder if the house itself was trying to communicate something, or if there was some presence tied to its long history that was simply making itself known in the only way it could. I haven't seen the blue light or orb again since those days in 2005. Part of me wonders if I ever will. Part of me hopes I don't, and another part of me is still curious. Whatever it was, it left a mark on me. It reminded me that there are things in this world that we can't easily explain away, no matter how hard we try. And in that old house from 1870, for just a little while, I felt like I had come face to face with one of them. It was one of those warm summer evenings where the air feels soft and heavy, and everything outside seems calm and relaxed. It was mid-June of 2007, and the day had been long, but in a good way. My husband and I had spent most of it outside doing yard work, mowing the lawn, trimming bushes, pulling weeds, the usual things that come with trying to keep a home looking decent. By the time we were done, we were both tired, but it was that pleasant, satisfied kind of tiredness that comes after a productive day. The sun had gone down, but it wasn't fully dark yet. The sky still held that pale, fading light that hangs on for a while after sunset. From the back deck, we could still see everything around us just fine. The outline of the garage, the fence, the yard, the trees in the distance. It wasn't bright anymore, but it definitely wasn't night black yet. It was that in-between time, when the world is quieting down but not asleep. We decided to take a break and relax on the back deck for a bit before heading inside. The deck had become one of my favorite spots. The boards were a little worn, but they felt solid under our feet. From there, we could see the side of the garage, which stood fairly close to the deck, running along one side of the yard. I remember sitting there, enjoying the cool breeze against my skin, feeling the slight ache in my muscles from all the work we'd done, and feeling content. My husband got up from where he was sitting, saying he was going to grab a cigarette. From my point of view, he walked across the deck from right to left. I watched him without thinking much about it. It was a normal, everyday moment. He moved casually, crossing halfway across the deck toward wherever he had left his cigarettes. My eyes followed him along his path, not really looking for anything in particular, just watching him out of habit. And then I saw it. On the side of the garage, in the space behind where he was walking, something moved. It was a shadow, clear and distinct, moving along the wall from left to right. My husband was walking right to left, and this thing was going in the opposite direction, like they were crossing paths without actually touching. The shadow traveled all the way down the side of the garage, about midway up the wall, not too close to the ground and not near the roof, just somewhere in the middle. It wasn't small and it wasn't huge, but it didn't seem to be the size of a grown man. It was shorter, not as tall as you'd expect if it were a normal person's shadow. What struck me was how real it looked, how solid. It didn't flicker like a reflection or shift like moving leaves. It moved in one smooth, continuous motion. As it went along, it reached the point where one of the deck posts was in my line of sight. For a moment, the shadow disappeared behind the post exactly the way a real person would if they were walking behind something. I lost sight of it for a second while it passed that point, and my mind reacted instinctively, filling in the idea of someone walking by. The shadow didn't rush, but it wasn't crawling along slowly either. If I had to compare it to a person, I'd say it moved a little faster than someone would normally walk. There was a sense of purpose in the way it moved, as if it knew exactly where it was going and didn't need to hesitate or wander. From where I sat, I could see the shadow clearly all the way down to the ground as it traveled along the wall. It wasn't just a flicker of something, this was a full, defined shape moving with consistency. As I watched it, I felt something shift inside me. A strange, sudden wave of fear rose up in my chest. It wasn't the kind of panic that makes you scream or jump up and run. It was quieter, deeper. My heart started to race a little, and I could feel the tightness in my chest and the heaviness in my stomach. I didn't understand why I was reacting like that. Nothing had actually happened. There was just a moving shadow on the wall. But something about it felt wrong. Not dangerous in an obvious way, not threatening like someone holding a weapon or shouting at me, but wrong in a way that made my body react before my mind could catch up. It took me a moment to calm down after it passed out of sight. I kept looking at the side of the garage, scanning it, trying to see if anything else moved. I thought about my husband, still on the deck, and for a moment I wondered if I had imagined it. But no, I knew what I had seen. The motion, the smoothness, the way it disappeared behind the deck post just like a real person would, it all stayed clear in my mind. This experience felt different from so many other things I had gone through before, and even from the things that have happened since. The truth is, this wasn't my first time dealing with strange things like that. Over the years, I've seen a lot of shadowy figures and heard movement when I knew no one was there. The house we live in has its own personality, its own moods, and I've come to feel that I'm not alone even when I technically am. Some people might say it's imagination or tired eyes, but there have been too many moments, too many odd little details, for me to simply ignore. One of the most common places I see things is in the hallway outside the living room. It doesn't seem to matter if it's day or night, or whether I'm home alone or the whole family is there. I'll be sitting in the living room, reading or watching TV or doing something normal, and then out of the corner of my eye I'll notice movement. I'll see a shadow pass by the open doorway, crossing the hall. It happens often enough that I've come to recognize the feeling that comes just before it. It's like a slight shift in the air, a sense of being watched for a second. Sometimes it's just a quick pass, like someone walking by on their way somewhere else. Other times, it feels like the shadow pauses. There are moments where it seems as if it stops just down the hall, barely out of full view, and lingers there, as though it's standing still and watching me. I don't always see it fully when that happens. It's more a presence, a shape that isn't fully lit but is definitely there. Every now and then, I'll see a shadow standing right at the doorway of the living room, as if it's just inside the frame, looking in. I'll look directly at it, and most of the time it vanishes the moment I shift my gaze. It's almost like it's shy or doesn't want to be caught staring. But not always. On some occasions, when I look straight at it, instead of disappearing right away, I see it move. It will turn or slide away, heading down the hall toward the other rooms. It doesn't run or flicker out, it goes off like it has somewhere else to be. There's a reading room at the end of that same hall, a small, quiet space I've set up with books and a comfortable chair. I've seen a shadow cross inside the doorway to that room as well, like someone passing by or leaning just out of sight. It gives me that same uneasy feeling that someone has been watching and then chooses to walk away only when I notice. Sometimes I try to brush it off. Shadows can be tricky. Light changes, the sun moves, cars pass outside, and your eyes can play games with you. That's what I tell myself, and sometimes it works. But there are other times when it doesn't feel like a trick at all. The movement is too deliberate. It doesn't wobble like a tree branch shadow or stutter like light from a TV screen. It moves like a person moves, in a smooth, connected way. When I turned 18, I thought my whole life was finally about to begin. I packed my bags, kissed my mom goodbye, and left Saskatchewan with this huge knot of excitement and nerves in my chest. I was heading to Toronto, the big city, the place I'd built up in my imagination for years. I pictured bright lights, endless people, late nights, and that electric feeling of possibility that small towns never really have. I was ready for it all, the noise, the energy, the glitz and glamour, as I used to call it. I wanted a new life, and I was sure Toronto was where I'd find it. Of course, real life is never quite as shiny as the version in your head. I ended up at 1011 Lansdowne. The first time I saw the building, I remember just standing there on the sidewalk with my bags, looking up at it and thinking, this can't be it. The place was ugly. Not just run down, but miserable in the way it looked, like it had soaked up years of bad decisions and forgotten tenants. The concrete was stained, the paint was peeling, the balconies all looked a little crooked, and the entrance had that tired, worn-out feel that said nobody really cared about it anymore. It had a horrible reputation in the area too. People talked about it like it was cursed, or at least unlucky. Drugs, fights, weird neighbors, police visits. It wasn't exactly what I'd imagined as the backdrop to my glamorous new life. But the rent was cheap. And when you're 18, alone in a new city, and running low on options, cheap rent suddenly looks pretty beautiful. So I took a bachelor suite on the 14th floor, told myself I'd make the best of it, and moved in. The room was small, just a little square space with a kitchenette on one side and a tiny bathroom attached. But I did what I could to make it feel like home. I set up my futon, hung up a few posters, found some second-hand furniture on the cheap, and turned it into my own version of a cozy little pad. When the lights were low and the city hummed outside my window, I could almost forget how awful the building was. Almost. I had been living there for about 8 months when a Friday the 13th started creeping up on the calendar. I've never been one of those people who gets really worked up over that date, but that time was different. All month long, I had this uneasy feeling I couldn't shake. It was like a knot in my stomach that tightened a little bit every day as the 13th got closer. Sometimes it felt like someone was watching me, even when I knew I was alone. The air in my little bachelor suite felt heavier than usual, and the noises from the hall felt sharper, like they meant something. For about 2 weeks straight before that Friday, something started happening in my apartment. I'd be sitting on my futon in my small square room, trying to relax, watching TV or just staring at nothing, and out of the corner of my eye I'd catch something moving. At first I thought it was just shadows from the hallway or the lights from cars outside, but it kept happening in the exact same way. It would start at the door. I'd see this dark shadow slide down along the frame, like something had stepped silently into the room. Then it would move along the south wall, gliding smoothly, not jerky or flashing like a reflection, but steady, like a person walking slowly around the edges of the room. It kept to the wall, circling almost the entire space, and then it would head toward the bathroom. Every time, it ended up in the bathtub. That was always the worst part. I would sit there, my body stiff but trying to act like nothing was happening, and watch this shadow drift toward the bathroom doorway. It never made any sound, never touched anything I could see, but I could feel it, in the same way you know someone has entered a room behind you even before you turn around. It would slip into the bathroom, and then I'd see a kind of shape, like a form, sit up in the bathtub. Not crystal clear, not in full detail, but enough that my heart would lurch because there was no way to explain it. It looked like someone was lying there, and then slowly rising. To say it freaked me out would be an understatement. I tried to come up with explanations. I told myself it was the light, the angle of the hallway bulb, car headlights, my imagination. But the pattern was too consistent. The same path, the same motion, the same ending in the bathtub. The more it happened, the less I could pretend it was nothing. There was this feeling that something was in my apartment that didn't belong to me and didn't care whether I liked it or not. At the time, I had a girl staying with me. She was tough, angry, and intense, the kind of person who carried trouble in with her like a bad smell. She had told me that she'd been raised by cult members who practiced voodoo. I didn't know how much of that was true, but she believed it, and honestly, there was something dark about her that made me wonder. She always had this heavy, strange energy around her, and people avoided her without really knowing why. So when the shadow started showing up and circling my apartment, I decided it had to be her fault. I convinced myself she had brought something with her, some kind of evil presence that had attached itself to her. The more I thought about it, the more it made sense in my scared, anxious mind. I didn't like the way I felt in my own place anymore. I didn't like that I was afraid to look toward the bathroom, afraid to glance at the walls. So, finally, I told her she had to leave. It wasn't easy. She was mean, and she didn't like being told what to do. We argued. She insulted me, yelled, slammed things. But I stood my ground. I wanted my apartment back. Eventually she left, dragging her bags and her bad attitude out of my life. I remember closing the door behind her and hoping, almost praying, that whatever I'd been seeing would leave with her. To be sure, I decided to cleanse the place. I didn't have any fancy tools or special ingredients. I went out behind the building near the railway tracks and picked some fresh sage growing there. It wasn't store-bought or prepared by anyone spiritual, just wild sage I found myself. I brought it back, lit it carefully, and walked through my little apartment with the smoke, asking out loud for any bad energy to leave. I tried to imagine the darkness lifting and disappearing out the window. When I finished, I felt a little calmer. I thought, okay, that should do it. But it didn't. The uneasy feeling stayed. The building had this way of getting inside your head. The hallways were always a bit too quiet or a bit too loud, depending on the day. Sometimes the elevators would shudder strangely, and the lights would flicker in a way that made you feel like you were in a cheap horror movie. There were always strange people hanging around. You never really felt safe, even when you were behind a locked door. All month long, as Friday the 13th got closer, I kept making this joke to people in the building. "Just watch," I'd say with a half laugh. "On the 13th, they'll find a body in the building." It was the kind of dark joke you make when a place already feels like something terrible has happened there or is about to happen. The building had a bad history, and the vibe matched it. I didn't fully believe my own words, but I said it often enough that it started to feel like a prediction. People would laugh, roll their eyes, tell me not to jinx anything. But I always said it in the same way, light on the outside, a little too serious on the inside. On the 11th, I got into a fight with my boyfriend. It wasn't a small argument. It was one of those full-blown, emotionally exhausting fights that leave you feeling raw and empty. I didn't want to stay at my place that night. The apartment already felt strange, and now I was upset too, which made everything feel worse. So I went to stay with a friend for a couple of nights, trying to cool off and clear my head. I came back on the 13th. As I walked toward 1011 Lansdowne, I could already feel that something was off. I didn't know why at first. Maybe it was the quiet, or the tension in the air, or just my own nerves. But when the building came into view, I understood right away. There were police cars parked out front. A coroner's van was there too. My stomach dropped. For a moment I just stood there on the sidewalk, staring, my mind flashing back to my own stupid joke. I walked closer, feeling numb. The entrance was busy with people coming and going, officers talking quietly, the cleaning lady hovering nearby. When she saw me, she came over. "They found a body," she said, her voice low. "On the 15th floor. The 15th floor was right above mine. I lived on 14. My heart started pounding in my ears. "What?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. She went on, telling me that the body had been there for some time. "About 2 weeks, she said. 2 weeks. The same 2 weeks I had been seeing that shadow moving through my apartment and settling into my bathtub. The same 2 weeks that I had been making jokes about someone being found dead in the building on the 13th. I laughed when she said it, but it wasn't because it was funny. It was the kind of laugh that spills out when your brain doesn't know what else to do. "Right, sure," I said, as if I didn't believe her, even though I knew she wasn't the type to make that up. I felt cold all over, but I told myself not to think about it. I just wanted to get upstairs, check on my cats, and sit down for a minute. I went into the building, stepped into the elevator, and rode up to the 14th floor. When the doors opened, the hallway lights weren't working. That wasn't completely unusual in that building, but at that moment, it felt wrong. The corridor was dim, lit only by the weak spill of light from the small window at the end and whatever crept out under the doors of other units. I stepped out and started walking down the hall toward my suite. That was when I heard it. Crunch. Crunch. With every step I took, there was this faint crunching sound under my shoes. At first, I didn't think much of it. I just sighed and rolled my eyes. My cats sure made a mess with their litter, I thought. I pictured them kicking it out of the box, spreading it everywhere like they sometimes did when they got overexcited. Cats can be chaotic, and I was used to cleaning up after them. I kept walking. The light in my kitchen bedroom area wasn't working either. The darkness pressed in more as I stepped inside. Crunch. Crunch. The sound followed me with each step, soft but unmistakable. I frowned. It seemed too much, too spread out, too everywhere to just be a bit of spilled litter. But I still didn't really understand, not yet. I went into the bathroom and flipped on the light. It worked. The small bathroom lit up with that dull overhead glow, and I stepped fully inside, still hearing the faint crunch beneath my shoes. I looked at the floor and saw white specks scattered all over. They were in the doorway, on the tiles, near the tub, everywhere. For a second, my mind tried to make it simple. What is all this white stuff? I stared at it, confused, a strange tight feeling starting in my chest. I leaned forward slightly, trying to focus. And then I realized the white specks were moving. They weren't specks of litter. They weren't dust or crumbs. They were maggots. They were everywhere. They writhed and squirmed over each other, filling cracks and corners, spilling out from places I couldn't even see. The floor was alive with them, tiny white bodies shifting and twisting. The sound I had heard under my shoes was not litter. It was the sickening crunch of me stepping on them as I walked through my apartment. For a moment, my mind went blank. Then everything hit me all at once. The police cars, the coroner, the cleaning lady saying a body had been upstairs for about 2 weeks. The smell I hadn't fully noticed until then. The shadow sitting up in my bathtub night after night. I didn't think. I reacted. I grabbed my cats, scooped them up as fast as I could, not even caring that they dug their claws into me in their confusion. I backed out of the bathroom, out of the apartment, my heart hammering so hard it felt like it might tear out of my chest. I locked the door behind me with shaking hands and walked away. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I left everything there. I never went back to that apartment again. Clothes, furniture, dishes, whatever I owned, it didn't matter. None of it was more important than getting away from that place. Even now, to this day, if I ever have a reason to pass through the 14th or 15th floor of that building, I get chills straight down my spine. Just hearing the floor numbers in the elevator makes my stomach twist. To think that for those 2 weeks, what I had likely been seeing in my apartment, circling the room and settling in my bathtub, was the spirit of the person whose body was decomposing right above me on the 15th floor. It still makes my skin crawl. You'd think that would have been enough horror from one building, but 1011 Lansdowne wasn't finished with me. Another time, last winter in fact, I went back there to visit a friend of mine named Chrissy. She lived on the 8th floor. Compared to some of the higher levels, her floor was usually pretty quiet. Fewer fights, fewer screaming matches, fewer random people wandering around at odd hours. But there was one girl on her floor who always had strangers coming by. She'd bring all kinds of people around, some of them clearly not the kind you wanted to meet alone in a dark hallway. It wasn't unusual to see them waiting around near her door or hanging out by the elevators. So I was used to seeing figures in the hall when I visited Chrissy. That night, after spending some time in her apartment, chatting and trying to ignore how much I hated being back in that building, I got ready to leave. It was late, and the hallway outside was quiet. When I stepped out of her place, I wasn't surprised at first to see a man in black standing at the far end of the hall, leaning against the door down there. It fit the usual pattern, some guy waiting around for that girl or someone else, just loitering. But the second I saw him, every hair on my body stood on end. It was like walking straight into a wall of dread. This wasn't just the uneasy feeling of seeing a stranger in a sketchy building. This was heavy. My skin prickled, my chest tightened, and a strong wave of fear rolled over me so hard it made me feel almost dizzy. My instincts started screaming that something was wrong. Very wrong.
I turned back toward Chris's open door and called her into the hallway. "Can you come out here for a second?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual even though my heart was racing. She came to the doorway and looked down the hall where I was staring. The man in black was still there, leaning against the far door, motionless. "Hey," we called to him. "Who are you waiting for?" He didn't move. He didn't shift his head. He didn't adjust his stance. He didn't do anything. It was as if he hadn't even heard us, or as if hearing us meant nothing. He seemed to be facing us, but we couldn't see his face. All we could see was black. His whole figure was just dark. Not like someone in dark clothing, but like a solid, black shape. We kept watching him, and the longer we stared, the more we realized that something was wrong with the way he looked. He wasn't quite solid. The edges of him seemed wrong, a little too soft, like he was made of something thicker than smoke but less than flesh. It was like looking at a person-shaped hole cut out of the world, filled with pure black. It reminded me of a solid fog in the shape of a human. We called out to him again. "Who are you? Who are you waiting for?" We even told him to get lost, trying to sound bold. Still, he didn't react. Not a flinch, not a tilt of the head, nothing. Just that silent, heavy presence leaning against the door at the end of the hallway. All the while, that feeling of foreboding kept growing stronger. It wasn't just me. Chrissy felt it too. I could see it in her face and hear it in her breathing. The air between us and that figure felt thick, like it was hard to pull in a full breath. I didn't want to be scared. I was tired of that building making me feel powerless. So I decided to walk toward the elevators, which were between us and the thing at the end of the hall. I thought if I just walked normally, like nothing was wrong, I could prove to myself that it was no big deal, that it was just some creep in a coat who would eventually turn his head and tell us to mind our own business. I took a step forward, then another. But the closer I got, the worse the feeling became. It was as if I was walking into something invisible and heavy, like a wall of pressure. My legs started to feel weak, like they didn't want to move any farther, and my instinct screamed at me to stop. I kept my eyes on the dark figure the entire time, watching for any sign of movement, and there was none. Not one tiny shift. It was like the hallway itself was holding him in that spot, or like he was rooted there, part of the building. I couldn't do it. I couldn't reach the elevators. It felt like there was something stopping me from going any nearer, not physically grabbing me, but pushing back in a way I could feel deep in my chest. The dread got so heavy that it almost hurt. My heart was pounding so hard it made my hands shake. I started backing away, quickly, my body taking over where my mind had tried to be brave. I didn't turn away from him, I couldn't. I kept my eyes on that black shape the entire time as I moved backward down the hall, away from the elevators, away from him. "I'm taking the stairs," I said, my voice tight. The stairwell door wasn't far, and I pushed it open, slipping inside like someone fleeing a dangerous animal. The second the door closed behind me, I realized the lights in the stairwell were off. All the way down to the 6th floor, it was just darkness. Fantastic, I thought, but I didn't go back. There was no way I was stepping into that hallway again while that thing was still there. So I ran. I ran down the stairs in the dark, my hands brushing the walls, my feet hitting each step blindly. My heart felt like it was going to jump out of my chest, and my breath came in quick bursts. Every little sound echoed in the stairwell, amplifying my panic. I didn't stop until I reached the 6th floor and saw light again. From there, I took the elevator down to the ground, my skin still crawling, my whole body buzzing with leftover fear. When I finally made it outside, I went straight to the coffee shop, trying to calm down with the familiar brightness and noise around me. I got into the truck, hands still shaking, and called Chrissy on my cell phone. "Who or what was that?" I asked her, my voice low and strained. We didn't even pause to think before we answered, almost speaking over each other. "I think it was a demon," we both said. We laughed a little afterward, the way people do when they've just scared themselves, but underneath the laugh was real dread. I knew what I'd felt in that hallway, and it wasn't just a regular creepy guy in black. Many other things happened at 1011 Lansdowne, strange little moments and big unsettling ones. Doors opening on their own, weird noises, arguments that seemed to start from nowhere, people breaking down, people disappearing. The building seemed to feed off bad energy and give it back multiplied. But those two experiences, the shadow that circled my apartment before a body was discovered above me, and the black figure at the end of Chris's hallway, were by far the worst. Some nights, even after I moved away, I would think about that building and feel that same old sensation wash over me. A heavy feeling of foreboding, like something evil was awake and wandering through the walls, brushing past doors and peering through keyholes. On nights when I still lived there and that feeling came over the place, I stayed far, far away if I could. If I absolutely had to be there, I'd hole up in Chris's apartment with the door locked and wait it out until the air felt lighter again, until the strange pressure seemed to lift and the building went back to its usual, less intense kind of wrong. I am so glad I don't live there anymore.
When I first met my boyfriend, I didn't go into the relationship expecting to fall in love with a cat. I had never really liked cats before. I didn't hate them or anything, I just thought they were indifferent and scratchy and not very interested in people. I had always seen myself as more of a dog person, someone who liked wagging tails and sloppy kisses and obvious affection. But then I met Cheech. At that time, my boyfriend had a roommate, and the roommate had this little orange cat named Cheech. The first time I saw him, he was padding softly through the living room like he owned the place, his tail held high. his bright eyes half curious and half playful. He wasn't a big cat at all. He was small and kind of compact, but there was something about him that stood out right away. His fur was a warm shade of orange, not too bright, not too dull, and he had this funny little way of moving that made him look almost like a cartoon character. He seemed to have a personality in every step, every flick of his tail, every tilt of his head. Cheech had this habit of doing things that made you laugh even when you were in a bad mood. If you sat on the couch and ignored him for too long, he would calmly jump up, walk across your legs like you were just another piece of furniture, and then sit down right in the middle of whatever you were trying to read or look at. If you moved him aside, he would wait a second, then try again, like it was a game. Sometimes he would chase dust in a beam of sunlight, pounce on shadows on the wall, or suddenly race across the room as if something invisible had challenged him to a race. He had this strange mix of independence and friendliness. He wasn't clingy, but he was always around, always silently asking you to notice him. Before long, I found myself talking about him the way people talk about their kids. "You should have seen what Cheech did today," I'd say. I'd catch myself smiling just from remembering him rolling onto his back and stretching like he was posing for a picture. He would sit with his paws tucked under him like a little loaf, watching us with his bright eyes, and it felt like he really understood what was going on in the house. Somewhere along the way, without planning it and without even realizing it at first, I started to love that cat. Not too long after I moved in with my boyfriend and his roommate, things changed. The roommate's girlfriend had a cat of her own named Satchmo. For reasons I don't need to get into, she couldn't keep him anymore and had to get rid of him. Instead of letting him go to someone else or to a shelter, we decided to take him in. Our place wasn't big, but it seemed better to squeeze in one more cat than to let him go to some unknown home. So Satchmo came to live with us. Satchmo was different from Cheech. He was gray and white, with his own kind of charm, but he didn't have the same personality as the little orange cat I'd gotten used to. He was more serious, more cautious. He was a good cat in his own right, but from the very beginning there was one big problem. Cheech and Satchmo hated each other. It wasn't a small dislike either. They didn't just hiss a little and then keep their distance. They glared, growled, and bristled every time they got near each other. Our apartment was small, and it wasn't easy to keep them separated. Pretty much wherever one went, the other was either already there or not far behind. There was nowhere for Cheech to have his own little kingdom anymore. The tension between them was almost constant. You could feel it in the air when they were both in the same room, their bodies stiff, their ears angled, their eyes watching each other carefully. At first, we tried to brush it off. Cats take time to adjust, we told ourselves. They'll get used to each other. We tried to give them attention separately, feed them in different corners, distract them with toys. But things didn't really improve. Instead, Cheech started to change. He stopped playing as much. His funny antics became fewer and fewer. He seemed quieter, heavier somehow, like he was carrying a sadness around with him. He would curl up in places he didn't usually choose before, like behind furniture or in tight corners, and he spent more and more time sleeping. At first, we thought he was just stressed out or upset about Satchmo's arrival. Our place was small, and there was no way for him to have his own space, no place where he could completely escape this other cat he clearly didn't like. It was easy to imagine that he was depressed, that his personality was shrinking under the weight of having to share everything. But as time went on, Cheech didn't just seem sad. He started to look sick. He lost weight. His fur didn't look as bright or as well kept. He didn't groom himself the way he used to. Sometimes when he walked, he looked unsteady, like his legs didn't want to support him. His eyes, which had always been so sharp and expressive, seemed duller. We kept telling ourselves he was just unhappy, that he'd bounce back if things calmed down, but deep inside I think I knew it was more than that. It's hard to admit that to yourself, though. It's easier to say, "He's just upset," than to face the idea that something might really be wrong. One night, we had people over. Friends were visiting, and the apartment was full of noise, laughter, and movement. Cheech had been staying inside a lot more, quieter than usual, and the people who came over didn't know how sick he really was. To them, he was just the same old small orange cat who lived there. At some point, someone let him out, thinking it was harmless. We didn't realize it right away. With so many people in the apartment, and so much going on, it was easy to lose track of where the cats were. By the time we noticed Cheech wasn't around, it was too late. We searched for him, calling his name, checking under furniture, looking outside. We eventually found out that he had run off and hid underneath the house. We didn't find him until about 3 days later. When we found him, he was still alive, but just barely. He was in really bad shape. Weak, thin, and so quiet it broke my heart. We scooped him up as gently as we could and rushed him to the vet, hoping it wasn't too late, hoping that he could be saved with the right medicine or care. We sat there, waiting, trying to calm ourselves, trying to hang on to a tiny thread of hope that he'd pull through. He didn't. Cheech died, and even though part of me had known he was very sick, nothing prepares you for the finality of it. The house felt different without him. Even Satchmo seemed a little different, like he noticed that something had changed. We decided to have Cheech cremated. It felt like the right thing to do, like a way to honor him and keep him with us in some way. But we didn't get his ashes back right away. It took about a month before they were ready. Not long after he died, maybe about a week later, we brought home 2 new kittens. We hadn't gotten them to replace Cheech. They were kittens we had already agreed to take before he got really sick. We had planned on having a fuller house, more furry little lives to share the space with. Their arrival just happened to fall after his death, and even though the timing hurt a little, there wasn't much we could do about that. Canceling on them didn't feel right either. We named the 2 kittens Ziggy and Marley. They were both tiny and full of energy, with that unstoppable curiosity that kittens have, bouncing and climbing and investigating everything like it was a puzzle just for them. They explored the apartment fearlessly, climbing onto chairs, slipping under tables, chasing each other's tails, and batting at anything that moved or didn't move. Their presence brought a kind of life back into the place. It didn't erase the sadness of losing Cheech, but it softened it a little. It was impossible not to smile watching them tumble over each other or try to pounce on dust motes in the air. For a little while, everything seemed normal. Then the day came when we finally got Cheech's ashes back. We brought the small container home, knowing that inside was all that was left of the little orange cat who had changed my mind about cats forever. We didn't do anything dramatic with the ashes. We just placed them in the apartment, a quiet reminder that he had been there, that he had been loved, that he still mattered to us. That was when the strange things started happening. The first night we had Cheech's ashes at home, I was sitting on the bed. It was a regular evening. The lights were on, nothing tense or scary was happening. Marley was laying on my stomach, settled in that comfortable way cats have, his body rising and falling with my breathing. Ziggy was on the edge of the bed, near where my legs were stretched out. At first she just seemed to be looking around. Then she started acting like she was playing with another cat. She would focus on a spot just in front of her, her eyes wide and locked onto something I could not see. Her head would tilt, following movement in the air, the way cats do when another animal or a toy is moving around. Then she would jump, pounce, and bounce back, exactly like she did when she was wrestling with Marley. She batted at nothing, chased nothing, rolled onto her side and swiped with her paws at nothing. Her whole body said she was engaged in a playful fight or game, but there was no other cat there. Marley was still on my stomach, calm and uninterested in whatever she was seeing. Ziggy's focus didn't break. Her eyes traced the invisible thing as if it moved around, and she reacted just like she did when playing with a real companion. I watched her, confused but strangely not afraid. I told myself she was being a typical crazy kitten, that kittens are known for staring at corners, chasing nothing, and going wild for reasons we don't understand. Still, something about it stuck with me. The way she played seemed so specific, so directed, as if something was actually there with her. It didn't stop after that night. About once a week, Ziggy would start doing the same thing again. She would suddenly begin playing with nothing, jumping, pouncing, chasing, and wrestling with empty air. It always looked just like the way she played with another cat, not like the random running they sometimes do when they have a burst of energy. She followed something with her eyes, tracked it, timed her jumps, reacted as if it reacted back. It was hard not to think of Cheech, especially since we now had his ashes in the apartment. I couldn't prove anything, but in my heart the idea started forming that maybe he was still there somehow, still wanting to play. It wasn't just Zig either. Even after my roommates brought home another new kitten, this one named Mr. Stubbs, similar things kept happening. Mr. Stubbs is black, like Ziggy, and as he settled into the home, he developed his own patterns. Sometimes, while the others slept or lounged lazily in the sun, he would be off on his own, playing with nothing. He'd bounce around, attack the air, paw at something invisible. It was the same kind of play, focused, precise, like there was an actual partner in his game. We had plenty of toys. Balls, strings, little stuffed mice, things rolled under furniture, hung from doorways, and scattered around the floor. There was no shortage of distractions. But in those moments, it was like they chose something else entirely. That's what made it strange. Why chase nothing when a toy is in reach? Why jump at empty air when there are other cats right there? That's one of the reasons I started to think, quietly and almost shyly, that maybe it wasn't nothing at all. Maybe it was Cheech. There were other odd things too, especially involving Satchmo. Even after all that time, he still had a strange reaction to the hallway leading to the bathroom where the litter box was kept. The litter box was down the hall, in the bathroom, tucked in a spot that all the cats knew very well. But every time Satchmo came inside and tried to go use it, something would happen. He would walk down the hall, heading toward the bathroom like normal. Then, as he got closer, he would suddenly start hissing. His body language changed completely, from curious or relaxed to rigid and terrified. His fur would puff up, his tail would get big, and his ears would flatten. He looked genuinely frightened, not just annoyed or angry. Sometimes he would get so scared that he would accidentally go on the floor instead of making it to the litter box. It was like he just couldn't bring himself to go all the way in there. The thing is, this was exactly what used to happen when Cheech was alive. Back then, if Satchmo ventured down the hall toward the bathroom while Cheech was already in there, the same scene would play out. Satchmo would hiss, tense up, and sometimes back away or go on the floor because he was too scared to go in. It was as if that hallway, that bathroom, that litter box had become Cheech's territory, and Satchmo knew it. Even after Cheech died, even after time passed and other cats came and went, Satchmo reacted the same way when he got near that spot. We tried everything to fix it. We changed the litter. We took the lid off the box. We got a completely new litter box and let Satchmo use it alone before the others, hoping he would feel safe and claim it as his own. We stayed with him by the bathroom, talking to him gently, trying to show him there was nothing to be afraid of. None of it worked. Every time he got close, he would get scared, hiss, and sometimes have an accident. Poor Satchmo ended up barely coming inside anymore because he was so afraid of that area. It was like something invisible was still guarding it, still claiming it. All of that would have been enough to make me wonder, but it wasn't actually what made me finally decide to write about everything. That moment came one night when all the pieces seemed to come together in a way I couldn't ignore. I was sitting on the couch with my boyfriend, watching TV. It was a normal night, quiet and relaxed. Ziggy was curled up with me, settled comfortably in my arms. Mr. Stubbs was in my boyfriend's lap, content and calm in his hands. Marley was behind my head on the back of the couch, in that perfect cat perch where they can see everything and demand attention with just a paw on your shoulder. Satchmo was outside at the time, not in the apartment at all. The living room felt peaceful, full of soft cat weight and familiar sounds from the TV. I wasn't thinking about ghosts or spirits or anything like that. I was just there, in the moment, with the people and animals I loved. Then I saw something out of the corner of my eye. It was just a flicker at first, a shape moving quickly near the edge of my vision. I turned my head to look more clearly, and saw an orange cat run down the hall. It was small and moved with a quick, light step that was instantly familiar. The cat ran toward the chair at the end of the hall, jumped up onto it in one easy motion, then moved as if it was going to jump down again. But before it could land, it disappeared. 1 second, there was a small orange cat in mid-movement, alive and solid and real. The next second, there was nothing at all. No sound of landing, no shape, no tail flicking, no trace. Just an empty chair and a hallway that suddenly felt much too quiet. My heart stumbled. For a few seconds, I just stared, wondering if my eyes were playing tricks on me. My first thought was that I must have mistaken one of the other cats. Maybe Ziggy had gotten away from me without me realizing. Maybe Marley had slipped off the back of the couch. Maybe Mr. Stubbs had jumped down and run off. But when I looked around, all three of them were exactly where they had been. Ziggy was still in my arms, black fur against my hands. Mr. Stubbs was still in my boyfriend's lap. Marley was still behind my head. None of them had moved. None of them were orange. Satchmo wasn't inside. He was outside, and even if he hadn't been, he was gray and white, not orange. There was no orange cat in that apartment anymore. Except somehow there had been. I sat there, my mind racing quietly, the image of that small orange body running down the hall replaying over and over in my thoughts. The movement had been so natural, so normal, like the way Cheech used to run when he was alive. The way he jumped onto furniture, the way he leaped down again. It didn't feel like a dream or a fantasy. It felt like I had just watched a real cat do something it had done 100 times before. And then I thought about Ziggy and Mr. Stubbs playing with invisible friends. About Satchmo being afraid of the bathroom as if another cat were there. About the timing of the ashes coming home and things starting to happen. About the feeling I had that Cheech had never really left, not completely. I can't prove that what I saw was Cheech. I can't prove that the invisible playmate is him, or that he still guards the bathroom from Satchmo like he used to. All I know is what I've seen and what I've felt. I know that I loved a small orange cat who changed the way I felt about cats forever. I know that after he died, things in our home didn't go back to normal the way you might expect. They shifted into something else, something quieter but still very real. So when I saw that little orange shape run down the hall, jump on the chair, and vanish into thin air, my heart didn't just fill with fear or confusion. It filled with something else too, something like recognition. Something like the feeling you get when you catch a glimpse of a familiar face in a crowd, even if you can't quite reach them. And in that moment, more than anything I thought, "Hi, Cheech." I used to think of myself as a pretty steady, careful person. I'm not one of those people who walks into walls, drops everything, or trips over their own feet for no reason. I'm not fragile, and I'm definitely not a klutz. That's why it bothers me so much that lately I keep getting hurt. Not just once in a while, but over and over, enough that I've started to dread being alone in my own house. At first I tried to laugh it off, tell myself I was just tired or distracted, but the more it happens, the more I feel this crawling sensation in the back of my mind. Something in this house is messing with me. The house itself is tiny. You know how people say hauntings usually take place in old mansions, huge farmhouses, or sprawling Victorians with too many rooms and long, echoing hallways? This place is nothing like that. It's small and close and compact, the kind of house where you can stand in the middle of the living room and hear everything happening in the kitchen, bathroom, and bedrooms without even trying. There's not really anywhere to hide, and yet somehow, it feels like something is always just out of sight. The people who lived here before we did were my boyfriend's aunt and uncle. They both passed away, but not in this house. They died elsewhere, in other places. On paper, this house is just a building that used to belong to them, with no tragic events recorded inside its walls. But my boyfriend's mom believes that her brother, my boyfriend's uncle, is still here somehow, looking for his wife. She says he's gentle, that he always loved his wife more than anything, and that it would make sense for him to come back to the place where they built so much of their life together. I don't know if that's true, but I do know that she talks about him like he's still walking from room to room, checking to see if she's there, unable to accept that she's gone. Honestly, if that was the only presence here, I don't think I would be scared. My boyfriend's uncle, when people see him, is described as kind. He likes to be seen, but he doesn't hurt anyone. My boyfriend and his family talk about him the way some people talk about a sweet old neighbor who still watches over the street long after he's passed. They say that when he's around, they feel calm. I've felt that before, a sort of soft, quiet presence that makes the air feel heavy but not frightening, like someone is just there, watching, existing. But there's something else in this house too. Something that doesn't feel calm or kind. Something that feels like it enjoys watching me get hurt. It started with little things that were easy to brush off. I would be in the kitchen, minding my own business, looking for something in the fridge. The kitchen is small, with the fridge tucked into one corner and cupboards hanging above the counter, the kind that don't swing open lightly. They're the stiff kind, with little hatches you have to pull. They don't just drift open on their own. I'd be bent over, rummaging in the fridge, thinking about milk or leftovers or something simple, and then I'd straighten up. Crack. My head would slam into a cupboard door. Every time, it would send a bolt of pain through my skull so sharp it made my eyes water. I'd stagger back, hands flying to the top of my head, feeling the throbbing ache spread across my scalp. And always, as I pulled my fingers away and blinked through the stinging, I would realize the same thing. That cupboard door had not been open when I bent down. I know it wasn't. I would have had to move it or duck around it to get to the fridge. But somehow, in the 10 seconds I had my head inside the fridge, it had opened wide enough for me to hit it full force. 1 or 2 times, I told myself I just hadn't noticed. Maybe I'd brushed it by accident. Maybe someone had left it partly open earlier, and I just didn't see. It's easy to find excuses when you really want to. But this kept happening. Not once a month, not here and there, but a few times a week. I started to develop a soft spot on my head from hitting it in almost the exact same place so many times. Every time I'd look up at that stubborn door, hanging open as if it had been waiting, and feel this twist of frustration and unease. The thing has a hatch. It needs to be pulled to open. It doesn't just spring open by itself. And yet, time after time, there it was, ready to meet my skull on the way up. It isn't just the cupboards. Sometimes I'll be walking through the kitchen, not in a rush, just moving from one side of the room to the other. The microwave is mounted in such a way that its door has to be pulled open. It doesn't just pop on its own. And yet I'll be halfway past it when suddenly, snap, the door will fling open and smack me right in the face. The first time it happened, I jumped back, stunned, my nose stinging and my eyes welling up. I checked the door, running my hand along the handle and hinges, trying to figure out if it was loose or broken. It wasn't. It closed firmly. It stayed closed when I pushed it shut again. But it happened again. And again. Now I've gotten to the point where any time I walk past the microwave, I, nervously, bracing myself for the possibility that the door might decide to fly open and hit me. It's an awful feeling, flinching your way through your own kitchen, especially when you know nobody else opened it. I can't tell you how many times I've looked up afterwards, rubbing a fresh bruise, hoping to catch someone laughing or at least moving away from the appliance. But there's never anyone there. I always seem to have bruises on my face now. Little marks on my cheekbone, a tender spot near my eyebrow, a sore line across the bridge of my nose. I joke about walking into doors, but it doesn't feel funny. It feels targeted. Like something is timing those moments, choosing exactly when to make a door swing or a handle jerk. There was one week in particular that made everything feel worse. The weather went wild. First there was a huge snowstorm, thick, heavy snow piling up, the world outside going quiet under a soft white blanket. Then, almost as soon as the storm ended, the temperature jumped and a rainstorm rolled in. All that snow started melting at once. The streets turned into rivers of slush, drains struggled to keep up, and water was suddenly everywhere. It messed with the town's systems, including the water supply. The water got contaminated, and everyone was warned not to drink it unless it had been boiled. Around that same time, I started feeling that strange cold more often. It's hard to describe the cold. It's not like standing near an open window in winter or walking into a draft. It doesn't come from one direction. It doesn't move like air. It just appears. 1 second, the room is normal. The next, there's this deep, unnatural chill pressing against my skin, sinking into my bones. It doesn't feel like my boyfriend's uncle. When I feel him around, I feel calm, even if I'm aware of something unseen. But this other cold makes me nervous. It makes my heart speed up and my stomach twist. Sometimes it comes so sharply that I feel sick almost immediately. That day, I felt it creep up again. I had already been feeling off, my body tired and my head a little light. Then the cold hit. It curled around me like icy fingers, and before I knew it, I was hunched over, throwing up. The house felt like it was closing in on me. I kept thinking about the contaminated water warnings and how I needed to have something safe to drink, especially if I kept getting sick like that. I couldn't trust what came out of the tap anymore unless I boiled it. And I didn't trust whatever was making me feel like this either. So I pulled myself together as best I could and went into the kitchen. I filled the kettle with water, set it to boil, and made myself sit down for a moment while it heated. The house was quiet except for the small sounds of the kettle working, that low hum and occasional click. I was still shaky, still feeling traces of the cold even as I tried to ignore it. When the kettle finished, it clicked off with that familiar little sound. I got up and reached for it. My plan was simple: pour the boiling water into a jug so it could cool in the fridge, giving us safe drinking water later. The kettle was hot, but I'd done this 100 times before. I held it by the handle, positioned it over the jug, and started to pour. As I tilted the kettle, I felt it. That same cold, but more focused this time. It wrapped around my hand and wrist like a band of freezing air, sharp and deliberate. The hair on my arm stood up. I sucked in a breath. Before I could react any further, something jerked my hand. It wasn't a slip. It was a sudden, forceful tug, like an invisible hand grabbed my wrist and yanked. At the same time, the lid of the kettle seemed to pull off on its own, popping loose in a way it never had before. The angle of the kettle shifted, and instead of the boiling water pouring neatly into the jug, it spilled over, cascaded out wildly, and splashed directly onto my hand. The pain hit instantly. Boiling water seared across my skin, hot enough that it almost didn't feel real for a second. Then it did. It felt excruciatingly real. I screamed, dropping the kettle, my hand burning so badly I thought I was going to pass out. The skin reddened quickly, angry and raw, and I could feel the deeper layers underneath it throbbing and screaming. The cold was gone as quickly as it had come, replaced by a huge wave of heat and pain. I ended up having to get my hand treated and bandaged. I wore those bandages for about 2 weeks, awkwardly trying to do normal things with one hand, constantly reminded of that moment, of the cold, the jerk, the way the lid pulled off like it had help. People said things like, "That's terrible luck," and "You have to be more careful." But I knew how it had felt. It hadn't been clumsiness. It hadn't been an accident. It had felt like something wanted me hurt. The bathroom isn't much better. I slip in the shower a lot. Not a little slide, I mean a full-on, heart-stopping, feet-flying slip that leaves me grabbing desperately for the walls or the curtain. It always happens the same way. I'll be showering, letting the hot water run over me, washing my hair or my face. The bar of soap is always kept on a small shelf built into the wall, a stable little nook where it sits securely. I'll close my eyes, lean back to rinse my face, and then suddenly my foot will land directly on the bar of soap on the shower floor. It shouldn't be there. Every time, I remember placing it back on the shelf. The shelf isn't slanted, it doesn't tip. The soap isn't teetering on the edge. It's always put back the same way. And yet, somehow, when I'm most off guard, most vulnerable with water in my eyes and hands up near my face, the soap ends up under my foot, impossibly slippery, sending me skidding. I catch myself on the wall, slam my shoulder, my hip, my knee against the tub. My heart hammers, and I stand there breathing hard, staring at the smooth shelf that is now empty. I tell myself it must have fallen, But there's always a part of me that whispers, really? Every time? If it was one thing, just the microwave, just the cupboards, just the soap, I could write it off. But it's not one thing. It's all of them. Over and over. Little setups for me to get hurt. And it's not just about hitting my head or slipping. Sometimes it feels like this house is trying to start bigger trouble. I can't count the number of times I've woken up in the middle of the night and found the oven on. Not just the light, but the actual heat, the dial turned to some random temperature. The first time I thought maybe someone forgot to turn it off, but then it started happening when I knew for a fact no one had used it that day. I'd double-check it before bed, making sure everything was off, and still wake up with that subtle smell of heated metal in the air, walk into the kitchen, and see the dial turned again. Other nights, I'll wake up and hear water running. I'll go into the kitchen or the bathroom and find the sink overflowing, water spilling over the sides and onto the floor as if the tap had been turned on and left. The sound of it, that constant pouring, is terrifying in the middle of the night. I picture it going on for hours, filling the room, seeping into the walls and floors, destroying everything. I rush to turn it off, heart pounding, wiping up water with whatever towels I can grab quickly enough. I've gotten into the habit of unplugging everything that can be unplugged before bed. Toasters, kettles, anything with a heating element or a motor. I don't want to give whatever is in this house any help. I imagine waking up to flames or smoke, the smell of something burning, and I do everything I can to stop that from happening. It's exhausting, living like that, always worried that something will be turned on while I'm asleep, that something will overflow or boil over or explode. The worst part is that it doesn't happen to everyone. If it was just the house, you'd expect it to be random, affecting everyone who lives here or visits. But it doesn't. Whatever is here seems to have favorites, or targets. These things happen to me. The doors swing at me. The soap slides under my foot. The cold wraps around me. The water burns me. I wake up to the oven on or the sink overflowing. And there's one other person in the house it happens to, one of my roommates. It doesn't happen to my boyfriend. It doesn't happen to his girlfriend. It doesn't happen to our other friends who drop by. They walk through the kitchen without getting hit. They open the fridge without slamming their heads. They shower without slipping. They drink from the tap without getting sick. They sleep through the night without waking up to running water or the heat of the oven. Sometimes they look at me with a half-smile, half-concerned expression when I tell them another thing that's happened. They say things like, "You're just unlucky," or, "Maybe you're overtired." But it never happens to them. It's me. And that one roommate. Like we're the only ones whatever this is interested in. I try to tell myself that I'm just seeing patterns where there aren't any, that I'm building a story out of coincidences. Maybe the cupboards really do pop open sometimes. Maybe microwaves can fling themselves open at just the wrong moment. Maybe soap slides on its own off shelves. Maybe my hand slipped on the kettle at exactly the same time I felt that cold. I repeat those things to myself like a mantra when I'm trying to fall asleep. But there are nights when I feel that particular cold creep into the room, that nervous, heavy chill that makes my skin crawl and my stomach tight, and I remember every bruise on my face, every slip, every burn, every near miss. On those nights, I can't quite make myself believe that it's all in my head. On those nights, all I can do is lie there and think, maybe I'm not crazy. Maybe something really is here. And maybe, for some reason I don't understand, it doesn't like me very much.